If John was beaten up and attacked in that house, who did it?
Just to be clear, you didn't do it.
We know who did it, Steve. We know.
Okay, you're aware he was beaten up by Brian and Colin Albert. I mean, we're all in on the same joke, right? My tail light was cracked and John was pulverized.
We don't know.
We don't know.
We don't know. And it's not for us to know. Somebody other than Karen is responsible for that, for the killing of John.
Oh, dreams sigh in the darkness, they take flight. Heartbreak echoes, lonely cry in the cold, hard light. Guitar soars through the stormy skies, a melody that pierces the eyes. Love's a memory, a distant dream. In this world it seems fingers glide in the fading light. A final note, a last good night. Lost in the shadows, lost in time. Dreams are all we find. Oh, dreams whisper, oh, dreams sigh. In the darkness, they take flight. Heartbreak echoes, a lonely cry in the cold, hard light. In the shadows where whispers dwell, slight guitar sings of love's farewell.
I just wanted to know
Echoes of the heart once bold, now lost in the night's cold fold. Secrets hidden deep within, tales of love that couldn't win, promises made in moonlight's glow, now glow.
All right, guys, good morning. Since that countdown clock is choosing to be choppy today, as it sometimes does, we'll just skip it. So I'm not going to stay on, here's the plan, as long as I did yesterday. Obviously, I think some of the other panel members will be jumping in and out whenever they're here. I'll come on with them and we'll talk about it. But I think somebody had the idea in chat that what we should do is just leave the stream running, even if none of the hosts are here. And that way, when something happens, we'll just jump right on. But people get to at least get to talk and chat about what's going on. So thank you, Baxter. Yeah, usually the voice is slowly getting better. And it has its ups and downs, but it's slowly getting better. So that's how we'll do it. So now this is day 3 of deliberations. Day 1 was only a couple of hours, so that almost doesn't count. So really, in a lot of ways, this is kind of day 2 of deliberations. At what point do we start to get worried that there'll be a mistrial? So talking to Vinny last night, I went to the shoot in Dedham, and we were talking on commercial, and he thought it was way too early to start thinking the dreaded word mistrial. And he's obviously been on jury watch for a lot of these big trials. And so he thought that it was way too early for that. But I think maybe if you get through tomorrow and you still don't have a verdict, especially so he said traditionally most verdicts, the most common day that you find the jury reaches a verdict is on Fridays, which is understandable, right? Because they just kind of want to be done and go into the weekend. Yes, Laura, thank you. I told him I'm not allowed to drive. I'm on a significant amount of morphine now. It doesn't affect me mentally much, but I'm not allowed to drive on it. And it wouldn't be good for me to drive. It's about a 45-minute drive on highways like 93 and 128. So it would not be good for me to drive in it. So a very nice gentleman by the name of Fadi was my driver for the day. He picked me up. So I don't even think this was Uber. I think this was a service that they hired. So he picked me up and he hung out there we arrived at 6:30 and then he took me home at 9. So he waited there for a couple and a half hours. And when we were driving in, we didn't know what would be arriving at. Was there going to be a Karen Read mob? And Fadi was such a great guy. He said, I'm going to be parked out back. He goes, but if you have any problems with anybody, you call me and I'll be right there. So he was basically willing to be my security too. And Fadi was a good man. So I got his number. If I ever need a driver again, I will call Fadi up. But it was actually kind of interesting. So I thought, that you're heading into the belly of the beast, right? And you're going to get a nasty, angry crowd out there. Well, there was no real crowd out there. The crowd had gone home, but there were people that would occasionally walk by or drive by. There was some Free Karen Read people in pink shirts that went into the courthouse across the street just to kind of take some pictures. But interestingly, the people that drove by and yelled out were actually supportive. Several times people drove by and yelled out my name, but in a supportive way, not in an enemy way. And one nice woman named Patty drove by and recognized me. And she says, oh my God, I want to go meet him. So she actually went home and dropped her kids off and then came back just so she could hang out and meet me afterwards and just say hello. And she was a big supporter. So the only people we actually saw there were supporters. And I'm not sure if I should say this. I don't want to get anybody in trouble, but I won't say, listen, I'll tell you what, I won't say her name just in case they listen, but the production manager for Court TV, who I had never met before, but who obviously listens to the show because she's the production manager. She came over. Yeah, I'm just reading the chats. So she came over and was talking to me about 20 minutes before the show. And she says, you know what? She goes, I shouldn't say this because I know we're supposed to be neutral, but I've been listening to your arguments all this last year, and they've convinced me that you're correct about this case. And we talked a little bit about the case. But so she wasn't 100% convinced, but she was like 90% convinced that by the evidence that Karen's vehicle struck John O'Keefe. And she said, this is just from listening to the evidence as I've laid it out over the last year. So not everybody at Court TV is pro Karen. And I'm not even sure that Vinny is. I think if you ask Vinny, he believes that he's neutral. I do think he tends to sound like he's taking the Free Karen Read side, and I think he does to a degree, but it's not necessarily because he believes Karen is innocent. I think it's just he sees the polls and he knows it's 80%, at least on his channel. On his channel, it's 80% in favor of Karen. So from a executive producer standpoint, it makes the most sense to kind of cater to that side. So it was tough last night. There's nothing really to talk about on the case. I had no idea what the questions were coming. And obviously the questions that he asked me took me by surprise. They were difficult to come up with answers on. And he didn't really want the answers that I gave. So he kind of cut me off a few times. But I did the best I could. The woman next to me, Rebecca, she's very pro Karen Read. And she's seems to be trying to ingratiate herself to Vinny quite a bit. And but she's very articulate and loquacious, so she likes to talk. I think she makes a good guest. I think because she's not at all tongue-tied. She knows what she wants to say. And her answers were reasonable. Why does it resonate with people and stuff like that? So I had to give kind of a different approach on that. Why does it resonate with people? You know, it's a difficult thing for us to put our finger on, right? Because why does this resonate so much with people that they're so passionate about it, that they're willing to come out and dedicate so much of their time to this cause? And people really are. Whether I know Kate is convinced that there was a degree of astroturfing. Well, maybe there was at some time, and maybe that helps get this, seed the whole thing to get it going. But there's no question that most of the people that are out there now, and most of the people that I've ever talked to, really believe in this. And that includes last year when I went to when I was there in Dedham at the start of the first trial. They're very passionate about what they believe, and they're willing to take days off from work and go out there. They're willing to do idiotic things like, harassing Chris Albert in D&E Pizza. And it's crazy, the passion that this case has evoked in people. Why is that? And we don't know the answer to that. And that's something that people have to that's something that maybe social scientists will be studying, and people at the university level, right? What is the real thing that goes on here? And I don't remember exactly what Rebecca said last night, but I think she hit on some of them. Anti-police sentiment. I think what she talked about was people that somehow maybe were screwed or felt they were screwed personally. Maybe they got a ticket that they shouldn't have got, or they dealt with the police and the police were a little bit rough with them or something like that. I don't remember exactly how she put it, but I think there's something to that. But there's much, much more to that, because most of these people that are out there demonstrating for Karen, they're in their 40s, 50s, 60s, and they don't seem like the kind of people that probably have had problems with the police. So I don't really think it's that kind of issue with most of them. It's what is it? One of the things that I hit on in the book, and I don't know if this is true, it's just a theory, was that a lot of the people so one of the things, for instance, that we found, it seems that the Karen Read case was popular with a lot of nurses. And I'm by no means criticizing nurses. I've dealt with a lot of nurses, not just for myself, but for other family members over the last several years. And they're at the top of my pyramid in terms of human beings. They're just incredible. The compassion and the hard work they put in, and the intelligence that they bring. I'd probably still be in the hospital if it wasn't for nurses. It was more the nurses than the doctors that came up with solutions. So I am not in any way criticizing nurses. And there's certainly plenty of nurses that believe Karen is guilty. But there does seem to be an unusual amount of nurses that are attracted to the Karen Read movement and to Turtle Boy. And, why is that? Don't know for sure, but I feel that it could be a clue in that. And a possibility is that if you're a nurse, thank you. A possibility is that and I saw this, of course, I wrote this chapter in the book before I was admitted to the hospital, but it only kind of, what I experienced in the hospital, affirmed it to a degree, is that when you're a nurse, you're doing, not that doctors don't work hard, they do, but I think from the perception from a nurse's point of view is that you're doing an immense amount of work, and not just work like grunt work, but you're doing the grunt work too, but that you have that institutional knowledge that is needed to treat patients, because you're dealing with so many patients on such an intimate level that you have a lot of knowledge about how to treat people that maybe even doctors don't have, because the doctors might have it more from their studies, whereas the nurses are getting this from dealing directly with patients. And hold on one second. Okay, sorry about that. I had to close the door. So the nurses they probably feel a degree of frustration, because the decisions that are made at the hospital seem to take place at a level that's a couple of levels above them. Right now, the doctors, at least, they have more access to those rooms. They're able to they're in board meetings and stuff like that. So they're more at the level of they feel a little bit more connected to things at the decision-making level. But to the nurses, they feel like decisions are made at the hospital in terms of staffing, hours that you work, all the other things that are important at the running of a hospital that are made completely beyond any level that they're connected to. So they probably feel a degree of frustration, and you feel maybe they feel, and maybe if there's some nurses here, maybe they can comment on this. But do you feel a degree of frustration where you're doing a lot of the important stuff, maybe most of the important stuff, and yet nobody consults you when it's time to make decisions? And doctors probably don't feel that same frustration. And does not true of all nurses? Yeah, of course. And does that frustration translate into you want to project yourself into Karen Read? So in Karen Read, and it's not the real Karen Read, I'm talking about the narrative of Karen Read. So this is just reading girl. And by the way, girl with the eagle eyes, thank you very much for these updates. They are very helpful and I really appreciate them. So she says, WCVB, that's Channel 5, reporting the jury left the courtroom at 8:59 to begin its third day of deliberations. Since Friday, they have deliberated more than 9 hours without reaching a verdict. So yeah, sorry, I should have put that on the screen so we could have seen the judge. I'm not going to put it on the screen just yet, but I'm going to open this up on my other screen so we can see it. All right, so I have court TVs on right now, and actually I'll put it in the background for us. That way people will know that we're right there. Okay, there we go. All right. So back to what I was saying, and I'm going to look at chat and see what you guys think of this. If you guys think I'm way off, you can tell me, because this is what I'm saying is highly, highly speculative. So please tell me if you think this is crazy. So I just think that nurses would be just one example of this. But there's a lot of people in life, wherever they work or whatever is going on in their life, that they feel somewhat distance from the power system that runs our lives, right? And disenfranchised in that way. And if you feel that way, do you project yourself onto Karen Read? And again, I'm not talking about the real Karen Read. I'm talking about the narrative that the defense team has put forward, where Karen Read is the victim of a massive cover-up and a massive conspiracy. So is that possible? Is it possible that this is why a lot of people are drawn to the Karen Read narrative? They are drawn to that story, and it's just a story, but a story that's been put out there. Is it possible? I'm just speculating here. So let's see. I'm just looking chat and see what you guys think. Do you guys think that people are somehow projecting frustrations in their own life about feeling somewhat disempowered in their own job, and that frustration is something that causes them to project themselves onto the fictional Karen Read narrative? And I'm calling it fictional because we know it's not true. Kate's saying no. She could be talking to someone else. Okay, I'm probably way off. I admit that. So I'm just trying to speculate, because it's really hard to understand why so many people have projected themselves onto this. Miss J also says no. Okay, we'll put, thank you for your opinion. And please put, if you disagree with that, put up your own theory and we can look into it. David King says, yes, people feel victimized. Shannon agrees. So yeah, this is what I'm talking about. It's just people in their own lives feel disempowered. They may not, in fact, be disempowered. But it's what they feel. Ramsey says she's a retired nurse and says she's guilty. Now, look, there are a lot of nurses that feel that way. So as I already said that, and there's no question about it. No question about it. And I don't think everybody's brainwashed on this. and the question is more just, it's not just why do so many people believe in this. Robin says she totally agrees. It's not just why do so many people believe in this, but why do they believe it so passionately that they're willing to dedicate a chunk of their lives to it? Look, Nick Rocco wasn't just Nick; it was Nick and his wife, and I believe like his mother or her mother, his whole family became early on dedicated to this. And it's real. They really feel. I don't know what they feel now, but at the time, they certainly really felt that passion for it. Why? Why is it that they feel that? Oh, Jen is here. Let me see if Jen is here. Jen, are you here?
Good morning, Kevin.
Good morning. Oh, your mic sounds great.
Oh, wow. That's good to know.
Yeah, I remember sometimes the other day we had some issues with it, but this sounds like studio quality.
Excellent. Excellent. I like to hear that. How have you been? I've been listening in as permitted, waiting for this verdict on bated breath.
Well, before we have questions on that we can talk about in terms of is it too early to start discussing hung jury and things like that? We'll come back to that. But just I wanted to see your opinion as to what I was just talking about now. What is it that makes this case resonate so deeply, so passionately with a lot of people? Do you have any ideas on that?
I do. I have a couple of thoughts. When it comes to the side of the O'Keefes, in other words, justice for John, the facts, what I think I can speak for myself, and I think many others, when I first got involved in this case, it was amazing to me from this side how many victims there were in terms of the Karen Read, the blogger, and that side victimizing so many innocent people. I'll never forget Allie McCabe's testimony. I actually posted that this morning on X. Obviously, what Jen McCabe's been through, the O'Keefes being basically called out as defending murderers of their son. It's just been horrible how they've been treated. So from that side, I think
and that happened with the Delphi case too. There was a lot of people blaming Libby's sister, right?
Oh, I never really saw that. Gosh, I
never saw that. Oh my God,
no,
that was a main component of the theory, is that people believe. Remember, she dropped off Libby at the
yeah, sure,
trail,
at the Monon High Bridge.
So the theories were that for many was that the girls were sacrificed to some satanic cult or something, but that Libby's sister, I forget the sister's name, was part of it, and that she dropped her off there. Oh, it was a huge part of the conspiracy theory. There are millions of people that think that their sister wasn't complicit.
Oh, that's insanity. I have to say, I mean, that's the difference, I think, though, between that case and this case, is they didn't have a blogger and others, pink shirted people and people willing to go out and raise that voice. I think it could have been a social media voice because, this is the first I'm even hearing about that. So, and I followed that case forever. But again, I try when I see something that's just lunacy, I just kind of skip and, roll on and try not to give it too much attention. But on the other side, Kevin, I think what happened was there are people that legitimately, I'm not talking about just the crazies because there's so many of those, but the people that can rationally think, I think they really got caught up in the idea that this was corruption, police corruption. So it was kind of like back in the day with OJ, where people who actually, were intelligent got caught up in, what happened to Rodney King and the violence and the racism that was going on. Right. And so that to me is the analogy here of why outside of the crazies, normal people have really taken up that position. And I think that's why, because there was a cause bigger than the case, if that makes sense.
Right. Yeah. So someone just said, and this person said this yesterday and is probably saying this every day, Kevin, you look and sound awful. Please get well soon. Now, these are people usually that are probably Turtle Riders or Free Karen Read, and you don't really know, but they're trying to pretend they're sympathetic, but they're really not, because they're saying this no matter how I look or how I sound. So it's, I just so you know, I put you in timeout. And the next time you do something like that, I'm going to, because you're being a jerk saying things like that, I'm just going to ban you. So there's no reason to say shit like that. So
Kevin,
sorry about that.
first of all, you sound amazing. You have been such a reasonable and wonderful voice in this space. You explore both sides, always have. And I agree with you. I have people come on and they'll say just exactly that. They try to bait
Right.
you into some sort of, oh, we feel bad for how horrible you're looking. And then you go and look at their site and they're completely FKR, bleed the pink and have lost their minds. So,
right.
Just ignore that. I just ignore,
Right.
but it's just so ugly. It's just typical.
That seems to be their new strategy, right? So it's just, it is unbelievable. I was saying earlier, Jen, that they did ride me into Dedham last night to do the Court TV show, and I didn't know at that time of night if there'd still be a big Karen Read mob there, but there wasn't. And actually, the only people that drove by and shouted out stuff were actually supportive.
It's the typical deal, right? The people with the loudest voices and all of that, they get the most attention. I was trying to count. I thought I only counted about 24 in the picture in front of the courthouse. At least from the picture I saw, that's what I counted. It's just so dwindled down. And I noticed that from the very beginning. I'm just upset she is not keeping that barrier in place. That should stay in place through deliberations. That is a terrible situation for those jurors to have to see.
Well,
even though they go
there was
from
a
the
federal judge that basically took that away, right?
Oh, did that just happen?
Well, no, it happened a couple weeks ago, but
oh my gosh! Apologies.
and also
I
made
missed that.
Clear that if you're going to put something up, it has to be more specific. So you can't just ban general speech. I don't know. It was really disturbing kind of ruling because, and I see people, like Vinny on Court TV too, seems to be against the idea of a buffer zone. What I don't understand is they confuse this stuff with the First Amendment. I'm a big fan of the First Amendment. Go and protest at your local city hall. Go and protest anywhere you want. But a criminal trial is a very different animal. And what I always say as an example is, what if all these people wanted Karen's neck? What if they wanted to rope her up? An old vigilante kind of mob. Would that be different? Would their First Amendment rights be different there? So this is a criminal trial, and you're interfering with it by having a mob outside there that's interfering with the jury. The jury is seeing that going in, and it's unfair. There's other ways. It's not really silencing anybody's First Amendment rights by keeping them away from a trial.
I couldn't agree with you more. And the other issue there is you can hear inside. It's not like it's an impenetrable wall where they're, deliberating. You can hear people outside and what they have to say. And so I thought it was just because it was deliberations. I don't know how I missed that piece. How did I miss that piece, Kevin?
I wasn't following it too closely, but there was a ruling there, and that's what. In fact, they were talking about it. So the guy that one of the people last night yesterday was talking to Court TV about how they were part of a group that sued to get that reinstated. They took it to federal court.
I'm going to have to look into that. I'm going to look into it really close and get that ruling and what that means, like all across the country, because as you said, there's a lot of trials coming up. And it's unfair on either side. I don't care which side you're lobbying for. It's intimidating. It can affect outcomes, I think, potentially. And like you said, it's not that anybody's saying you can't protest. They're just saying you've got to protest out of the earshot of jurors. It makes a lot of sense.
We'll have to look into it because I don't think it's not as simple as the federal judge opened up and got rid of the buffer zone. The federal judge put down a ruling that basically said that outlined the conditions with which the judge could put up a buffer zone. And at the end of the day, the judge just decided to get rid of it. There's still some restrictions, like you're not allowed to wear signs and bring signs, and you're not allowed to make noise out there. So You're not allowed to shout out or do anything that. So, and Karen and her lawyers are working very hard to make sure people stay quiet, so in order to keep things open there, because they don't want people shouting out or doing something that the jurors might hear. But the jurors are still driving in. They're driving up the court and they're seeing, if they see 500 people in pink shirts out there, that means something.
Yeah, I did see Jackson on, telling everybody to be quiet. So, yeah, I mean, I guess he's doing his part to make sure they can all be there. But in any event, I'm thinking, well, it's a little too late to tell everybody to be quiet. That genie's way out of the bottle with what we've seen, the horrificness. I'm so glad that, it hasn't been that way, at least throughout the whole trial. What do you think? What was the volume in the room? I kind of feel we're going to have a verdict today, certainly by tomorrow. That's just, how I think it will play out.
Just a gut feeling, or do you have a basis, or just a gut feeling, or?
I would just say, first of all, I keep reminding people that they were there 2 months, over 30 days of listening to evidence and everything. So it takes a long time for a good jury to pour over all that evidence, just to review everything that was there. So it makes sense to me that we're into 9 hours, and I could see it going the rest of the day. But I think this jury is probably tired. They want to make a decision. And I think that's plenty of time to review that much evidence. I was trying to think back on some of the longer trials that I've had where it's weeks long, and how long those deliberations took. And I think on the outside, it was, 3 days-ish, something like that, for them to pour over everything. So that's kind of what I'm basing it on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I hope you're right. That's all. That makes sense to me, and I hope you're right. So, and I think so. We know they have Thursday off because of Juneteenth. Did I hear, or did I might have misunderstood this? Is the jury back in on Friday, or do they have Thursday and Friday off? Do you know?
Oh, I think they have Friday on, but
Okay,
I
so they'll be
could
back
have
Friday.
misunderstood that. I think they're going to be back Friday, off Thursday. But Bev likes to take, and I shouldn't say Bev. I apologize. Judge Cannone, that's another piece of this. Look, both sides have been angry about different rulings. Both of us, both sides. I mean, there's several rulings that I didn't agree with. But all in all, I think she has done a superb job of trying to protect Karen Read's rights while making sure the proper evidence came in. There was some evidence that didn't come in. I thought that should. There was, ruling she made that, many of us don't like. But she's done an incredible job. She's been threatened. She has, security. This is terrible that a judge is. I can't imagine her hate mail when I see mine every day.
Right.
And I'm nothing in this.
When I first got to Dedham last night, and I was in front of the courthouse, and there's no one else around. There's some discarded signs there, and one of them was something to the effect of "Judge Bev belongs in prison."
Oh gosh, it's just so ridiculous. And I meant to tweet on this and never did, about her getting, was it Person of the Year or Woman of the Year, or she got that big award, and I need to actually put that up when this trial is over, no matter what, and highlight that, because I think, for people, this becomes a soap opera. It becomes some sort of crazy, domestic violence movie that they're watching play out. It's not. Every person in this is a real person, and Judge Cannone is a real person. And no matter how this outcome is, especially if she's found guilty, I mean, if I were Judge Cannone, I would try to take a long vacation somewhere far away for at least a few weeks, let things die down, and then I would have very high level security. I would hire private security. I really would, because these people are crazy. They're crazy.
So some people in chat are saying the jury is deliberating Friday, and some are saying they have it off. So I guess it's still unsettled. Don't know how to
I
find
think
out.
it is back. I think it is back Friday, but let's hope we have. And believe me, these jurors, they are cognizant of being off Thursday. and the long weekend possibly coming up for them, I think they're going to want to get this done. I really do. And there's a huge factor that plays in with that.
Somebody was saying, it might have been Vinny last night off camera, but I'm not sure. But somebody was saying that, and this is an interesting point, that the jury is going to be aware that there was a first trial that was not able to reach a decision. And that may put some pressure on them to be more likely to reach a decision. What do you think about that?
I agree. First of all, I think they all know there was a first trial. There were too many things that came out during trial. It was like, oh, okay, well, they just said there was a trial. Well, so what could be the outcome? And these jurors are so smart. They're just like the people in our audiences. They're like the people on Twitter. I'm talking about the normal people, right? The 90%. I'm not talking about the 10% that are trolling and coming in. They're wise and they have common sense and they can figure out all these little clues. They know there was a Fed investigation by now. And I'm saying if they stayed true to never seeing anything on social media or looking during the trial, if they stayed true to that. So
I wonder how they would interpret that too. So like, would they, if there was a point where the very existence of a federal investigation into the state's investigation would create reasonable doubt. However, at this late date, with no charges having been made, how would that affect it? Would the jury process that and say, you know what, there's been a federal investigation into this and they found nothing, so maybe that means there is no conspiracy?
Well, so many people are confused as to what the FBI can investigate. I mean, people think that they just go out and investigate murders and different heinous crimes, and they don't understand the different federal nexuses that have to exist, and then also police cooperation is completely different. And because the jury,
you're really breaking up now, Jen. You're getting robot voice.
How's that?
It was getting, that's better at the moment. It was getting so that we couldn't really understand.
Oh, sorry. I'm just saying, depending on the jurors' understanding of federal investigations, Kevin, they could have thought they investigated Karen Read for this murder and found her not innocent.
Right.
Or not guilty.
Right. So it's not clear what they would have been thinking. And is that something that they would talk about, do you think, in the room? Because it wasn't presented no evidence was presented on it, but I guess at this point they're free to talk about anything, right? So.
Well, the Fed investigation came up probably a dozen times. The investigation was because last time they thought it might have been an insurance deal, right?
Right.
And,
or at least Ronnie thought that.
Jackson pointed that out twice.
Right.
Not insurance. This wasn't insurance related, right? Because he didn't want them to think that was the case. So.
Right. So I don't know I forget if you and I had talked about this. I think maybe we didn't yet. So at the end of when the defense rested, so before closing arguments, so that day before closing arguments, I got everybody mad here because I said that I believe the most likely result was going to be a hung jury. And I'm just being honest. I was just being honest about how I felt. I felt like there's the risk of a turtle rider getting on, or a free Karen Read person getting on, as at least one did in the last trial. And there were some holes in the prosecution's case that could be exploited, not truly for people that really were weighing all of the evidence, but that's a hard thing to do for a jury that hasn't been weighing the evidence like you and I have for a couple of years. But then it changed for me a little bit. I would say where I was slightly in the direction of hung jury at that point. After Hank's closing argument, I thought it was so effective that I ended up being now slightly in the favor of a guilty verdict being achieved, especially on the manslaughter, the OUI manslaughter charge. So what do you think about that analysis?
Well, I'm always worried about a hung jury in a case like this for the exact reason you said, because of a stealth juror. I've always been concerned about that from day one. So before there was any testimony, I've been worried about that. But as far as where we stand now, it is so pinned down with Brennan's closing. It's just
Yeah.
point by point by point, and there's certain things you cannot get over the taillight for me, there's no way a logical person can get over the taillight pieces embedded in the shirt. That's just, you cannot get over that. And you
right.
can't get up, for me, how can you get over the fact that the cell phone of John O'Keefe didn't move after he was hit? So if he were in this huge bloodbath of a fight with
Right.
3 different people and a dog, although this jury is hearing really 2 different people and a dog, it didn't move, and he just somehow dropped it in the snow when he exited the car. Those are just 2 data points there that you just cannot get over. I don't think anybody can get over.
Right. In the book, I tried an experimental chapter. So I wrote it from Karen's point of view. So we're inside Karen's head and from a point of view where she was innocent. But I used the known evidence and to try to make sense of it. And I only could get so far. So that phone data was key. We know that the phone never went in the house. We know it never moved after 12:22 and 16 seconds until it was picked up the next morning. So what I ended up doing was going with the idea that Karen dropped John off in the driveway, and he goes in the house. And then at some point, and Karen drives to the edge of the property by the flagpole, and she parks there to wait. At some point, she looks down and she sees John's phone on the seat. He's forgotten his phone. And so when she decides to leave, she opens up the window and tosses it into the yard and then drives away. That was the best I could do to try to make any kind of sense of how Karen could have dropped John off, and that phone was in the yard and never went inside the house. That was the best I could do, you know. I haven't gotten any feedback on that chapter. Nobody's come back to me to say positive or negative, but maybe that's because people are buying the book and not reading it. But
Well, I'm glad they're buying it. That's what I call a rabbit hole extraordinaire. You know, it's Occam's razor. That's how an investigator, in my eyes, should conduct their business. It's Occam's razor until it doesn't make sense. I mean, until you go down the logical road and you reach a dead end because of evidence in some way. But other than that, cases are Occam's razor 99.9% of the time. And I'll even take in the Sandra Birchmore case, that is an Occam's razor, because nothing about that crime scene made sense. She had laundry in the dryer. She was working on something. Farwell is seen, going into the building all masked up when he didn't follow the normal protocols of wearing a mask at that time, hanging from the doorknob. To me, that is, again, it's Occam's razor. You look at that and you say, no way does this make sense. No way does this point to a logical conclusion. It does point, that. And did you see, I posted about this, gosh, it seems like it's a week ago now, that Sandra Birchmore's unborn child is not Matthew Farwell's child.
Yeah. So what do you draw from that? Do you draw any insights from that?
Oh, I mean, it makes it even more tragic, more tragic because of him believing it was his, her believing it was his.
She no doubt told him whether she knew it was his, whether she believed it was his or just was using it. She no doubt told him that it was his.
Yeah, no doubt. So still, he believed it was his, and that's all that really matters. But just so tragic. And now, and another father, I don't know who that is, but, has lost their child. And I still say, and I believe this so vehemently, the VW must charge murder of not only Sandra Birchmore, but her child, because the federal government has no statute for that. They used a statute that is, very unique, right? The murdering of a witness. That's how they were able to get federal nexus. Very, very unusual. And we're able to charge. They can't charge for the baby. Baby isn't a witness. So Norfolk County needs to step up in that case. That's my belief there.
So is Farwell's defense going to be able to successfully use the fact that the child was not his to create a third-party culprit?
Well, they're going to try to. That's for sure. You know, that now opens that little door. But the problem he's got to overcome are all
The
of
video.
those communications, the
The video
video.
showing him. Yeah.
Yeah. And who knows what, and I don't know if they did any processing of that scene. I cannot
Right.
recall right now without going back and looking, but you know what I mean? Fingerprints, you know, it's probably going to show he was there. But this is going to make, you know, for the defense attorney to have at least something to work with now. He's
Right,
facing the
right.
death penalty, you know. I mean, potentially, right? If he's found guilty.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the federal
He
statute.
should
So
be.
he should
Yeah.
be. Exactly. I mean, forget about, well, not forget about, but this case is so exacerbated by the fact that he statutorily raped her by all
Right.
accounts. I don't care whether you're 15 and, you know, I've seen all it, you know, where she says, oh, I would have done it even earlier if I would have known, you know, you were ready or something like that. She's 15. He's, you know, well, her senior, he's a police officer. That part of the case will always just infuriate me. People who use their positions to take advantage of those of victims. That to me is just another line. I know it has to
Right.
be viewed sort of the same. I think you and I have talked about this. It's a special kind of predator that
Right.
uses the badge. It really is.
Yeah. And this is the thing too, is people have to try to take a realistic, a reality-based look at these kind of things. So there's no doubt that Sandra Birchmore was the victim here. She had been a victim all of her life. But that doesn't mean that she wasn't doing some things here. We shouldn't put her in blinders about it. There's no question that she was trying. It's in the text that she was trying to blackmail Farwell, and in terms of in many different ways, very consciously. It's very clear in those texts. And you know, from her perspective, she's someone that had been a victim for many years to Farwell and to those multiple police officers that were victimizing her. So from that point of view, she had become a survivor, and so she was surviving the only way she knew how to survive, and that was trying to use whatever kind of leverage she could get. And by claiming that she was pregnant with his child, that was the leverage that she wanted. Or not just that, by threatening to go to his wife with different things. Even before, actually, it was before she even was pregnant. She was trying to blackmail him to say, "This is what I want. I want to get pregnant, and that's all I want from you is you give me that, and I'll leave you alone, and I'm not going to go to your wife." It doesn't, just because you're sympathetic to Sandra, it doesn't mean you should put on blinders to what was actually going on there. It's right there in the text. It's black and white. You can't put on blind. This is what happens in these cases is people say, well, she's the victim, so therefore she never did anything wrong, or she could have never done that. No, you're putting on blinders. That was going on. And she endangered her life in doing that. She backed him into a corner. Now, that's not excusing any of his behavior, any of it. But we just want to be, we don't want to be in the position of not describing reality. That's all I'm saying, because I see a lot of people on this. Once they divide the world into good guys and bad guys, victims and victimizers. And that's not how the world works. The world is much more complicated than that. She was trying to blackmail him. It just
I
was.
agree.
It just is what it is, you know.
It's complicated, but I can't quite go there as strongly as blackmail. You know, when I hear that word extortion, blackmail, I think this was a young girl, and I think she, you know, I know you say she backed him in a corner. I think she was backed in the corner. And, you know, I just, but I do agree we have to look at all the evidence and take it for what it is. But I think it's sort of, in a sense, I give her a lot of leeway for her actions, and I think they're very normal for her to feel that way. But again, I'm empathetic.
Life had backed her into a corner. She was living with her mother and her grandmother, and they both died when she was in high school by her senior year. And all she wanted to do was to be a police officer. And then it turned out that the police officers that had come into her life completely betrayed her and abused her. And so yeah, life had, and then I think by the time of her death, not long before that, she had found out she was not going to become a police officer. So her dream was crushed, and the people that she trusted, that that exploited her to take advantage of that trust when she was only 14, 15, 16. It turned out those people were using her. So that's how she was backed into a corner. And that's why I say she became a survivor, as victims are. And a survivor will learns how to use whatever leverage they can to get what they want. That's part of a survivor's mentality. And so, that's all I'm saying. So, but when I'm reading those texts, I'm thinking, oh my God, the danger she was putting herself in by telling this big guy who's got a badge behind him and who already has a fantasy about as strangling somebody. They would enact those fantasies. So you're playing with a dangerous guy, and now you're threatening to go to his job and tell them what they were doing. So you're going to cost him his job, threatening to go to his wife and cost him his family. You're playing a dangerous game there. And that's
I just don't think she ever realized that at all. And most people wouldn't. Most people don't think a police officer is going to kill them at the end of the day. So, but yeah, hindsight 2020. Kevin, I have to run now, but I just wanted to get on and say how much I appreciate all you're doing to stream and to keep us, to be a partner with you on the live coverage for this case. So we'll do more.
It's been great having you, Jen. I just want to update you what we're doing. So what we'll do during these deliberations is pretty soon I'm going to get off, but I'm going to leave the stream running. So because people have been asking that, so that people in chat can continue to talk to each other. And then as soon as news breaks, and I have multiple people connected to the families there that are in Dedham, and so they're going to text me as soon as something is breaking. So what happens is once the jury, something happens, whether it's a note or a decision, they have to inform the parties to come back to the court. And so I will come back on the feed, but it'll still be live. And hopefully you're around and I'll send you a text too.
Perfect. Thank you. All right. Bye, everybody.
Okay. Take care. All right. So we'll stay on a minute. I know I probably have to take the heat from what I just said about the Birchmore case. People are probably mad at me, but I always say it the way I see it. And hopefully people can appreciate that. It's not at all. None of that was in any way exonerating of that scumbag Farwell's behavior. He deserves to die. He deserves the death penalty. So, and what all of those guys did, multiple cops to abuse their power over her in order to get sexual favors, justice needs to come for them. So in no way is it exonerating them. I'm just trying to describe the reality of what went on in that case. And we shouldn't try to soft pedal the reality, because that's the danger of what happens is people trying to let their ideas, their preconceived ideas about the world, about good guys and bad guys, victims and victimizers, they let that color their reality. And that's a mistake. You don't want to let anything color your reality. You want to treat reality as though it is. So, but I know some people are probably mad at me, so I will take the heat on it for a few minutes. And then, like I said, I'm not going to end the show. I'm going to leave the chat going. And so if you guys, anybody that wants to continue in the chat, they can do that, or they can come in periodically and just check and see if anything is going. And then when something does break, so I mean, I have heard a report that there's an increased police presence at the courthouse today. I'm not there. I don't know if it's true. If that's the case, is that a sign that a verdict is expected? I don't know. I don't even know if the police would know that. So. Someone said, Kevin, we don't want your honest opinion. We want to hear what we want to hear. I think you're being facetious, and that's okay. And that is good. But there are some people that is what they want. That's not just here, but anywhere in life. They want to hear what they want to hear. Let's see. Will Scott. Kevin, on another note, I picked up your book over the weekend. Reminds me how early you knew and understood the case. Not done yet, but very impressed. Oh, thank you very much for the kind comments. And thank you for buying the book. And thank you for reading it. Actually, the book is free on Kindle if you have Kindle Unlimited. So you don't have to buy the book. You can read it on Kindle Unlimited, which I recommend. Kindle Unlimited is pretty cool because you can, there's a lot of good books now on Kindle Unlimited that you can read for free. Pink Door, I'm not going to apologize because I'm just describing reality. I'm never going to apologize for describing reality. All right. So if that means you don't want to listen to me, I feel bad losing you, but that's just the reality of it. I am always going to be grounded in reality. So it's as far as where Boomer is or Matt or Kate, I have no idea. They don't call me and tell me when they're coming and when they're not coming. So, you know, I think they understand that this is going to be kind of, I messaged them and saying that this is going to be one of those things where I'm not going to be on very long and it's kind of up in the air as to what's going on. Seeing and hearing that FKR took photo of jurors leaving and police took possession of their phone. Any truth? I don't know. The only thing I know is supposedly Antiquated Rogue, who is actually on this side, not on the FKR side, was filming there, and the FKR people, led by the Pitbull herself, Jen Altman, Turtle Boy's Pitbull, went and grabbed the state police and said, "This guy's filming the juries," which it turns out he was not. But they took his video and looked through it to make sure, and it turned out that he was not doing that at all. But he was streaming live, and at some point, I think yesterday morning. So this looks like this is live here. I don't know. Let's get some volume for a moment.
Escorted out of the courthouse to go continue hoping, praying that they get justice for their loved one, John O'Keefe.
Okay, so this is just the family.
And then on the other side, you see a mob of media. And I'm going to have to ask my producers, because I didn't see if there's anybody in that circle of media. Did we see? Okay, I'm being told they say that Karen Read's team is underneath those boom mics that Karen Read and her lawyers. Boy, isn't that interesting? So we see the media all crowded around defendant Karen Read and her team, but not filming the O'Keefes and their supporters. Here's what we want to do now. We want to shine a spotlight on John's mother, Peggy O'Keefe, and the resilience and the courage that she's displayed going through these two trials. She was not a witness in the first trial, but she was called as a witness in the second trial, and what she testified to was important. Remember, there was a
well, it's not really surprising that the media is going to flock around Karen. She is the defendant, and she is the only one that really is speaking to the media. So, not really surprising.
When she called you that morning, do you remember the conversation?
Yeah, she said John was found in a snowbank, and I didn't understand, which I said, "What do you mean found in a snowbank?" She said, "They found him in the snow. They don't know what happened." She says he's brought up to the Good Samaritan Hospital. So she says, "I'm gonna come get you and Papa, because I don't want you driving." And I says, we can drive there. We both have four-wheel drives. And she says, "No, I'm coming." So she came to get us. And it took a while to get there because the snow was bad. And in the meantime, I had called one of my nieces to find out, because one of my other nieces worked at Good Samaritan. I just wanted to know if she could find out anything about it. And I just couldn't get a hold of her. So when we get up there, they told us to sit in this room, and they would bring us down shortly. So finally they said, "Okay, you can go down." So we started walking down the corridor, and as I'm walking down, I hear Karen Read yell, "Peg, is he dead? Is he dead, Peg? Peg, is he dead?"
Oh my, doesn't your heart break for her? Let's bring in our guest. Domestic violence expert, former law enforcement officer Claudia King is with us, and the former head of the homicide unit in Norfolk County, attorney Rick Grundy. Claudia, I want to go to you here, please. I know we have to let you go in just a couple of minutes. Tell me, Peggy O'Keefe, your thoughts on her testimony and what the jury took away from it.
What an incredibly strong classy lady. It was absolutely heartbreaking watching her testify. But I think, again, she had some relevant information to provide. And I believe that the jury heard that. I was glad that she didn't have to testify in the first trial. It was heartbreaking. I'm sure it was very difficult for her. But if she plays a role in getting John justice, I think that will go a
Okay, I'm going to silence that. I would be tempted to leave it on, but I believe I would be stealing their content if I left this on. I think it's one thing to leave it on while they're just have a camera in the courtroom, but to leave it on at that point would be stealing their content. So I'm not going to do that. So Mission Hill lady, very generous. If you're still here, this was donated a while ago, but thank you very much. I appreciate it, Mission Hill lady. And Grant Smith Ellis fan. Is it Grant Smith Ellis or Grant Ellis Smith? I will never get that right. I believe there is a racial element. This is bored, unfulfilled, middle-aged, lower middle class white women version of Black Lives Matter. Yeah, I think there's something to that. I don't would stop a little short of saying there's a racial element, but I do obviously it would be in the sense it is in that if Karen was black, this would be very different. So in that sense, there's a racial element, but I'm not sure if I describe it quite that way. But because there aren't any race issues here, there's no white versus black in this case. Everybody involved is white. So. Mark, Kevin, it was great to hear you and Boomer talking about music yesterday. Maybe because I'm older and I just want to make sure that the Beatles are not forgotten. Abbey Road might be the greatest album. So, all right, let's talk about the Beatles. So now I was coming of age. So I went to high school from 1980 to 1984. And the Beatles were not at all on my radar. And I don't think they were on anybody's radar in high school in that era, in the 80s. I was more into, but classic rock was my thing. But we listened to Led Zeppelin, the Rolling Stones. We did listen to, it's interesting. The Rolling Stones were more acceptable than the Beatles, and I don't know why. But we listened to the Doors a lot, was big for us, and then some more contemporary rock at the time. So like Jay Giles Band and things like that. I personally was a big fan of Rush back then. I should have asked Boomer about that too, because he's from Canada, just like Rush. But I was a big fan of Rush. I don't know why there were some bands that I became more appreciative of as I got older, and the Beatles were one of those. I'm still not a huge Beatles fan, but if I listen to the Beatles now, I became more appreciative about how brilliant their music was. And so even the Rolling Stones, I would say, I did kind of like them when I was in high school, but I became more appreciative as time went by. And, Pink Floyd I always liked, but again, became more appreciative as I got older too. Let's see, what are some other groups like that? Yeah, I guess we'll have the music discussion more when Boomer comes back, because Boomer knows a lot more. Has a lot more interest in the music as a musician, and maybe if we get Dave McGrath on, because Dave also plays guitar. And Kate is around if and when we need her. So Kate has the log on for this channel, so she can launch a channel even if I'm dead. So you can launch a show or bring herself in. So it's always up to her when she wants to come in. I'm not going to stay on forever. I'll just come in sporadically. But if someone's here, like Kate or Jen, I will talk to them for a bit. Otherwise, we're going to leave. But we're going to leave the stream going for people so they can chat, and you'll know that we're going to come in as soon as something is breaking on the case. Maggie is a musician and she plays piano and she's a vocalist. Pretty cool. Maybe we'll have to form a Yellow Cottage Tales band and we'll get Boomer on guitar and get Maggie on piano and vocals. Let's see what else we can get. Or if you don't like the name for Yellow Cottage Tales band, we'll come up with something else. Leanna says that out of all the times Karen was interviewed, she never shed any tears or showed any empathy for John. That's not only true, I'll take it one step further. It's clear, very clear, that she is angry at John. Hold on a second. Just got a message from Kate. So Kate was backstage. I didn't know if she actually wanted to come in and talk, because she has the login. She can let herself in whenever she wants. So that's why I didn't pull her in. I didn't want to pull her in if she wasn't in the mood for talking. So she can come in whenever she likes, though. So last night for the Court TV shoot, it was beautiful out there because it was sunset. Sunset's late now, and I love that area in downtown Dedham, all those old buildings there. So we were right across the street from the courthouse, the gorgeous courthouse where Karen is on trial. Courthouse that has a lot of history, including the trial of Sacco and Vanzetti. The stairs that we were on is a different courthouse that we're across, but all these old historical buildings back there, it's beautiful. However, it was cold. It did get cold, especially if you're just sitting there in a shirt and a tie. So during this, I was kind of eager for the show to end so I could just hop in the car, warm up, and get home. But Twisted Sister, that was not my kind of music. But again, even those kind of groups I have more appreciation for now, especially understanding kind of the historical significance of what they were and where they came from. Oh, Boomer's here, so we can talk music. Boomer,
Hey, man.
everybody.
Sorry,
Apparently,
I'm late.
everybody was. That's all right. Apparently, we're talking music now. Apparently, you spawned a discussion of music yesterday that people wanted to continue, and now someone has brought up the topic of Twisted Sister and Iron Maiden.
Oh wow, Twisted Sister, man. Of course, Iron Maiden. Twisted Sister was one of the first records of that style of music that I heard back in the 80s as a youth, as a child. Yeah. One of my best friends, his sister, had that record. She had a couple Motley Crues too, and that was an early one that I got to listen to. When you're that young, pretty much everything you listen to is what your family plays or what you walk past on the radio. So that was one of the first times I put something on. And was like, oh my god, these guys look scary as hell, but oh man,
MTV made certain things like that, So
yes,
Twisted Sister, all of a sudden, this freaky looking guy dressed kind of like a woman, but not at all. Not meant to be. I don't. Oh shit, not a transgender. What is it called? What's a cross-dresser? Is there another word for that? I don't think he was.
That makes sense, man. Yeah, real scary looking, like kind of.
And I don't think he was trying to be a cross-dresser. He was just trying to be alternative, right?
I don't know. I think they were kind of taking the I don't know. They were taking a take off of
transvestite. Yes, thank you, Echo Girl.
Yeah, big time.
Sorry.
So it was sort of like I think it was like a take on what was going on at the 80s in LA at the time. You know, you had the glam rock guys and you had the hair metal guys. And
I think they were in New
dudes
York though. I'm not sure.
They were East Coast. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
And they came walking in. They're like, you know what, man? Like these guys are doing this like teased hair kind of thing. They look like chicks. We're gonna do it, but we're not gonna look pretty. And they came in and kind of. I think it was a bit of a take on what was happening. You know, they
Like
just
shock
did it.
value too, trying to.
Yeah. I mean, and as a kid, I saw that and I was like, what is this dude doing? And he's got like, I think it was like a giant ham bone or something in his hand on the cover.
Yeah. He's a big dude too. So, and he's got that huge hair, makes him look even larger. And I've actually seen him maybe a couple years ago on a podcast or something. He's a very articulate, interesting guy, actually.
Yeah, he is too. He was part of that. Was it the PMRC hearings?
Yes, that's right.
Was it Tipper Gore? This is going back,
Yeah.
guys. Tipper Gore was trying to ban or put warning labels on music, which ended up making kids just have an easier choice with what they wanted to buy. If it had the warning label on it, that was your first choice. You know,
Yeah.
you're not supposed to have it,
that's true.
so we're gonna look for it, right?
Right. Way to just promote those bands, right?
Yep.
But because the reality is they don't care. They were just, people like Tipper Gore were just promoting themselves anyways.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. Anything, well, pretty much anything at the political level is you're just promoting yourself.
Yep.
You know?
Yeah, it's theater. It's right. You're singing to the choir. You know, that was what's going on with that dealy.
Right.
Oh
right,
man.
Right.
Yeah. No,
But
that was a cool band. Very cool band. I like
Yeah.
that. First album.
We're not going to take it, you know, and it definitely hit that high school age, you know, but you know,
Totally.
the actor they brought in that was in Animal House.
Oh,
what are you
you're all
gonna
worthless
do with
and
your
weak.
life?
Yeah, right. Yeah, I think they had him in like 2 videos. They liked him so much. He was cool. I liked him.
Yeah.
Dr.
Yeah,
Russ
that
Limo.
was-
Yeah, I see you there.
Yeah, that was a very entertaining video, and that's enough to make
Yeah.
a band like that. You know, band that's probably been hanging around for, you know, 5 or 10 years, playing in clubs that are very distinctive music style, their own kind of thing. We were talking about that a little bit yesterday, even about, you know, that just even going back to, I was talking about this with Jimmy yesterday too, or on the phone, but you know, shit, what's up? The original, one of the original punk bands from England.
From England?
Back from, and from the 70s. Shit.
Clash.
Sex Pistols, yeah. Sex Pistols, yeah. So it's more than just the music. There's like a whole culture of rebellion, I guess, but that's not always the word. But
an image.
So
they were definitely
an image.
band.
So there's a clothing style that comes with
Yep.
it, and you know, that whole thing. And I think there was a group that was with, you know, kind of similar that Twisted Sister was going after, you know.
Sure. It's punk's one of those interesting products that started in the States and then moved and got more popular in the UK, and then got exported back to the States, and then got more hardcore because of the East Coast. It's a whole thing. There's quite a lineage to it.
The Ramones. I see the Ramones. Someone just mentioned that.
God,
I never actually liked the Ramones, I have to admit. But
I got into them later, to be honest. I didn't like them as much either. But Iggy Pop, in my opinion, other than MC5, Kick Out the Jams, Iggy Pop is your guy. He's the sort of genesis of punk. The Stooges, man. It's pretty much the beginning of it, in my opinion. Good stuff.
And I was never someone that would have been drawn, like, as far as an image and style, I never would have been drawn to, you know, dressing up as that whole punk routine and stuff like that. I'm not trying to knock anybody. I'm just saying myself. Back at that time, I never would have been drawn to that. That was definitely not. In fact, unfortunately, associating with the punk image would have been enough to make drive me away from the music, which is unfortunate.
Oh yeah, sure.
Yeah.
And back then, you'd get punched out too, depending on where you lived, obviously. But like being in the metal back in the day, having long hair, you caught a lot of grief over it. Now it's very normal. But back then, I remember there'd be more than a few older folks. They'd have something to say to you if you had the long hair and all that, right?
So the thing too is, you know, punk was, there was nobody. I grew up in a very kind of poorish working class town in Massachusetts, an old mill town
Right.
called Lawrence. And to be punk, you got to have money.
Okay.
You got to have money to
got you.
buy that to buy that clothing that those guys
And the
wear.
hair dye, the whole nine.
Yeah,
I hear,
yeah,
I
the
can,
whole
I can
thing.
see
You got to
that.
have money. So there was
Sure.
in working class towns, there were
Yeah.
no people that dressed up like punk. Nobody could afford that.
I
So,
could see that, man, for sure.
You know,
For
no.
sure.
So it was, you know, the best you might be able to afford would be some like your Rolling Stones T-shirt, or
Right.
your Led Zeppelin T-shirt. That's it. But to
Yeah.
go out and suit yourself up in leather, there's
Dude, I rocked a denim jacket like a lot of Canadians. I had one of those for longer than I had a leather
I
jacket.
still have a denim jacket. What of it?
It's replete with patches. You know, they got a name for that now.
No,
That
it's not. It's
makes
like a
me feel it.
distressed jean jacket.
Ah.
I used to have a jean jacket with patches. That was more my speed. I liked
Mhm.
the fishnets. I liked a lot of eyeliner, you know.
I think I still have my jacket. It's kicking around somewhere. It's got all the patches. The kids have a name for it now. Saying it makes you feel so old. They call it a battle jacket or something, which I think is that's a little much, guys. It's just a
Sorry.
denim jacket. Come on, man.
I'm just calibrating here
Battle
and
vest,
getting it. I apologize for being late, but I didn't see you last night, Kevin. Did Vinny cut you off?
Yeah, a little bit more than usual. Yeah, it was, but it didn't really make me mad or anything at the time, though. But I think it's more Vinny's looking for a certain style of answer, and so it's I could tell not. And I don't think he cut me off on this one, but on the last question, he asked, "What did I think?" And he had just asked the woman next to me, Rebecca, the same question. But what do we think the crowd reaction was going to be? And I think in this case, what was the crowd reaction going to be? Maybe he was trying to see more on our side if there's not guilty. But I'm not sure. He wanted to know what the crowd reaction was. And I said, I can't predict what the crowd reaction is. I don't imagine anybody doing anything violent, flipping cars or anything like that. I said, but where my mind goes to right now at the idea of a not guilty verdict is, you know, my heart goes with the family, that they don't get justice because they know what happened. They know who's responsible for their son's death, and they're not going to get justice. And then I said, and my heart goes to the victims. I'm sorry, to the witnesses who've been falsely accused. And that will just continue to go on if you don't get a guilty verdict. And I could see on Vinny's face, because he's sitting, you know, 2 stools next to me. He did not want that answer at all.
Why?
You know, well, you can kind of think it through, right? I mean,
No, I know why. I went down there and yelled at him yesterday. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. How did that go?
Unfortunately, Grace Wong got the worst of it because Vinny hid on the steps. But yeah.
So great. I didn't know that, but I'll tell you, I shouldn't. I talked about this earlier without saying her name. So I'm not sure if I should say this because hopefully they don't listen to the channel. So I met Grace for the first time in person last night, and it's almost she took maybe 20 minutes before the show, and she came down and was talking to me. Very, very nice woman. Very, very nice woman. I mean, super nice. And she said, you know, she goes, I would never bring up the case. You know, why would I? And she's like, I got to say, I've been listening to you for a year and listening to your arguments. I'm swayed. I think that you're right on this case. And I think she brought up she said there might still be some doubt about the injuries or something, but no, I think you're basically right. And she shouts, I don't follow the case, but just listening to you. So, and she goes, you know, but don't tell anybody. And she looked up at Vinny and was up on the court stairs. She goes, because we're supposed to be neutral. But
you're not neutral though. That's what I yelled at her about a lot. I was like, you don't care about the victim or the family at all. I didn't know Krowski was there until it was too late. I was like, oh, that's a little embarrassing. But we walked by from dinner and they were talking about 227 and I lost my shit.
What time was this?
Wow.
Probably closer to 9:30.
Oh, so it was after I left. All right. I
Yeah.
20 minutes before that. Yeah.
They're just hanging
So
on
you
that
was
227, eh?
Yeah.
What?
So they were talking about it on the air, and then you heard that on your
I don't think their mics picked me up. I was respectful enough not to like run up there like a crazy person and be like completely ruin their broadcast and be like, Vinny's a piece of shit. I just did it from like 10 feet away.
It's funny actually. So I didn't know how many people would be there. Would there still be people left over from the Karen Reed crowd during the day? And you know, was I going into a hostile situation? But no, not at all. There were several people during the course of the show and before the show that drove by, and all of them shouted out my name in a supportive way, which was surprising to me. And then there was a really nice woman named Patty who after the show came up to me and wanted to take a picture with me, and she said, you know, you always you're spot on the comments on the show. She said, I'm a huge fan. She said, I was driving by and I saw you up there, and I was like, oh, I had to come back and just I wanted to go up and meet you. So no, there was no hostility at all. There was no Free Karen Read People's Show. Oh, and you know who else I got to meet? I'm sitting, this is probably 45 minutes before the show. I'm sitting on a bench in front of the court, and there's this guy across the street who's pulled out a little cell phone or something, and he's taking a video of me. And he puts the camera on me, and I can see him talking, but I don't recognize him. I don't know who he is. You know, he sees me watching him, so he decides to come over. He crosses over the street, and he says, "Do you know who I am?" I'm like, "No." I said, "You obviously know who I am." He goes, "Yeah." He goes, "You know who I am. You just don't recognize me." He goes, "I'm Haley Walbright."
Oh, gross.
No way.
Yeah.
Gross.
Oh, God.
So he said, look, I don't want to discuss Karen Read. I just want to say, whatever you've gone through with your treatments and stuff, I wish you the best. And he was actually respectful. So I saw no point to not be respectful myself. So
that's fair.
Yeah, you didn't want to get into it with him. I get that. I'd want to beat feet, get the hell away from that dude.
He
showed
me
out of that unmolested though.
Yeah.
He showed me pictures of when he had cancer. I don't know what kind of cancer he had, and he lost 100 pounds and stuff like that. So it was a very short conversation. I was standoffish but respectful,
Right.
You're a good man.
What am I supposed to do,
No, I get it.
I just go nuclear. That's what I do. I just yell.
Yeah. I don't have that kind of strength anymore. I mean, even just what little I did yesterday, I was kind of exhausted by the time I got home. So, let's see. Bino says, "Hi, Kevin. You're aware where I stand in the Karen Read case." I actually am not aware where you stand, but I can tell by your comment, I guess. So, but I enjoy your commentary. I'm flicking between channels. The tandem bike rider from Dublin. Oh, okay. All right. The bike rider from Dublin. Yes, I do know you are. Yeah. Okay. Cool, man. Yeah. He sent some pictures. It's like a family tradition on their wedding days, and I think maybe just in his family, I don't know, but so him and his son and his dad and him do like a tandem bike thing out there. So I didn't know that you were actually on the Free Karen Read side, though. I guess that's what you're saying. But you know what? I'll give you total respect for this. People should never live in an echo chamber. So if you're on one side, if you lean towards one side, you should be willing to seek out information from the other side to make sure you're not stuck in some mindset where you're missing evidence because you're only seeing things from one side. So if you are FKR, and I didn't know that, but you're willing to watch on this channel to get the other side, then hats off to you if I had one. I think it's important, whether it's politics, whatever, it's important to at least feel like you have information from both sides.
I agree.
And to be civil too. There's nothing wrong with having a different point of view, man. It's your behavior.
Right. Well, and
that's what I judge. Right. If your thoughts are different, cool beans, no problem.
Obviously, this Haley Walbright character was civil last night, and I responded in kind. But he has been anything but civil since he's joined.
Yeah.
So,
well, I guess it just shows, again, like I say all the time, people tend to be a lot different online than they'll be to your face, right?
Right.
I
mean, he's the one
you don't get that with me. Just to be clear, people, I am the exact same. So if I talk shit to you online and I see you in person, we're either not talking at all. Just don't approach me, because otherwise, I'm not gonna be
right.
I'm not gonna be nice. Kevin's a good person. I am not.
Well, and I do remember that he had somebody take pictures of you and Lindsay with Lindsay's kids on vacation and posted those online, which is
he posted
completely
a report
unacceptable.
that detailed what was an alleged sexual assault. Okay, those are they're confidential by law for a reason. I think the guy's gross. I mean, and I understand, if someone's civil to you, be civil back or whatever. They're just, a lot of these Free Karen Read, I don't want to have a conversation. I went into D&D briefly last night, and they were hassling the kid that works there again, right? No Albert to be seen in the whole freaking shop. Not that it's okay to do it to them either, but they're not even there, and these people are still coming in and bothering them, taking pictures and all that stuff. And I got real loud, real rude, and this lady looks down at her pizza this pizza looks good, and then takes off, right?
Yeah.
And then you can tell outside she's talking to her husband. She's all shook up. I didn't say anything threatening or anything. I said there's a lot of pink in here, and then I threw a slur in the direction. I won't repeat it here because I'm not supposed to use that word anymore, the R word, but I did. And, you know, she was all upset about it. Why are you even there? You know, why are you even there?
James says, Kevin, do you think the jury believes the FBI arrested Proctor and that's why he wasn't there? What do you guys think about that question? What do you guys? I mean, it's an interesting question, actually.
No.
Just the jury, because the jury is, we were talking about this earlier with Jen, that the jury seems to know probably something of the federal investigation, but because they really don't know much, they're forced to kind of speculate and have some odd thoughts like that.
I would think not. I would think not. I mean, Brennan's closing, he did sort of mention Proctor there, and from what he said and what was in the trial, I wouldn't assume that if I was in the jury. No.
Yeah, I think that part of the defense's closing was contingent on this idea that like they could have called her, but they called Proctor rather, but they didn't.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. Thank you, Beth. I don't know who Tony is. By Jen, you obviously mean Jen Coffeneffer, but I don't know who Tony is. Is there someone named Tony that has a channel that's covering this?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Yeah. That's the thing is I actually don't watch true crime, and I don't watch any other channels on this case.
Right.
It's just I just don't. I mean, I watch a lot, and I watch more YouTube than I do TV. I watch sports, and pretty much that's it.
Yeah, me too, man. Me too.
There's something
a lot of tutorials.
Tony Bruschi. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. I'm aware of Tony Bruschi. Yeah. Okay.
I'm aware of him. I actually, I don't really know much about him. I've heard the name.
I've watched a bit of his coverage. Yeah, he's decent.
I watch a lot of science videos, that kind of stuff. That's what interests me. But
my Tony too. God. I'm Dan. I'm Tony. Dan Tony. Oh man.
Do we see how the New York Post made the blogger look so bad, showing John DePietro putting the blogger in his place yesterday in the courtroom steps? So, dude, I didn't hear about it. What happened?
It's just that it's the blogger's trying to, he's trying to goad John into a moment there, right? While he's filming himself, and he's encroaching on John's space, and he's just trying to disrupt what John was doing there. And John, it just doesn't take any of his shit. He starts asking him questions that were not putting the blogger in the greatest of light. And they ran it as a short clip. Well, it might have been part of a longer form, but I saw it as a short clip. New York Post put out there. It's pretty funny. I would recommend watching it. It's short.
Yeah, I'm going to find it. That's awesome that the Post is doing it, because the Post has at one time was really exploiting the free carrying stuff. Remember they had a story on Sean McDonough.
Right. Yeah, no, it was good. I did see that.
So thank you for that voice of reason. So let's see if we can find this. We'll show it to people. That'd be kind of cool. I wonder if John posted it.
Take a look. Yeah, I think I'm pretty sure it's on YouTube too. Let me look here.
I'm going to try Twitter and see if maybe John posted it there.
Yeah, I'd probably be quicker. Oh, there we go. Okay. I'm just going to put it's a YouTube link. I'll put it in the back chat there. The URL for you, if that helps.
Excellent. Thank you.
There you go.
Got it.
Yeah, John just doesn't take it, which was great, man. It was awesome to see. Because he's been haranguing John for a while now. This is the first time.
And John's kind of out there on his own at this point. There's really they're all on the other side bothering him every day. So
and that's the thing, man. It's like it's really easy to be a bully when you feel like you're in the majority, and you've got those numbers. It's so easy now. Let's see how this ages. Let's see how it goes.
And Turtle Boy's whole thing is to hide behind a camera too. like he did when he confronted Tristan last year in Southie. Tristan would have destroyed this guy, but he feels the camera protects him.
You took up there. You did. 227 is false. Your billboard and t-shirt is false. Think of that. Colin Albert is going to sue you for everything you have. You're going to have to give up all your money. Think of that. Colin Albert, we support Turner Boy. So I'm in the middle of the broadcast. So anyway, yeah, we're on here. She was drunk. She was drunk. How great was that? She was drunk, and then she pivoted. She was drunk.
John's actually having fun.
Oh yeah, he is. Good to see.
Checking in. Tom DeRosa's here. Hey, I got a request. Hey, buddy, Cole. 9 years old. Yeah, they're coming. There was no preparation this weekend. What did you do for the weekend? Now that you don't have to prepare anymore.
Yes.
Can you explain why that's important to you?
I think what happened last year with the same verdict form explains that the jurors themselves found it confusing, and it said as much.
What am I walking on?
Overall feeling. I feel well, I feel strong, and the jury will do the right thing.
What are you going to do?
Chose now.
What are you going to do right now?
It's something.
Do you feel more confident with 7 women on the jury?
I don't even know what the breakdown is. Is that what it is?
7 women, 5 men.
Oh, I don't know. Sure you.
Hold it. Stop. Somebody lost their shoe.
That's probably just Tom's CPU under you.
Oh God. Ooh, what a creepy thought, just crawling around down there. And he would. You know he would. Oh man.
So I just sent John the link in case he gets it and he's around. He wants to come on and talk about it. But it's cool. Like he's taking them on and he's like 1 on 100 and he looks like he's having fun doing it. So I love it.
I think so. And good on him, man. John's not taking any shit out there, and he shouldn't.
Yeah.
It's great.
It gets boring if you're like not doing something. I felt that's why I walked into that crowd both times I was in Dedham last year. I walked into their crowd and they all went live and started asking me stupid questions until the state police pulled me out. But it's more fun than just standing around doing nothing. So you go take them on.
Yeah.
That was not live, Glamorous Girl. That was from yesterday.
I'm so sick of seeing things on Twitter about the real killers. Can I just say that? I'm so tired. I don't even understand why this is still going on.
That's mind-numbing. It's mind-numbing.
So this is live now, though. What I have on the screen now. So obviously on the left is not. That's from the trial with Jen. But this on the right, that is live. That's Court TV showing that they've been deliberating for 10 hours and 33 minutes.
Right.
So anybody want to offer any opinion as to where we are here? Is it too early to move even a degree towards mistrial? I mean, Vinny seemed to think it was too early for that. He has a formula where he goes by based on how long the trial was. So the fact that the trial was 7 weeks or something like that, that this is way too early to even be thinking about that. It's what do you guys think?
It might be
sorry.
I was just quickly say this might be the first time I agree with anything Vinny said. I think it's a little too early to be leaning towards that as a worry myself personally. Yeah, I would agree.
Yeah, I think it's way too early, and I think that the fact that we haven't heard from the jury yet it's a good sign because they're obviously not hitting any bumps that they need the judge for. So
right.
I can't believe I didn't consider that. Yeah, that absolutely. Yeah, they haven't. It's been pretty smooth. Yeah. But
so we do have some people that are with the family today that will text me, and I'm sure Kate too, if there's anything going on. So we should hear pretty quickly. I don't think we want to stay on much longer, but we'll leave the channel going, and anything happens, we'll know about it right away. But in the meantime, with the channel going, people can continue chat.
Sounds
Absolutely.
good.
Anything else going on?
No, I mean we're just all kind of hurry up and wait.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. We're all in it together here, waiting.
Yeah.
Yeah. Obviously, just like everybody, I want it to be done. And
Of
but
course.
if there's a mistrial, I'm not going to quit. I'm ready to
No.
continue to fight. Try it in a different way. I think I want to do a video series, because I think what gets lost here is that this is a very simple case.
Yes.
If you really if you cut off all the noise, this is a simple case. The taillight pieces indisputably match to Karen's Lexus. I don't think anybody argues that on either side. So the question is whether or not they were planted. Because if they have to have been planted, or she did it, because they matched to the vehicle and they were found in a debris field near the site, near John's body. So if that's the case, was there a chance? And this is one of the things that really, once I found out where the Lexus was and what time the pieces were found, I was like, there's no time for a conspiracy. Right. So it was either under surveillance in John's driveway or in Karen's parents' driveway, or Karen was in the vehicle up until the time it was towed. And at the time by the time it reaches Canton, the CERT team has already arrived at the 34 Fairview, and they're setting up and they're starting to shovel. So there's just no way that there could have been any planting there.
And the manner in which the taillight pieces were found too, you'd have to be extremely talented to, in that impossibly short period of time that you're pointing out there, to be able to plant it in such a way that it's under layers, and the way it was found in the snow, in the ice, like that would be on a level I've never seen before.
Victoria, would you be offended? This is Victorian Angel. If I say that your comment is stupid, I don't mean to, I want to be respectful, but it's stupid. If I said I expected that there was that a mistrial might happen, that is not to say that I want that. Why would you make that leap? Why would you make that leap that I want there to be a mistrial?
Man.
So that's what I mean, stupid. That's just stupidity.
Well, to be fair, maybe Victoria grew up under power lines. I don't know. It was a thing back then. They used to make housing around the power lines.
No, I think people are upset with hearing. I think that I get nobody wants a mistrial, but we have to look at
that's ridiculous, dude.
likely outcomes here. Just what's realistic.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we can disagree on that, but there was a mistrial last time, so automatic. And part of that was because at least one or two Turtle Riders or FKR people got onto the jury. The jury the pooled contamination was that much more widespread this time compared to last year. So very good chance that someone slipped onto it. And all it takes is one, and you get a mistrial. Yeah. But it's okay with you to disagree with me. And first of all, I've already changed that, because after Hank Brennan's closing, I said I expected a guilty verdict. Now, I was wrong. I actually expected a guilty verdict by yesterday. But even if I did believe that a mistrial was somewhat of a likely outcome, why would you equate that to wanting? That's what I say by stupid. That's just stupid. You don't want to be stupid, do you, Victoria? Nobody wants to be stupid. I don't
Dare
think.
To be stupid.
I mean, it's just, you can't just rush to some kind of judgment like that. I don't want it to be a mistrial. I want this to be over.
Everybody wants this over. Let's be real.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe not everybody, but
Yeah, no, I mean, Turtle Boy might not. I don't know. There might be certain people out there that want to keep the content creation going. I have no idea. And in theory, I could have been like that, right? But I don't. And you shouldn't just jump to that based on the fact that I said is a mistrial. And you so very much want there to be a guilty verdict that you are afraid to even consider the other possibility. So I did not watch Matt Tim. All right. I want to repeat. I don't watch anybody else's show. It's not because I'm not open to it. Once I'm done doing a show, I don't find any entertainment value in it. I want to go do something else. So no, I did not watch Matt Timpianik's show. So please, I did not watch it. I have no idea what he said. I've been on Court TV with him once. He seems like a great guy. I would welcome him coming on and joining us and talking about things. But no, I have not seen his show. I have not seen his analysis. I have no idea what he said.
So loosely, very loosely. It reminds me of that movie where the guy was living in the airport. It's like Karen wants to, constantly be living in that courtroom because it's a day out of jail.
Right.
It's like any motion to delay, just delay. I think she'd be perfectly fine with this going on forever. And obviously she doesn't care what kind of emotional damage that does to everybody else.
Yeah,
Just
obviously.
delay.
I think even she is probably not looking for a mistrial though, because it's just like, I mean, I know it keeps her out of prison technically, but it's a stressful, obviously she just wants to be acquitted, and that's never going to happen.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, the sword of Damocles kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, getting 12 people to agree on an acquittal seems foolish. But
I just don't see it. I don't think it's a crazy take, but I think they're deliberating mostly over whether or not it's going to be manslaughter or murder too. That's what I think. And they're going to want to be sure of that decision, no matter which way they go. They're not going to be flippant about it, and nor should they. Right. So,
and it is possible there is one or two people that believe she's innocent, or just whether they weren't convinced by the case or whether they came in with their minds made up. We can't preclude that. It's just hard to imagine 12 people like that.
Right. Yeah, I can't imagine that at all. No. I don't believe there's one of them that thinks she's innocent. Again, fully biased, but I think it's possible, but I don't think it's very probable. I think they're probably going back and forth over that murder too.
Mm-hmm.
And yet, please take your time. You're weighing out. It's very serious, right? Of course.
Oh yeah, the gravity of that. You're sending somebody. Yeah. You're sending another human being, someone who is probably, at least as far as the jury knows, does not have a history of violence. She's not a criminal. Right. She has no criminal record. Right. And so to send somebody like that to jail for life, the gravity of that, that's a lot of weight on your shoulders.
Exactly.
Hank did such an impressive job with trying to make the case for the second degree charge that I considered it impossible for that. I don't now. I'd still consider it unlikely because I just think to get 12 people to agree on that, it's going to be tough. Just for the reasons I said, there's going to be so much weight that even just an honest juror would want to be so sure about that, but it's not impossible.
Right.
So somebody just said, let's see, Lisa said that Sue O'Connell is reporting that the jury was dressed up, but not sure if we believe her.
Yeah, I saw that. Christina Rex is saying that they're back to like their normal clothes that they were wearing. Loungewear yesterday is how she described it. So it sounds like they're marginally more dressed up than they were yesterday. I don't know though. I mean, I feel like that's reading tea leaves a lot. Sue O'Connell is like way left field most of the time too.
Yeah. It's hard to believe anything she reports. And I don't know. I think the weather makes a difference too. If you have a cooler day, you probably can get people more off. It's a little easier to wear something more, I don't want to say formal, but dressy,
Right.
Oh, Patty is here. The patio I told you guys about. So Patty said it was nice meeting you last night. So great, Patty. It was very nice to meet you too. And I told people about this too on the show, Patty. I said how I met a nice person outside last night who stopped by.
Right on.
Thank you, Patty. All right. So you guys want to put it on pause here, so to speak? We'll just leave the chat running. Or I can, well, you guys can hang in here and keep talking if you want.
Yeah, we can put it on pause for a bit. It's 10:30 now. I'll be around. I'm trying not to go too far today. I really I gotta do some housework today. That is top priority for me. So I'll be close by anyway. If I hear anything, I'll jump right back on. I'll text you, Kevin, before I do. So
you gotta make room for that couch, right?
Yeah. No, you know what it is? It's just like this Karen Reed thing is been like, I got laundry I gotta do. There's just some stuff I gotta do that always gets like pushed off because I've been like so deep into this case going on and everything. And so today, where there's nothing really going on until we get a verdict, I gotta catch up on some stuff.
All right.
Making up a banner. We will be back when something breaks.
Okay.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Kevin.
We'll see you soon. Hopefully very soon. Hopefully very soon.
Yeah, man. I know. All right.
Thanks, guys. Thanks, Boomer. Thanks, Kate. We'll see you all soon.
Okay, guys, so I'm back here because I know that we are hearing that on Twitter there may be a possible jury question. Let me see if I can get something up. Yep, so it's on Twitter right now that there's maybe a jury question. What do you think this question could be? Hopefully it's an actual question and not an impasse. Do you think they want to see Randy one more time? Yep, Christina Rex is now reporting there's a question coming.
I'm here. I'm just kind of sitting here watching.
Oh, I know. It should be up soon.
Right.
If they're reporting it now, that
right.
means they're dragging everybody in.
Looking at text and stuff, and Court TV is usually about 45 seconds behind.
Right.
I can go to NECN, see if they get something going on.
I know, no one's really streaming anymore because the Verdict Watch is a little more niche, huh?
They had it on yesterday.
Oh, did
NBC
they?
Boston. Yeah, NBC Boston, which is NECN. So this is NBC Boston, Sue O'Connell's channel, otherwise known as NECN. They had their truck parked out there last night.
The Reed family is arriving. Let's see what this question is. I'm a little nerve-wracked as to what it could be.
Any chance it's more than a question?
It looks like it's just a question. Yeah, it's not a verdict.
question. Can we have drinks with our lunch?
Right. I mean, I think maybe we'll be able to gauge where they're at by the question. Maybe, I don't know. I have no idea, but
Yeah, we're always trying to read those tea leaves like that. It doesn't often turn out to be in this or other trials that I've looked at when a question turns out to be all that, but maybe.
Want to know.
It'd be funny if the question was about the jury form.
yeah, that would be kind of ironic.
Oh God, can we have more boxes for guilty? That'd be nice. Good.
Well, that would be one thing too, is if they have reached the point where they're filling out the jury form, that could be an indication.
That could be. Yeah.
That's true.
Jolie says, am I mistaken? Doesn't the jury clock stop when there is a question? I don't know. Do you guys know the answer to that?
I don't know. The jury clock, is that really a thing?
I don't know.
Yeah,
Or is it
that's
just
not our
like-
actual thing inside the courtroom now.
Right. I didn't think so.
Oh, there we go.
Incoming.
Oh God, not a Lessie. Oh, let's see. Comes running in there with his nitrile gloves.
Yeah, it's a little nerve-wracking, huh?
Yeah. A little bit. A little bit.
So I just have from a source with the family that there is a jury question.
Yeah.
Boomer, somebody in chat earlier, right before you came on, was saying they play she says she plays the piano and does vocals. So,
oh, nice.
We just need a couple more pieces and we could have a band. I said the YCT band, but then again, we have to probably give her different names. So we have different channels involved here. So you guys come up with a name, but you can play lead guitar. We'll have to get bass guitar and a drummer.
There we go.
The Kevin Lenahan Experience is a pretty good band name.
There you go. Yeah, I like that. I like that.
Kate can do the mixing.
Yeah,
I don't know. I hear Kate can sing.
No, you've never heard that.
No?
No.
Well, Kate will bring a little rap into it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, no, I am one of the South Shore's premier MCs for sure.
Nice.
You just call the band I Hit 'Em.
Yeah.
Oh, brutal.
Oh, hold on. I'll be right back. I'm on a phone call.
Oh, this is mental. What's going on? Don't spew, dude. Kate on the ones and twos. I picked up a tiny, maybe two people know what this is out there, but I picked up this tiny little controller, right? And it's got two little platters on it. So it's like a USB controller that scratches audio samples. So it kind of mimics the old turntable setup. And I got one of the little cheapy ones. It's like, it's kind of like a musical fidget spinner. Like I'm not trying to get good. I'm way too old to be like, I'm going to come out as a, DJ, right? But they're fun, Kevin. They're fun. You can take any audio clip and just, beep, beep, beep. It's good, cheap fun, I'm telling you. Due to buy,
I guess the O'Keefe's just left a couple of minutes ago, so
right.
I don't. So not to expect anything big just at the moment.
Deb Lewis, his verdict, I think, will be.
We have
lots
movement.
of stuff to go. Yeah. I agree.
Please be seated. Court is in session. Excuse me. I was just informed that somebody just left.
I was just informed that some of the O'Keefe's just left. Is what they just told the judge. We could hear it.
So, counsel, why don't you come on up?
What is going on?
I don't know, man.
And it's true that the O'Keefe's are not there, but the Reeds are.
Right.
Sue kind of looks like Grant from that angle.
Which is ironic because they're like mortal enemies at the courthouse. Yeah. Oh man. Oh, it just paused. I don't know if that's on your end or.
Oh shit! Yeah, I don't know why. I didn't touch it, but I got it going again. I don't know why I paused.
Oh, we have somebody with us.
Hey, what's up, dude?
Friend.
It's actually got a real camera on. If you guys want to shuffle me down, it would probably be good.
I don't know if there's a way to shuffle that.
There it is.
I think. Yeah, I think if you throw me backstage, there you go. Yeah, then he pops up. There you go.
No, he's good. We're good.
Yeah, probably.
I'll move myself down too.
Yeah.
What's up, duder?
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Hey, Matt.
Yeah, man.
Yep.
How's it going, dude?
Good to have you back, man.
I haven't been here. Thanks. I wonder what this question is.
I don't know. I'm not.
No kidding, dude.
I mean, I think it's strange that they didn't have a question yesterday. Because that's kind of telling. Like, are they looking at the evidence? Are they accepting everything? Which is really bad for Karen Reed if that's the case. But it should be telling.
Yeah, I think given the gravity, they're carefully weighing it.
Bob, I can't do this. I can't do this.
Oh, Jesus.
Is Karen smiling?
Oh,
She is. She looks pretty happy.
Boomer, you better be careful what you say about Alessi. I hear he still works out in the ring a couple of 2 or 3 times a week.
Oh,
I guess he's a boxer.
Yeah, that'd be scary. Scary Mason. Ah, man. I would I wouldn't want to tussle with him, dude. He probably bites.
He'll put you to sleep first, then he'll knock you out.
Right. Yeah, no kidding. No kidding. His powers of ridiculousness.
Do they have the question right now?
I don't know.
I just, like, what the hell could they even be talking about if they don't know anything?
Looks like the O'Keefes are coming back in. Oh, this is awful for them.
Council, what I'd like to do is I'm just going to read the questions to you now. So please take your seats. So I'm going to read the questions. I'm going to have them marked. Then I will take a short recess, let you all talk about it, and then come back.
Thank you.
So, all right. So I received 3 questions from the jury. The first one is, they appeared on note cards, so that I don't know what order they came in, but this is the order I got them. This is the order I'm going to read them. What is the time frame for the OUI charge? Offense 002, Section 5, OUI at 12:45 or OUI at 5 a.m.? The second, are video clips of Karen's interviews evidence? how can we consider them? And the third, does convicting guilty on a subcharge, example offense 2 number 5, convict the overall charge? So I will give you some time to consult. I think the first one, I'll hear from you as to what the time frame is, and I don't need to hear from you now. That's pretty clear cut what they're looking for. The second one are video clips of Karen's interviews evidence. How can we consider them? Well, we know they are evidence and they can give them whatever weight they want. I would also be inclined to give a humane practice instruction, and tell me if you want the digital evidence instruction. It's a little awkward because it would be something like, before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the person who appeared in the communication was in fact Karen Read. So think about that when you, when I come back out. But I think it's appropriate to give a humane practice instruction, and also tell me what you think about what to say about the weight. The third question is a little bit more, I think, unclear as to exactly what they're looking for. Does convicting guilty on a subcharge, example offense 2 number 5, convict the overall charge? What I'm proposing, I gave you both a verdict slip where I included the language. I know yesterday I said they have to be read hand in hand, the jury instructions with the verdict slip. I've incorporated the language from the jury instruction into the verdict slip. I've given each side a copy. When I come out, I'd like your input on whether you think this is appropriate. I would instruct them, as I did before, that they start at the top and work their way down. That's the only thing I did not specifically put in here, but I think it takes it step by step, an analysis to do it. So how much time does the defense want to be able to respond to me?
Perhaps 15 minutes.
Okay, and the Commonwealth?
That will suffice.
Okay, so it's 7 past. Why don't I come out at 25 after, give you 20 minutes?
Thank you, Your Honor.
That doesn't sound like they're pondering an acquittal.
It also doesn't sound like they're pondering a very meaningful charge either.
Right. Which is, we have another idiot jury. They don't know. Like, that question doesn't even make sense. Charge number 2, number 5, like, if you're guilty on that, it finds you guilty for the main. What? Kevin, I think you're on mute, or I can't hear you.
Sorry.
I can't hear him either.
You know what? I was muted. Sorry about that. The lawnmower was going by. Yeah. So for what I said, this is bad news for Karen, and it seems to me that they're debating aspects of the manslaughter charge. They're definitely not looking at acquittal. But what is 2-5? I'm going to look this up because I think somebody sent me this yesterday.
It's just OUI.
Yeah.
That's a joke.
Well, to be fair,
they're-
it doesn't mean that they're only considering the OUI.
Right.
They could be needing clarification.
They decided on that one. Yeah.
OUI is a part of the manslaughter charge. So
right.
All right, I'm going to pull this up on the screen. All right, let me pull this right up. We can make sure I have the right one.
What was the first question again? I can't remember that one.
It was
What's the time frame for
OUI.
OUI? Is it
Oh my
12:45 or 5:45, Phil?
All right, so
Why does
here
that
is the
even
verdict
matter?
slip for manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. Part 5, guilty of lesser included offense, operating under the influence of liquor. operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of. So I guess the question would be this: can you be convicted of the lesser included of operating of just? Could they convict her of just driving under the influence of alcohol?
I think that's their
Without-
question. Yeah.
Yeah, that's number
Yeah,
5,
but
right?
But that's also part of the manslaughter question.
Right.
Well,
That's why they're confused.
isn't
I
number
would-
5 only OUI? Number 5?
That's the way I read it.
So that would be only OUI, and then the manslaughter one is number 2. So it sounds like they have decided on number 5, in my opinion.
Yeah. Which is outrageous.
And then they're asking for the time frame, so that's the one that they're debating right now. Like, that's so stupid.
Which is
She was
confusing because she
0.08.
clearly wasn't. She wasn't driving at 5:45. We know that. We know that other people were.
Oh. I mean, we have another idiot jury. So where's she's
So,
you know.
did I get this right? That there was a blogger that put out a statement saying that there would be breaking news at 11, then at 11 on the dot, this comes through. Now, not to get like too conspiratorial myself, but if I knew a fix was in, I probably wouldn't say it. But if I was an idiot, I might. So, for instance, if you knew this was going to happen and you told people prior to it happening, and it doesn't make much sense unless somebody's compromised or pressured. That's a weird thing to say before 11.
I don't like these questions at all.
So
Like,
the
I
other
mean,
one was about how to
clearly.
weigh the clips.
Yeah, she said that she wasn't lucid. She shouldn't be driving on the highway, and she shouldn't be driving at all. Like, I mean, come on.
Well, so that's
Plus, they have the data. Like, OUI is not even a question. Like, it's idiotic that they're even asking about this.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
It's frustrating because it's like, all right, they spent like all this money and all this time for a bunch of fucking idiots that don't even know what OUI is when she admitted it in this blood alcohol. Like, it's so stupid. Ugh, I hate this country.
Yeah, she's gonna get off.
I mean, I don't understand how you can look at this and be like, if we choose 5, that makes her guilty of everything. Like, I think it's very easy to understand the slip. And 12 people can't figure this out. They have to ask the question. Like, it's like we have a bunch of idiots.
Or there's one idiot and
That's
they're
arguing with the rest of them.
trying
Yeah.
to quiet them up with, okay, fine. We'll ask the question the way
Yeah,
you're
I was
asking
just gonna
us.
say that.
We can't
Right.
explain it to you. You're not listening. We'll push this through to the question. We'll get that question back if that satisfies.
And there could
That
be some horse
it
trading
also.
going on in there too. So
Yeah. Yeah.
I just
I don't see how you can't see a collision with the tech stream data, the tail light, the debris fields, and the man's not moving right after it. How do you say no collision? That makes 0 sense.
His poor family.
I mean, people are saying think positively, but like these questions are all about the goddamn OUI, which I feel like is like you're an idiot if you don't know that she had an OUI. Like, why is it's
thing
just
to
like
agree on.
frustrating. They're not even asking about anything else. Ugh. Like that's the one that they're arguing. Like, come on now. I'm never going back to Massachusetts again after this. You know what I was thinking? Like, I don't know. So when AJ in the closing argument was like, she was waiting outside the house and like, whatever, she got mad. There was no evidence ever to support that. But I don't even think I don't think that Hank played any of those clips where she says that. Did she? Did he? Because it's like, that would just mean nothing to them. Because without that information, like, what the hell do they think happened? And that's easily disproven. I mean, I think that the clips where she's saying I wasn't lucid when I drove on the highway, I think they're probably arguing about whether that is enough to say that she had an OUI, because the instruction said like she doesn't actually need to be over the legal limit. It's just, you know. But like, come on.
Yeah, without being in that room and seeing how they're deliberating and what they're saying, it's easy to lean towards an inference, right? Like, oh man, they're right off the rails. I mean, it's not looking great, but time will tell. So it's got to be patient. Jurors could be terrified of them. Yeah, absolutely. They could be.
I think there's still a chance that they could be discussing the involuntary manslaughter and then whether or not to add the OUI to it. Maybe that's being a little hopeful, but because it could be one juror that's kind of a holdout, someone on the other side where they're not quite prepared to go towards even the manslaughter.
Right.
The involuntary manslaughter without the OUI, if my understanding would be a pretty limited jail sentence, prison sentence. So. It's the OUI manslaughter that ends up with a very significant prison sentence.
As someone in the comments said that they could be thinking M2, and that was my original thought, was that, you know, she should be pushing out that she was drunk, because that gives you less knowledge of what was going on at the time, right? Like less for like intent or whatever. So like, I mean, that could be the thing that they're saying. I don't even think she was drunk. You know, I'm trying to give it a positive spin, but you never know. Well, that's the thing. Thinking, no, she was lucid and she did it on purpose. You know,
maybe.
I mean, Scoots, we're not crying. We're not the family. The family would be crying.
Yeah, good point.
Right? Like, we're not crying.
No.
It's quite dry-eyed right now.
You really know how to cut to the bone, Scoots. Ow.
I mean,
again, just so
they could've
everybody
already
knows,
checked the box.
I have a diehard rule. Very few rules in chat, but one of them is do not post in all caps. So if you're doing that, you're going to get a timeout. Imagine if everybody posted in. I mean, imagine if everybody posted in all caps. You're basically saying your opinion is worth more than anybody else's. So just don't do that. You can use caps on a word, but not on a whole post. You just can't. Sorry, that's the rule.
I mean, it could be that they've already selected the manslaughter OUI and they're like, do we select this too? Or they just selected M2 and they're like, do we also, like, they don't realize that it's like a menu of options. Like,
yeah,
it's not pick one. But I feel like that's so clear. I mean,
Well, Jack, you're wrong. She'll never be found innocent. I've said that from the beginning. You're never found innocent. So that
I mean, even these questions that came in today don't point towards, oh, any minute now acquittal. I mean, no.
Unfortunately, if they only find her guilty of driving drunk, it really doesn't clear the witnesses who've been falsely accused.
Right.
That's what sucks.
Oh, Sylvia Pepe has a interesting comment here. There's no OUI charge on offense 1 slip. Murder 2, maybe they're convicting her of murder 2 and wondering if convicting her of OUI will also convict on manslaughter, which I think is pretty similar to what you said there too, Matt. So
I can easily say that she'll never be found innocent, Jack, because she won't. You're found guilty or not guilty. You're not found innocent. It's not a thing.
welcome to America.
Yeah, so like actual moral culpability versus legal responsibility are two very different things. But
yeah, I don't know where you're gonna go, Matt, because it's not so good up here either when it comes to the old justice system. It's definitely for sale. It's you can buy it up here too. The media apparatus might not be as baked in because of the lower population and all, but yeah, it's just as wacky here, man. It's I have to build a rocket ship or something at this point, dude.
I think it's easy for an effective defense team to muddy the waters, and that just makes it harder for so many people to apply critical thinking and get their way through it.
Right.
This is, kind of why I always wanted to keep the prosecution on this simple. That if you keep it simple, there's less to debate. There's less room to muddy the waters. And I think for the most part, Hank did try to do that. But I mean, it always could have been a little simpler. Just show show that timeline that shows evidence could not have been planted.
I mean, I kind of think that they have to say, I think they're going to come back pretty quick after this is answered. I think they're just deciding which boxes to check. Maybe they already have one checked and they're like, do we check this too? And maybe that's the argument is like, we already said OUI manslaughter. We don't have to check it again. Maybe that's the argument.
Right.
Which they didn't even ask that question properly if that is the question. So they are idiots.
I think it sounds like they're gravitating towards OUI.
Really? No,
Yeah,
don't say
I know.
that.
I don't need to Debbie Downer. I know, but I feel like
It does seem like that. Although, we shouldn't probably rush to judgment because we don't really know. But yeah, it does seem like that.
I just know she's gonna be on the front of every women's magazine, like, I fought the system and I won.
Oh God.
She's probably gonna have her own her own show on Fox News every night.
Oh, ew. Don't say that. Now it's getting
Wow,
dark.
dude. Yeah,
The
really.
Karen
God.
effect.
Oh my God. That's some nightmare fuel. Co-anchor with Politan. Oh, you sicko. Wow, that's dark. Oh no.
Oh.
That's rough. Who said that? Independent thinker. Oh, you're evil. Evil. Someone on the Bedwettero says someone on the jury doesn't think the videos are evidence, or they're not sure.
Right. I don't know why you would think the videos are not evidence. They would put in there evidence.
I
What the
don't
hell do
know
you think
why
they
you'd have to
are?
ask if she was drunk. Yeah, I don't. A lot of this doesn't make sense.
I mean, there's statements, and a jury has to decide whether they're truth statements or not, whether they're meaningful statements or not, what the statements mean.
Okay, we have L. Lambert says so much reasonable doubt in this case. I would love for you, L. Lambert, to tell me how you figure the tail light exploded, why it's embedded in John's clothing, why his phone stopped moving right after her rear backing up trigger event. I mean, how did that all happen? Just that was a random coincidence, all of it.
It does sound like there's a free Karen Reed on the jury, because they do reject all of her statements. They're like, I don't care what she said. It doesn't matter.
Right.
And so, them trying to reject the videos, that sounds like a free Karen Reed. Because, how can you reject someone's statements on video? Doesn't make any sense.
So they concede that. I'm just assuming is that what you mean? Jailbreak 74 because there was an accident. She hit a vehicle that wasn't damaged or what? And he stopped moving and died on the front lawn after she hit something else that flew into his arm and embedded into his clothing. That's a stretch.
That's the thing. At 5:07 a.m., her light is missing, and there was no pieces of her car found ever on Earth except around a body. So, I mean, there's no question that there was an interaction.
Right. So how can he say no collision?
All right, so I will hear you on the first question, the time of the OUI. Any suggestions?
Your Honor, do you want to hear from the defense first?
I'll hear from you're standing up, so I'll hear from you first.
Okay. On question number 1, what is the time frame for the OUI charge, offense 002, section 5, OUI at 12:45 or OUI at 5 a.m.? Our suggestion would be something along the lines of, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have the evidence. It's your decision.
You are the fact finder.
You're the fact finder.
Mr. Brennan, or whomever from the Commonwealth?
My suggestion would be 12:45.
And why is that?
The case has always been focused at that time. I don't think there's anything specific in the indictment though regarding the time.
Do we have the indictments?
No.
If it's not in the indictment, I'm uncomfortable telling them a time.
I'm sorry?
If it's not in the indictment, I'm uncomfortable telling them a time.
Understood.
All right.
I agree with the court on principle. I just don't have the indictment memorized, so I don't remember. If we can pull that up.
There's no time? I don't expect that there's any time to be.
All right,
found.
so I'll say you have the evidence, and remember, you are the fact finders, or something to that effect. All right. Are the video clips of Karen's interviews evidence? How can we consider them? So I'll tell you what I was planning on saying, then you can add to it.
Sure.
Yes, the videos are evidence. Give them whatever weight you think is appropriate to give them. And then I would give the digital evidence instruction and the humane practice instruction.
The only thing I would respectfully ask the court to include in that sentence is give them whatever weight, if any, you deem appropriate.
All right.
If any.
Okay.
Thank you. Otherwise, it's fine.
Okay. What's the Commonwealth's position?
We have a different perspective on that.
Okay.
The first part of the question, are the video clips of Karen's interviews evidence? The answer should be yes.
Okay.
How can we consider them? I think it's fair to say you should weigh the defendant's statements as you would evidence. Since they've been introduced substantively, they are like any other piece of evidence. There's no difference, and there shouldn't be any reflection of a difference in the answer. We didn't introduce any evidence in this case and say you should give it any weight, if any at all. We didn't provide a limiting instruction in any way, and these shouldn't be so limited. This is just like a photograph. It's no different than a physical piece of evidence. And so I think the answer should simply be yes. You should weigh the defendant's statements as you would any other piece of evidence. I do not think the court should give humane practice or digital evidence. It suggests that there's some deterioration or further analysis that is different. Those instructions were already given during the charge. In addition, those instructions are in their hand in the written jury instructions. And so, to put it most simply, as I think that we should, is this is a piece of evidence, and you weigh it like you would any other piece of evidence, whatever they decide, rather than give them guidance to curtail it or to limit it in any fashion.
My only suggestion, Your Honor, is that every single piece of evidence that's provided to them, it's in keeping with Massachusetts laws, in keeping with the responsibility that they have. Every single evidence is given the weight, if any, they deem appropriate. That is not a misapplication of the law. I think the Commonwealth's suggestion suggests in the answer that they should or they have to give those statements weight, and the law is they don't have to give them any weight. So I think the appropriate comment by the court is exactly as the court suggested initially, which is you give it whatever weight, if any, you deem appropriate.
All right. So what I'm going to say is, yes, the videos are evidence. You should weigh the defendant's statements as you would any other piece of evidence and give them whatever weight you deem appropriate. But first, then I'll go and I'll read the electronic communications and the humane practice. That covers it.
If the, I don't have a principled objection to it if the court adds the word "if any."
I understand.
Because every single, I don't want them to think, for instance, the way that it's worded as the Commonwealth suggested it, they have to weigh it the same way they weigh other pieces of evidence. Every single piece of evidence is weighed in and of itself. It's individual to the piece of evidence that's presented. For instance, they could weigh the statements by Ms. Reed. They could give it no weight. Each individual juror could decide, I'm going to dispatch it altogether and give it no weight, while giving another piece of evidence, like whatever that might be, the testimony of one of the ARCA witnesses, complete weight. I think that we need to stress that the clips bear no additional weight, no additional gravity than anything else that they've considered. And the only way to do that is very simply, you give this the weight, if any, that you decide is appropriate. It doesn't, I think, comparing it and contrasting to other pieces of evidence in the case, it's unnecessary, and it tends to suggest they have to give it weight.
Okay. So your objection's noted. Now let's get to the third one. Does convicting guilty on a subcharge, example offense 2, number 5, convict the overall charge? What do you want to say, Mr. Jackson?
Your Honor, I appreciate the effort that the court went to amend the verdict slip as it relates to count 2, and I think there are some excellent suggestions by the court in the verdict slip. By and large, I think question number 3 is answered by the amendments in the verdict slip. So we certainly could say something like, does convicting guilty, the question was, quote, does convicting guilty on a subcharge, example offense 2, number 5, convict the overall charge? The answer is no, obviously. And perhaps we could formulate an answer that says something along the lines of, no, new verdict slips have been provided that will make it more clear, or something of that nature. As well as a decision of guilty on the OUI charge 002, number 5, is an explicit acquittal on the higher charges in offense 002, which is a proper statement of the law. And then there are suggestions that we have regarding the edits that the court has made to the verdict slip. And I'm happy to go over those with you and put those on the record.
Okay, go ahead.
With regard to going from the top to the bottom, just under number 1 reads, not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included offense. We would propose that the court add the consistent language that it's added throughout the verdict slip. If you, quote, if you find the defendant not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included offense, comma, stop and sign the verdict slip, period. That's the only place that that language doesn't appear, and I think it should appear.
Okay.
The second is a relatively minor issue. However, under number 2, sub 2, the parenthetical check one or both of the following, I think it should say, just to clarify it further, if guilty, comma, check one or both of the following.
All right, I think I'm going to leave it because it appears only under the guilty.
It appears only on?
Under the guilty. So go ahead, I'll hear you further.
Going further, going under number 3, toward the bottom of the page, in the parenthetical that the court suggested, which we find is excellent, if you find the defendant guilty of the lesser offense of involuntary manslaughter, we would simply add that clause.
So we'd have to add it in all of them.
Correct.
Which makes sense. I think
Correct.
we had it in the first one.
Right.
Okay.
And then moving to page 2, at the top of the page under sub 4, again.
Hold on 1 second.
Of course.
Okay.
We had the same suggestion. It appears that the court is not inclined to give it. If guilty, check one or both of the following, and there's a typo. It says the parenthetical
We
says
fixed it.
check one of. Okay.
Yes, so we changed of to or.
So my only suggestion to that would be to, again, add the if guilty, comma, check one or both of the following.
Okay.
On that page, going down to the bolded parenthetical, same thing. If you find the defendant guilty of the lesser offense of motor vehicle homicide.
Okay.
Moving down under sub 5, the
We still
OUI.
need to say stop and sign the verdict slip.
Right. After the word stop and sign the verdict slip.
Yep.
And then under sub 5, again, the same thing. We just suggested that for consistency that it say, if guilty, check one of the following of the both. And the final edit would be in the final parenthetical, the last sentence. If you find, I think her should be
Yeah.
changed to the defendant. If you find the defendant not guilty on this offense and all other offenses, check the first box on page 1.
Okay.
And those are the edits that we have suggested for the verdict
All
slip.
right. Mr. Brennan?
I don't have any disagreement with the edits.
Okay.
The idea of instructing them on the nuance of selecting one guilty or not guilty, I don't think needs to be explained. I think that the edits, this proposed instruction explains it. Yes.
All right. What
I don't have any issue with if you state, if you decide on a lesser included offense does not include the earlier offense. And I'm not sure of the exact language that can be used. I don't think that's necessary, but that is something I wouldn't have an objection to. But I think the form that you filled it out with the edits is going to be sufficient for them to follow.
What do you think about the defendant's position that if you were to find her guilty of operating under the influence, Mr. Jackson said explicit acquittal. I don't like that language. I think if you find it, it means you have found her not guilty of each of the others.
That would be fine with us.
I think it's better if you find her guilty of any lesser included offense, it would not include the higher offense.
All right.
I think that's just confusing.
So what I planned on doing was bringing them out and giving them each a copy of the amended verdict slip, explaining that it really is consistent with the jury instructions I gave them, but walking them through it. So we start from the top and then explain, if you find the defendant guilty, you're done. Stop, sign the verdict slip, and let the court officer know you have a verdict or something.
I prefer that.
I think I'll walk them through it like we do in civil cases.
I don't have any objection to that. The only other thing is the digital instruction.
Yes.
We don't believe that it's necessary. I don't think that we should re-emphasize that, and we're not asking for it. That
All
would
right,
be-
so you're waiving it?
We're waiving it.
Okay.
Yes,
All
thank
right,
you.
I will do humane instruction, humane practice instruction. So I need 5 minutes, and Tori, your computer, to amend this if we can, and we'll make copies, so we'll bring them here as well. Let them know that we'll be bringing them in shortly, Tony. All right, thank you.
Rise.
Okay.
I really don't understand what's confusing. Like, are these people idiots?
I don't know. I don't know.
It's-
I have some other people texting me with some confusion, but
I mean, maybe that's how they should select a jury. Just be like, can you figure out this goddamn very simple form that I could give to a second grader?
Good point. Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. Check 1 if you understand this form. Check 2 if I should kick your ass out.
Jesus.
Yeah.
I mean, at least there's some. There's not really any closure to the family, unless I was going to say at least this part of it is over. But I mean, because I'm assuming it's over.
Yeah, and then begins the civil. How long are those trials usually?
Oh,
This-
civil
uh,
cases take a long time.
They take a long time. Okay.
I mean, I can't even wrap my brain into a way where I don't understand that slip, because it's like they're asking the one that says OUI only. If we check that, does that convict her of the other charges? Like the other one says manslaughter and then OUI under it. Like, what?
I know. Also, something to be considered too. We don't know in what order, and especially we don't know what the time frame when these questions were put forth. Like, okay, write this question down. We want to ask the judge. There's no way of telling if they were to hold off. Let's say day one, the question about OUI came up, but they weren't going to bring that to the judge, right? Because it was one small question. They had other matters to discuss and argue over or deliberate. We don't know how much importance that's going to play right now. It might have been more pertinent yesterday. I'm not sure. So not knowing the timeline, not knowing where they're at when these questions were asked, it's hard to gauge this too. But life is chaotic, so I'm just gonna basically just reserve myself to that fact. We really don't know what's going on, and there's no reason to panic. We'll know soon enough.
Well, this isn't our lives. I mean,
No.
that's the thing.
No,
I feel terribly for his family, who must just already be devastated here.
Exactly.
I mean, all murderers in the country should move immediately to Massachusetts, because clearly we can't convict anybody, even with a mountain of evidence. So if that does happen. So, I mean, I think they might. I think they might just be arguing about whether to also check the number 5, and that they also they've already decided on either M2 or manslaughter.
Well,
That's
no.
my
Very
hope.
possible. Very
the
possible.
victim. The verdict will probably be within the hour, if that's what they're doing, and they're just looking for clarification. If it goes over that,
Right.
then they still could be considering other charges.
Right.
But I think that's a real possibility that she may walk.
No.
Listen, you just gotta be realistic about it. It's what it is.
I mean, well, the time frame question makes me think that, because the manslaughter obviously happened at a certain time, so they know what time they're talking about there, and so
Right.
that's why maybe the number 5 is confusing. I'm trying to hold out hope.
That's possible. So, yeah, the time frame question was weird. I know, guys. We're stop it, but I'm not a denial type of person. We just
No,
don't know. That's true. We just don't know.
exactly. We don't know. And think of this too. You imagine that you're on the verge of upchucking your breakfast. You're all twisted up in knots, and then they come back with murder too. You're going to feel silly. Don't go through that.
No matter what,
everything's on the table.
The verdict is the verdict.
Exactly.
It doesn't change reality.
No.
There's
It'll be
no
what it'll be.
amount of anything that can do that. It's more just my heart is just with his family, because they've been through so much.
Yes. Yeah.
I am not bedwetting.
What?
I'm sorry. Somebody said, let's stop bedwetting. I am not bedwetting. I'm all right, Lisa Marie. I'm good. Excuse me. Right. That's what I said. The other day is that Hank being able to go over the results of a very lengthy, thorough investigation and be able to stand up in open court and tell his family what happened, as much as anyone will ever know, is something for sure.
And that truth doesn't go away. Over time, it can even gain more traction. I mean, ideally, it would gain as much traction as it's going to now. That would be great. But still, more people are waking up. They know what happened.
Someone said, yeah, wait until the verdict until you lump in with OJ. Let's do that.
Mm-hmm.
It just would be unfortunate. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm an insane pessimist, and I'm saying don't flip out. So, I mean, come on now.
I have faith. I think that they are just trying to finalize the slip, and number 5 they're confused about because they already selected it on manslaughter. Like, that's my position.
Yeah.
I agree with everything that everybody said, and I can just add to it. You know, it is possible that you have 10 jurors that believe that she's guilty of, for example, OUI manslaughter, and 1 or 2 jurors are holding out, and they just use this question to kind of humor them. Depending on what answer they get, they may just continue further deliberating on this. But I think, as Kate said, if it's the case that they really just get this clarified and they're going to come back with an OUI and that's it, we'll probably know within the hour. And if it goes on longer, we'll know that there's something more going on, that they are debating the manslaughter charges, or possibly even the second degree, I guess.
And that's correct. Yeah, if it was not guilty, there would be no questions. That's right. Acquittal is not happening.
But she'd be very happy with just an OUI.
Oh, yeah, she would.
Yeah, I mean, anybody would in that case, you know.
Right, right. I wonder if the clips that they're looking at are related to the OUI and it's related to the time question. Is there a way to tie all? I don't remember what's in those clips, but is there a way to tie?
She explicitly said I wouldn't have been driving at 12:45 or whatever she said in the morning, January 29th. Like, she explicitly said that.
I think that the time question
confuses me. Yeah.
It's like, I think it's because they're like, well, OUI manslaughter, that happened at 12:30, so this must be when she was driving in the morning. That's why there's a second charge. I think that maybe that's the argument, because I don't understand the time frame charge other than that would be why, right? Because they already got her on manslaughter at 12:30.
And there's also the implication that she possibly could have gone home and because she was upset, drank more, and this is what affected the blood alcohol level test. So they could be saying that she was drunk when she drove out looking for John and went to Jen McCabe's. And that's when, and of course, now the testimony earlier was that she drove fine and that she didn't seem visibly intoxicated at the waterfall. But later on, when she's at Jen McCabe's, Jen wouldn't let her drive. Now, that could have been just because she was hysterical, but you could also make the case that that's because she was drunk. And there was some evidence that the other people thought she was drunk. So, I mean, could they be looking at that?
I think it's hard to ignore the amount of alcohol that she admits to drinking. Well,
yeah, you'd have to, they had that on the tab. They have that on the video camera showing her drinking it. But I guess you could, in theory, make the case that the drinks were watered down or they were only giving her half shots or something. I wouldn't make that case. I'm just saying someone could hypothetically make that case, To me, in order to make the case that she wasn't drunk at that time, you'd have to buy into 2 things. You'd have to buy into the fact that they were pouring weak drinks, and you'd have to buy into the fact that she went home and drank more. And that's too much for me to buy into. But I know that someone that is a daily drinker and is in their 40s, has been doing it all their lives. Someone like that can drink and handle themselves and not seem drunk. So to me, I wouldn't find it at all odd that she didn't seem drunk at the waterfall and was able to essentially drive to 34 Fairview normally, not swerving all over the road or anything like that. And yet later on seemed more drunk when she picked up Jen because she was hysterical at that time. But for someone who doesn't know that kind of drinking, they may not understand that.
Yeah, no, you don't get your sea legs being a teetotaler. Not at all. That's experience doing it.
Functioning alcoholic. Yes, correct.
Yep.
Somebody said in chat. Yep. In any of those clips, was there a point when she describes herself as being intoxicated? For instance, when she's in a drive or at the scene, and does she use that as an excuse to explain her behavior? Does she ever, any of those clips, does she ever do that?
She'll cop to buzzed. That's as far as she'll go.
Mm-hmm. And then she wouldn't drive on the freeway or whatever.
And she shouldn't have been driving. Like that was like the big then. Like she wasn't lucid. She wouldn't get on the expressway, and she's like
that's it,
slurring as she says it. And then I shouldn't have been driving. And like that's just, I can't understand how her lawyers let her say that on camera. It's unbelievable.
I'm not an alcoholic. I just play it on TV. She's out of her mind. We all know.
Well, so I guess now what's changed for us now is we're not looking for a quick decision. We're hoping there's more debate that's going to go on. So, I mean, because we all understood there's no question that Karen did this, but we're worried about what the jury can reason this through. And all right, I'm going to actually leave you guys here. I'm monitoring someone else's health in the house, and but I'll be listening. And Kate's here. Kate, if you want to call a break, and you can do that anytime. I'll leave it up to you.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll leave it up. People can come and go. Okay. I have a couple things to do too, because again, they get virtually schooled out now. But I will not go far. Right now, we're just waiting for her to bring the jury back in. So
right.
Well, there's a few that are still saying murder too. John Kenny says Karen is walking into prison.
yeah, we just don't have enough information on murder
Wow.
too. But I would say if they're concerned with mitigating the OUI charge, that's probably where they're leaning.
I can see that. Absolutely, I can see that. But I could also see that they're asking on behalf of maybe one of the more confused jury members. And again, we don't know, was this question asked today? There's 3 and they're on cards, but were they all asked today? That could change their importance also. I don't know
But
how
a lot
that
of people with
works.
faith still in the chat. Catherine has faith. Oh, I didn't mean to hit that one.
That's random.
Yeah, it looks like it was right above. Sorry, my trackpad
Ugh.
sucks.
Yeah, right.
We have people.
Catherine Tierney. Yeah, I have faith.
Oh, the feed stopped. Oh no.
Oh,
What did he
okay.
say he was on?
Oh man, I don't know. Is it Court TV?
No. Hold on. I think he had like NECN or something. I don't see it. All right, guys. Court TV's a little behind. That's all I can do.
Kid Check the Rhyme says we need some crack. That's a
We need some what?
possibility. Crack.
I don't
guess.
think we do.
Yeah. the interesting
A
suggestion.
no from me, dog.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Oh, did you see that clip of Boosie endorsing crack? That was it's going around. It's kind of funny.
Who?
He's like, I'm endorsing it. He's because everybody's doing fentanyl and coke, and he was talking about how the crack. So you see the same crackhead. He goes to work, doing all this and that. He's like, yeah, I'm endorsing crack. All right, it's an interesting take. I wouldn't go that far. I am not going to endorse crack. Hot take.
Everybody says they'd rather a mistrial than an OUI. I don't know, man. It's like the family going through this over and over and over again.
Yeah. I mean, if I knew out of the two that the family would feel better with, I'd go with that. Whichever one brings them more peace, honestly, out of those two, I don't know. Whatever makes
Well,
them
the OUI probably would help their civil case.
I would imagine so.
The
And
conviction.
it keeps them from having to go through the circus again. So
I don't.
could
I
see
see.
that.
We really can't determine what's best for them. Only they can. you know?
No, exactly. Exactly.
I'm sure they
I mean,
want it to be
ideally,
over,
her
but
being held fully responsible for what she did is
Mhm.
the best outcome for the victim, the family, all the other victims that were created with this. But like, you know, much like you can't predict injuries on a car crash, you can't always predict how, you know, a jury is going to act or what they're going to believe or, you know, any of that stuff. And
Yep.
God knows she put a ton of money and time into trying to skate on this. So we'll see how.
Yeah.
successful
Yeah. Big
that is.
investment. Mm-hmm. Crime and
What
controversy.
was
Did you
the
guys
hot
the
mic?
hot
I
mic?
didn't.
Yeah.
There was a hot.
it's shaking. There's
It's
some fighting
Karen.
going
She's
on or
throwing
something.
a big spaz. Yeah. I will
The
not
pink
go to
people are in
jail.
the building.
Yeah. I'm never going to jail.
Yeah, that question was really confusing for me. That was very confusing for me.
Yeah, that's possible. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, if I was in the deliberation room, I would be ripping out the video at 5:07 a.m. It's broken. She
Yeah.
didn't go anywhere else, and then like playing like the mortally wounded clip, and she was expecting to find him on the side of the road, and
Right.
like there's probably one juror that's like, nope, 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 that's not evidence, and the rest of them
Right.
are probably screaming at them.
Probably. That's
where
what
that
I
question came
I
from.
can imagine that. Yeah, there's one that they're trying to acquiesce to with this question, right? Like, fine, I'll ask it. We'll ask it. Fine. You know, just for you.
And then like Kaylee's statements, like I'm sure that those are like the things that those are like the main pieces.
Hmm.
Before anyone else was involved, like this stuff went down. So like
E.D. Baker just said the defense should be over the moon, says Real Housewife of Transylvania. She says a lot of things. She is a, what would you call it? Grifter, for lack of a better word. She leans where the money is. The truth doesn't sell as much ad space, does it?
no.
Professional grifter, yeah. Yeah.
Yep.
She's been pretty successful at it. Could it be if she's guilty of OUI, it's manslaughter? If not, it's guilty of OUI, it's murder too? I'm not sure.
So are there two separate verdict slips or is it just one? Because the one I'm looking at, it's like at the top, it says offense
two
to
pages, I think.
manslaughter. And so that's the one I think they have the question on. So the other one must be, but there's like a few different, like, so manslaughter while operating a vehicle under the influence of liquor. And then there's motor vehicle homicide, felony OUI, liquor, and negligence. And so, I mean, those are so close. I can see people not having a hard time deciding on which one. I don't even know which one's worse.
I thought, see, I was wrong too. I thought it was a 2-page. It's 3. They're saying, oh, well, yeah, most of the people are saying there's 3 pages. So, yeah.
So negligent driving is below an OUI.
Oh, okay. And then each one asks if it was 0.08 or greater.
Right.
Yeah, she was what, 2 to almost 3? Well, depending, but about 2 times the legal limit.
I mean, they could have just asked that question to throw them off. Or they're just using it as an example. Maybe, I don't know. It's just weird.
Gregory Edwards is not guilty. Easy case. All right. Greg, you want to enlighten me on how the tail light exploded when our car backed up and he stopped moving?
Yeah. How did I get
The
this
tail
close?
light. How'd the tail light pieces get in his clothing? Greg, just illuminate me on it, please. Please, I would like to know. Jill D says they're bringing in jurors.
Yeah, they're going.
All right.
Court is in session.
All right, so we can bring the jurors over. Tori, do you have those? So Tony will take those. All right, so I'll take, thank you.
Arcus test example E, blue eyes. Take a look at it.
Tori, how many did you make?
please. Jurors entering.
That would be fun if she answers the question. They're like, okay, we're ready.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
All right, jurors, we're in receipt of your question. We've been working on making sure that the answers we give you are the right ones, so it's taken us a while. So the first question, what is the time frame for the OUI charge? Offense 002, Section 5, OUI at 12:45 or OUI at 5 a.m.? The answer to that question is that you folks have all the evidence. And remember, it's only you who decide the facts in this case. All right, that's the answer to that question. You are the fact finders. The second question, are video clips of Karen's interviews evidence? How can we consider them? Yes, the videos are evidence. You should weigh the defendant's statements in the videos as you would any other piece of evidence and give them whatever weight you deem appropriate. But first, before you may consider any such statement, you're going to have to make a preliminary determination whether it can be considered as evidence. You may not consider any such statement in your deliberations for the truth of any such statement unless, from all the evidence in the case, the Commonwealth has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant made the statement that she's alleged to have made and that she made it voluntarily, freely, and rationally. So that's the answer to that question. So for the third question, does convicting guilty on a subcharge, example offense 2, number 5, convict the overall charge? So with that, what I'm going to do is I have amended the verdict slip. It's the exact same verdict slip, and it's still consistent with the jury instructions I gave you, but it's a little bit easier for you to follow. And for purposes of going through this, we'll go through it together, and I've got a copy for each one of you, okay? All right, so you'll see it really is the same verdict slip, but we've added a little bit of language to help you follow it through. So the first charge, manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. So first, in the above entitled case, we say the defendant is, 1, not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included offense. If you find the defendant not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included offense, stop and sign the verdict slip. Now, then you go on to guilty of the offense of as charged, manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. Check one or both of the following: manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor and or manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08 or greater. If you find the defendant guilty of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, stop and sign the verdict slip. That means on each one, when you stop and sign the verdict slip, that means you have a verdict on this indictment. So stop and sign the verdict slip. If you find her not guilty of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, then continue below to the lesser included offense. And first, under 3 is involuntary manslaughter. If you find the defendant guilty of the lesser included offense of involuntary manslaughter, stop and sign the verdict slip. If you find her not guilty of involuntary manslaughter, then continue to the next page. Guilty of the lesser included offense of motor vehicle homicide, felony OUI liquor, and negligence. And you have to check one or both of the following. Motor vehicle homicide under the influence of liquor and or motor vehicle homicide by operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08 or greater. If you find the defendant guilty of the lesser included offense of motor vehicle homicide, felony OUI liquor, and negligence, stop and sign the verdict slip. If you find her not guilty of motor vehicle homicide under the influence of liquor, then continue below to the guilty of the lesser included offense operating under the influence. And you check one or both of the following: operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor and or operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08 or greater. If you find the defendant guilty of operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, then stop. If you find the defendant guilty, you stop and you sign the verdict slip. If you find the defendant not guilty on this offense and all other offenses, check the first box on page 1. And remember, your decision must be unanimous. All right, does that make it any clearer, hopefully? All right, so with that, I am going to send you back out.
Before the jury's is set up, can we see-
Sure, why don't you come on over? I heard myself say this, and I'm glad counsel told me I did. So if you go back and look at the form after 4, if you find the defendant guilty of the lesser included offense of motor vehicle homicide, felony, OUI, liquor, and negligence, stop and sign the verdict slip. If you find her not guilty of motor vehicle homicide under the influence of liquor, then continue below. I think I said, then find, I don't know what I said. I heard myself read the guilty of the lesser included offense. So if you find her not guilty of motor vehicle homicide under the influence of liquor, then you continue to decide whether the Commonwealth has proven to you beyond a reasonable doubt that she's guilty of operating under the influence of liquor. And if they have not, and if you find the defendant not guilty on this offense and all other offenses, then you go back and check the first box. So you follow it from the top to the bottom in this manner. Okay? Thank you very much. We're going to release you.
All right, to the court, please. Jurors, follow me. Jury is exited the courtroom. Please be seated.
Are you satisfied, Mr. Yannetti?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. I'm going to ask everybody to stay a few minutes. I'll be back out in about 5 minutes.
Foot, all right.
Mm-mm. That stupid time frame question really irks me because it doesn't matter. You know, and I
Yeah.
think the argument probably is because the extrapolation happened at 9
Yeah, I could see that.
a.m.
Oh, we lost Matt. Oh, and Matt's back. Sorry, we lost you there. Bye.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. Internet.
Yeah, he fell into the matrix.
Karen
there.
cut my wire.
Right.
She's
Unless he
nibbling on the
scaled
wires.
Yeah, unless he scaled the side of your building. It's hanging off it right as we speak.
I don't know. So we'll see. Either we're gonna get a quick return, and we know that they are just going for the OUI, or they're gonna go back and be well. You want to know how to message me? You can find me on Twitter. Is probably the best way right now. Sorry, Melly. It's what is it? Mafia Masshole. Hold on. I think it's at Mafia Masshole. That's how you could message me.
I know. I wonder if there's any like anyone in that courtroom that can like kind of tell us what the jury looked like.
Reading the tea leaves with the jury is just so tough. It's just so tough. But those questions are definitely encouraging for the defense.
I know if I was on the jury and the judge answered the question, I'd be like, like looking at the person that made us ask the stupid ass question. Like that's why I'm like, can they tell?
Right.
I think John DePietro is there.
The jury is not dumb. I beg to differ.
All I'm saying is that life is weird and it has a habit of you just never know what's going to happen, you know. We've seen like the OJ situation, but I mean this also could be an insane stoke and choke for Karen in her defense. Like, oh, these questions appear great for us because of what you can infer and you can assume in it. Sure. She might be riding high on that, right? And then boom, she gets hit with a guilty. There's no way to know. It's just the chaos of life, man. It's wild out there. Who knows? Who knows what'll happen?
Yeah, I mean, they shouldn't even be looking at number 5 though, unless the instruction wasn't clear that they go down the list before. But like, they shouldn't even have gotten to number 5. They all ask about the 0.08, you know. So it's unless they really have no idea what's going on.
Right. Or
the 4th person, I think, was the one that took no notes, and they said that he was falling asleep and stuff, right? So like, he's the one in charge and doesn't know shit.
I heard that, but then I heard that it was, you know, seat 1 juror 5, seat 5 juror 1. I've heard it mixed up a few times, so I've never been definitive on that. Like, was it that guy who became the foreman? I'm not totally sure it was. I don't know. The cope is strong with this group. I'm not saying it's cope. Cope would be okay, everybody. It's gonna be the way we want it. We don't know. We don't know how it's gonna turn out. We really don't. We don't have any control of it either.
Yeah, again, the people that have to cope here would be his family.
Yeah.
Nobody should be happy about that. But I mean, this entire ordeal has been nothing but like a showcase of like the worst impulses.
Yeah.
Melly, me, just tag me and I'll I don't know who you are, but if you tag me and say you're trying to message me, then I'll add you so that you can message me. Sorry.
I wonder if any of the people who say things like no collision or tons of reasonable doubt, I wonder how they would feel if it was their loved one lying in the debris field with the text stream data being presented in court. Would you think, oh no, there was no collision? If it was your loved one, would you think that same way? I don't know. I highly doubt
Not
it.
a lot of empathy in this at all.
No. Too many people are looking at this like it's interactive entertainment or like a team sport.
Right.
It's not.
I mean, how did they think that they solved these crimes in the 80s? You find a body on the side of the road with pieces of a car on it. You find the car with the damage. and case solved, right? And then
Right.
in this case, we have her statements, we have data, we have forensics, we have hair. Like there's her statements in the morning, waking people up, alerting everyone to something happened. Like it's
The totality,
unbelievable the amount of evidence.
yeah, it's intense. It is intense. Way back in the 80s. For sure. For sure. I remember the before times. I was but a child, but I remember.
Yeah. But yeah, that's the thing. It's like we never, within hours, sometimes you can't even predict when a person was unalived or when something happens. Like, and in this case, we know his last steps when they were taken, and it's immediately around the same time she was backing up. And it's like, there's never been this much evidence.
No.
And people are like, oh, well, that could mean something else. It's like, are you?
Yeah, right. Yeah, like what? Like she hit a gust of wind blew out the taillight that embedded in his clothing, and he just fell down. What? No, it's ridiculous, man. It's too weird.
And if this was reversed, if Karen was the one found there and John was the one driving, leaving all these messages, refusing to stop calling, and she was trying to kick him out of the house, he would have, been convicted immediately. And there's gender bias when it comes to this case, I think, in a lot of cases.
Well, a lot of this boils down to, do you believe in the conspiracy? Because if you don't, this is very, very simple.
Right.
If you do, you constantly use the excuse of the conspiracy to argue every single point of fact. The taillight was there, but it was planted, right? Yeah.
You ready?
All right. All right, so we'll see everybody at 1:30.
1:30. For what?
I don't know. Maybe because
Lunch
after we
break?
come back for lunch.
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, there's just a lot of evidence here, so I don't want to. I don't know who's listening right now. I don't want to bum people out that maybe are personally affected by this. So it's tough because we're reading the tea leaves into strangers. But all right, so I don't know. I'm going to probably go.
Yeah, I'm gonna listen in.
Yeah, we'll listen in. We'll be back if anything comes up, guys. All right.
Sounds good.
they call it, mean you're guilty on the charge. And the remedy there, they went through step by step the jury verdict form. And so they should be good to go there. We do know that at 1:30, all of the parties are to be back in the courtroom. Why? We don't know, but it came after an extended sidebar, and Judge Cannone announced, oh, okay, I'll see you all at 1:30. Now, let's bring in our Matt Johnson. Matt, the lunch breaks for the jury have not been a formal, let's all get together and talk to the jury about lunch. So this 1:30 callback, something different is happening today, whether it's how they're dealing with lunch, but this is different, is it not?
It is very different, and we're reading the tea leaves here, but, we're trying to decipher whether or not this 1:30 is for the parties to argue something in the courtroom, which could be a renewed motion. It could be an emergency motion by this defense team after hearing those very pointed questions that you pointed out there. Or is it something more? Is the jury going to be brought in and asked another question, or is there something going to be shared with them further? We don't know, but we will be bringing that to you. I can tell you this much, that just a few minutes ago, before you came to me, there was a delivery man that appeared to be from a local restaurant, and he had very large to-go bags, almost that would stack pizzas in it, and he had
Okay, we're going to learn a lot at 1:30 from this next question that's coming in. For those of us that want justice and have a pretty good understanding of the evidence, which I think everybody on this channel does, we may not get the result that we want. We may not see justice. We'll see, hopefully. One thing that people have to keep in mind is that whatever the jury votes, it cannot vote that Karen is innocent. All it can do is vote acquittal. And I'm not saying that they're going to, but if they do vote acquittal, that's just an indication that the state did not prove its case beyond a reasonable doubt, which is very different. And like I said, hopefully that's not going to be the case here. It doesn't sound like they're not. It sounds like possibly they might give her, if they might just convict her of OUI. And if that's the case, the other side is going to celebrate as though it's an acquittal. Rightly so. I mean, I would do that if I was in their position too. But what it really is it shows that if you actually get 12 jurors to acquit on that, then what it shows, really more than anything, is that the state did not convince a jury beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, given that we know that the evidence is overpowering, that just means the state wasn't able to prove it for some reason. My personal feeling on that is that if that turns out to be the case, I blame, as I have for a while, Dr. Welcher. And people got mad at me at this, but he was combative on cross-examination. And when the witnesses on the other side did that, the expert witnesses, everybody was upset about it. And rightly so. But when I brought up that Dr. Welcher was being combative, people got mad at me. But I think he was. And I think that created a problem with the jury, especially where they saw this on both sides. It gave them a chance to dismiss the experts from both sides, which can lead to reasonable doubt. I also think that there's no excuse, as I talked about the other day, and people got upset with me, but there's no excuse for Dr. Welcher putting in a slide the time range for the accident. Yes, he did put in a margin of error, but that wasn't necessary because as I showed a year ago, using just the Waze data, we could show what time the collision took place within a few seconds. And ultimately, Burgess, later on, when he saw that variance issue, was able to put it together, and he came up with the same time as me to the second. But that was based on very simple evidence. So there's no reason that Dr. Welcher couldn't have put that together too, but he didn't. And they paid a lot of money for that. He also didn't come up with anything more than a very simple paint test that showed how possibly the position of John's arm. And so I really think that I think we had a right to expect a little bit more than that. And I think the jury expected more than that. So for me, that's if we end up getting any kind of news that's inconsistent with the mountain of evidence against Karen, that'd be the reason. So we'll see. Hopefully that isn't the case. But both sides know what the question is. And Karen is looking very celebratory right now. So that may tell us something. So I'm going to be on standby here. We should be learning this in a moment. I'm just going to have a little bit of lunch and I'll be on standby. Heisenberg, I see your question. And again, you people are always inaccurate, and that's the problem. What I said the other day was that Hank Brennan did an outstanding job in the closing argument. And that's absolutely the case. His presentation in the closing argument was brilliant and powerful and convincing. That's all I said. So when I say the state didn't prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt, that is not necessarily any problem with the presentation by the prosecution. It may be, but all I said the other day was the closing argument was brilliant. There were problems in the prosecution. There was a mistake about the holes in the shirt. Now, I don't think that was a huge issue, but the prosecution was certainly not perfect. But to me, I think if there was a problem here, is we know all the evidence. And hi, Matt. People like us have been following this for a case for a long time, for a year. We know all the evidence. The jury has only had 7 weeks to process when they don't know much. And so you got to present a pretty tight case. And I feel that Dr. Welcher and Aperture left some loopholes here that were exploited by the defense in order to create reasonable doubt. I'm sorry, Matt, go ahead.
Hey, how's it going?
Let's see if my mic is working. Oh, you know what? My mic is working. I don't have my pods on.
So I heard there's another question that's coming right now, right? Is that what you guys are hearing too?
Yeah, there's another question coming, and both sides, we don't know what it is, but both sides know what it is, and Karen's team looks particularly celebratory right now.
Oh, what the hell question could they have when they just had a question answered? It's weird.
Making sure I have everything that's showing. But hopefully we're reading into it. Hopefully they'll make the correct conclusion based on the evidence.
I mean, they're only looking at they only have the questions in the manslaughter slip, so you never know. They could have already decided on M2, and they just don't know if they should give her an OUI too. I mean, I don't know.
So I missed any footage of Karen. You're saying she looked happy?
I would say celebratory, and her crowd is extra celebratory, and people are pouring onto the street now. So they believe victory is imminent.
So
now
strange.
Yeah.
There's
Karen
that
tends to behave
comment.
that way a lot, so I don't know, but I mean,
No, she does. But that comment about 11, there's going to be breaking news. It's sort of going to set the pace. And then 11, we get the questions. I don't know. This is
1:30. 1:30. We're supposed to get the jury back in court and get the question.
Right. Yeah.
I can't imagine. Last trial we had 9 that were for guilty, and this trial we had all of her statements that corroborated all the evidence. Like, if they acquit her, like, our system's broken. The jury was tainted. Like, I just don't think it's anything to do with proving the case or not. It's jury tampering.
Yeah, but jury tampering wouldn't affect 12 jurors. So if you get 12 jurors to agree on something, you have to take that seriously. And listen, I've been consistent for a long time, and it brings down the wrath of this side on me all the time. But I've said that those statements don't mean that much.
Court is in session.
All right, so I'll see you at sidebar so we don't do this part in open court.
Of course, we're going to sidebar. Of course.
Why is Karen the first one up there? She's such a bitch. Like, I can't stand her. She's marching up there. She's like, I want to hear the good news first. Ugh. Oh, that was it?
Jim, can I have that question, please? Thank you.
There we go.
All right, so as council knows, we received a question from the jurors. If we find not guilty on 2 charges but can't agree on 1 charge, is it a hung jury on all 3 charges or just 1 charge? I got some input from the defense at sidebar, essentially saying if we could just ignore it. We can't ignore it. To me, it's a theoretical question, and we don't answer theoretical questions. I tell the jurors that they're not to be concerned with the consequences of their verdict, and that's exactly what they're doing here. So I would propose just writing simply, this is not a question I can answer on this, and sending it back.
The defense position is not, certainly not the position for it. I agree, we can't ignore it, your question. However, I think that it is apropos, given the timing of when that question came in, literally before the court had answered the other 3 note card questions. I think that it would be appropriate to send a quick note just asking them, given the fact that there's some clarity in your other questions, does this answer your question? In other words, can you proceed without any further input by the court regarding that second question?
So that made sense initially, but why ask them, do I really need to answer it, to then tell them I'm not answering it?
Because I think at some point, they need to know what the law is. It's a reporting question. In other words, I don't see it as theoretical, as the court indicated. I see it a little bit differently, which is what are our options? And the options are built in the law, not in theory. If they come back with a verdict on more than 1 count, but they're hung on a separate count, they are to report those 2 counts, whatever counts they came to a verdict on.
So that's for a later time, right? So this is at this point.
Right.
It's premature, it's hypothetical, it's theoretical. I understand your point. I think I disagree with you at this point. It may be something later. The way the question's worded, if I find this, if we do this. I'll hear from the Commonwealth.
We agree it's consequence related. Your first suggestion, I think, is most appropriate, and we would endorse that.
Yeah, I'm going to do that at this time, Mr. Jackson. I'm not going to have a back and forth with them. I'm simply going to say, because it's true, it's the law, that this is not a question I can answer.
But I would strongly suggest we find some other way. If that question continues to remain, then they're not going to ask that question. I don't think the court can say, or should say, I can't answer the question, because the court can answer that question. The court absolutely can answer it. I would simply say, this question is not before the court without further information, or something like that. Not the court can't answer that question, because if that question remains in their minds, we're going to end up in the exact same position that we were in last year.
There are other steps that can be taken to perhaps prevent that.
Whatever those steps are, I think the first step down the wrong path is to say, throw our hands up and say, well, we can't answer that question. Well, we know we can answer it.
So I don't know if I want to put you in an uncomfortable position, Ms. Giannetti. I'm inclined to answer the question the way I stated.
Could we have 2 minutes to confer with counsel, John? 1 minute.
How about 1 minute? You guys are 10 minutes late.
We just need 1 minute. Thank you.
So, Matt, what was the question again? That they have 2 that they were not guilty, and then the 3rd that they're not sure of? Was that?
It was made out like a hypothetical that if we agree on 2 for not guilty, but we can't decide on the 3rd, does that mean it's a mistrial or something similar to what happened in the first trial, right?
Right. Okay. Yeah.
But that's wild.
It's a hypothetical, but if the hypothetical is true, then there's 2 charges they agree is not guilty.
Very slight tweak with the court's language. I don't have a principled objection to the court's language that we not answer the question at this time. I would simply ask.
Hopefully, that's just charges 1 and 3,
as you suggested,
and not the lesser included.
It's premature to address this question at this time.
No, What do you say, Mr. Brennan? My response was, this is not a question I can answer for the reasons I stated. It's theoretical, and we tell jurors that they cannot be concerned with the consequences of their verdict, and that's exactly what you would be asking me to endorse. What's the Commonwealth's position on the proposed?
I agree with your first suggestion.
Yeah. I'm going to send it in like this. Your objection's noted.
Your Honor, if I could make my record a little bit clearer, the court's indicating that it doesn't answer questions about the consequences of the juror's verdict. That would be punishment. Of course you can't answer a question like that. This is not the consequences of the verdict, it's how do they report a verdict. So I think saying, I can't answer this is sending a false message to the jury. If the court would simply indicate, this is not appropriate for me to address at this time, that assuages all concerns. Certainly assuages our concerns and it protects Ms. Reed's rights. I think that...
Well, I think what I could add is this is a theoretical question, not a question I can answer. That does the same thing. Is there an objection? I understand, Mr. Jackson.
Add the clause at this time.
Is there an objection to me putting this is a theoretical question, not a question I can answer?
No objection.
Why can't she just say that each charge is distinct and separate?
No.
I wouldn't allow the court to finish writing, but at this point, that is over our objection.
I understand.
I just want to make sure the record is absolutely clear. That's over our objection. I don't think that's an appropriate answer to a very, very clear question that could be answered in an innocuous way that does not affect Ms. Reed's rights. I think this way it does.
Okay, it was a clear question that the defense first told me to ignore. So
I didn't
is
tell
that.
you to ignore anything, Your Honor.
All right, we are all set. So let's send this in.
All right.
He certainly did tell her to ignore it. That was the first words out of his mouth, right? Am I mishearing?
I think it was at sidebar. I don't think we heard it, but that was...
I thought when he came out, he said it was... Yeah, I'm sorry. Okay. Maybe I guess I missed it. All right. I thought that's what he said when he first came out. Oh, no, I'm sorry. It's the opposite. She was going to ignore it, and he said it would be in a... No, I don't remember.
I think they wanted to ignore it, and she just wanted to say, I can't answer that. And
right. Okay.
I mean, because it's a hypothetical or whatever. But
Attorney Nick Rocco and the team. I'm looking at video on Channel 10, and it's Nick Rocco walks in with the team, but he walks in behind them like he's like 5 steps behind him, like he's lesser than a lawyer.
I mean, to me, it sounds like murder and leaving the scene would be the ones that they're talking about because they're confused about the manslaughter because it has all the choices.
Right, same as last time. Exactly. Yeah.
The fact that they were asking about the DUI time frame makes me think that that's the one that they can't decide on, which is actually insane.
Yeah.
Or maybe that's what one... I don't know. I just can't imagine that everyone's like, oh, leaving the scene of the crime, definitely not guilty. She was calling around saying her car was cracked out, immediately calling him. Like, it's absolutely insane. I mean, our system's broken. Just free all killers. No more laws. Forget it. It doesn't work anymore.
I'll tell you, at this point, I would accept a mistrial. If it's a choice between a mistrial and an OUI, conviction of nothing but OUI and acquittal on the rest, I would take the mistrial. And we don't want to see it. None of us wants to see a trial again, but I want to see them try this right. I know this sounds terrible. Just do the damn simple case that I asked them to do in March. The logic is so simple here. We've all described it many times. The timeline does not allow the planting of evidence. It just doesn't. And without the planting of evidence, she did it. You have the physical debris that's found there. You have the taillight pieces found in his clothing. And that's without even getting to the all-important jury data. But just get rid of Dr. Welcher. And frankly, go back to last year's data, but let Trooper Garino and Trooper Paul put their peanut butter and their chocolate together. Because it's when you get the correlation between the phone data and the vehicle data that you get this bulletproof conclusion of exactly what time this was done. Now, I'd love to add in Ian Whiffin's new data where we know the battery temperature, so we know what time John got out of the car. It was at 1 second before, 12 minutes and 32. So 17 seconds before John's phone moved for the very last time. But that got fudged up by Dr. Welch's slideshow, which eventually they fixed that, but they don't fix that until the second week of the trial. That's going to create reasonable doubt. Just go with the simple evidence you have. It was botched by Aperture, as far as I'm concerned.
I mean, I know some people that I've been arguing with on TikTok for months that Aperture convinced them to finally be guilty. And I was surprised because I didn't think that they added that much to it either. But like, I think the data just like made them realize like there's no other option. And I don't know if the blue paint test did much, but that was always how I saw it happening. And then, but they could have just let Arca show their videos. So like for that part,
I was actually talking to people over the weekend saying that I want to do a video that shows that Trooper Paul was right and Aperture screwed it up. And then they said, you better not do that until the jury makes a verdict. So I mentioned on the air yesterday that I'm going to do that. I'm going to do a video on that after we get a verdict and describe just that. And I did some research on it, and I actually found that Trooper Paul seems to possibly have been 100% correct on the telltale sign with the vehicle data. And after I did even more research, I ran plugged the numbers through Grok, which is the AI that Elon Musk has on Twitter. And it said, yes, that would indicate a vehicle, a pedestrian strike. Now, that's not conclusive, but I just wonder if, again, it was only, Dr. Welcher was the one that concluded it was tire spinning. I think the evidence was there all along. Just take the evidence we had, add the new stuff that Ian Whiffen got, and that's enough. It doesn't, and just keep it simple. Keep it simple. Do what they did. Simply kept the case simple this time by not bringing in all the unnecessary witnesses. That's good. Continue with the brilliance of his closing remarks, his closing argument, which is brilliant. And you'll get the win because it doesn't leave any other possible explanation. But if you get people debating the time variance, once the jury's debating stuff like that, you're already halfway towards losing. You don't want them debating things that can't really be fully interpreted. I don't know. I'm probably wrong, but that's what I thought this weekend, and I guess I just feel more strongly now. We had victory within our grasp. Well, hopefully we still do.
Yeah, I have no idea what this jury is thinking, because I don't even think the defense produced any kind of solid alternative to what happened. They talked about Jen McCabe's Google search, but then their expert said he died immediately. So like the Google search is obviously out. Then they didn't have Rick Green come. And so I just don't think that they even explained anything. Like
Right.
he went in the house, but his temperatures, they didn't explain, they did not have anything. And so like, how can you come to another conclusion just because they don't know exactly how he was hit by the car? That's never been a factor in any kind of hit and run ever in history. And so like, if this is the threshold now, like we're not going to get any convictions. All killers should just be released. We should just allow people to run people over. And that's the state of the world.
Unless it's video. Unless it's video.
But even if it's video, how do you know it's him and not someone in a Karen Reed costume, right?
Yeah, well, I think if there's video or if there's witness, that's a problem with this case. Is there's no video and there's no witnesses. But you're right. There's plenty of other crimes where there's no, maybe if we expand the world beyond just hit and runs, there's plenty of crimes, especially murders, where there's no video and there's no witness, and you're still getting a conviction.
Yeah, I mean, like the Scott Peterson case, they convicted him, and they literally had a ton of reasonable doubt in that case compared to this. Like they don't know when she was killed, how she was killed, where she was killed. They just know that someone killed her and she was found where he was fishing. And like there was a lot of circumstantial stuff, but nothing like this. There was no data, there was no forensics, and like I don't know. It's insane.
Sherlock Holmes has a famous expression. You guys have all heard it. When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. And I think so. The simple case here was to establish that there was no other possible ways. And they did a much better job of that this time. but they still left the door open in a couple of places. And to go to your point, yes. So if you achieve what Sherlock Holmes said, when you've eliminated all those doors, now in that situation, the defense has to come up with a plausible alternative theory. And as you said, they didn't here. So it's some combination of the fact that they at least showed a slightly plausible alternative theory, even though if it wasn't anything specific, combined with the doubt that came from whether or not the state closed all other doors. But I think the easiest way to close all other doors is to keep it simple. Show the timelines. Show that there was no time to plant evidence, and show that physical evidence in the data shows that Karen did it. If you make it too complicated, you're going to get 12 people going in 13 different directions inside the jury room.
If I was in that jury room, I would, the thing is, her car is broken at 5:07 a.m. No pieces were ever found anywhere except beneath the snow near the body. There's not another alternative. It doesn't matter how he was hit, if he was trying to get away, if he didn't see it, it doesn't matter. And she knew, because she's calling people, waking up the niece. It's just, there's never been a more obvious case. And it's absolutely ridiculous.
I'm looking at chat, and it's one of the extraordinary things is people don't hear what I say. They hear what they think I said, or what they want me to say. And it's extraordinary. Someone says, come on, Kevin, Hank did a kick-ass job. Look, how many times do I have to say that he did a perfect job in the closing arguments? Which he did. But he did not do a perfect job, because that mistake with the holes in the jacket was a pretty big mistake. Now, we don't know whether it affected the jury or not. So that's all I've said. I'm just pointing out facts in terms of his performance in the opening and in the closing. Brilliant. And he seemed to, we can't see the jurors, but he seems to have making but that's all I've said. But you guys in chat, you hear what you want to hear. Not everybody, but a lot of people, instead of hearing what I actually say. And so it doesn't matter how many times I say that was the best closing arguments I've ever heard. You hear something else. And I find that an extraordinary human phenomena.
I mean, I think that he also kind of messed up with Ryan Nagel and Heather Maxon and didn't prep them properly, because Yannetti got them to agree to a lot more than they did last time. You could see the seat empty. And he's like, yes. And then he kind of wanted to take it back, because he's like, actually, I didn't really look. You know what I mean? And I don't know. I think that testimony was pretty botched compared to last time. I think Lally did a much better job. But other than that, I think he did great with all of the defense witnesses. Except for that mistake with the holes. But I don't know. I wouldn't think on the jury oh, he's trying to trick us. But Alan Jackson saying, oh, she was waiting outside the house when the data clearly does not show that. That's him trying to trick you. And so that's how I would take it as a jury. Can I believe anything that they say? Because they're lying about very obvious things.
Right. So, and even in Alan Jackson's closing, as I pointed out, we know that he built a whole narrative on half-truths. But some of the half-truths he used, now we don't know, jury's not going to know all that we know, but some of the half-truths that he used were actually based on testimony by their own witnesses, which came in the last week. For instance, he misportrayed Officer Barrows. He only told the half of the story. He didn't tell that Officer Barrows corrected things on cross-examination. That happened so recently in the case, the jury had to notice that. He misportrayed Officer Devers' testimony. When Officer Devers said that this didn't happen, my statement that I made before was wrong, because it was shown to me that I left the Canton police station before the Lexus arrived. So I could not have seen anybody in the Sally Port with the Lexus, because I wasn't there. So the jury had to remember that. So the jury should have remembered that and said, all right, the dissent, to support what you're saying, the jury should have remembered that and said, you know what, the defense is selling us a bunch of bullshit. So maybe, I don't know whether they remembered it, whether they put that together or not. But if you put too much stuff for them to talk about inside deliberations, I think they get distracted.
Yeah, I mean, I think whatever, we're going to find out probably some of these jurors. If it's a not guilty, these jurors are going to come forward. If it's a guilty, these jurors are going to stay in hiding.
That's a good point.
And so the not guilty, we're going to hear all kinds of different versions of why.
Right.
I guess. I'm hoping.
Right.
I don't know if I want to know. It's probably going to be something stupid. Like,
Oh,
there's
it,
just
it
so much
can't not
evidence.
be something stupid. Yeah, it would have to be mind-numbingly stupid.
I mean, the whole thing where she's like, I was expecting to find him on the side of the road. Nobody could see him. I looked and he was exactly where I left him, to the left of the front door. Underneath the snow. Like, what? A weird shaped lump, like a buffalo on a prairie. Like, how? How on earth? And she already was calling people and saying, like, there's just no, I just don't understand how they could come to not guilty on. I could see like M2 maybe coming to that agreement, but leaving the scene of the crime, absolutely not.
The only statement that really was beyond a doubt to me, or beyond interpretation, is when she called Kerry Roberts and said John's dead, and maybe it was hit by a plow. There's no reasonable way that she could have had that thought when just a couple hours earlier she was leaving angry messages because she thought he was cheating on her.
Right.
So at that time, she knew something. She had figured out something by that time. And I think Hank did a very good job of explaining it in his closing arguments too. And most of the other statements to me are just open to different interpretations at the very least. So, and anything that's open to different interpretation, 12 jurors are going to ultimately dismiss. They have to only debate things that they all agree on.
Well, her saying 9 drinks, she wasn't lucid, she wouldn't get on the expressway, and she shouldn't have been driving. Like, that statement, I think, is pretty telling.
Well, maybe that's why they're going to go with the OUI, and that's the only charge they're going to go with.
Come on.
Hopefully we're wrong. Hopefully we're wrong. I mean, and the way the jury is reading that slip. It did one thing they did say was, when they talked about looking the lesser included, they said as an example. So maybe I'm reaching here, but maybe they threw that out there to kind of, maybe that wasn't the one they were actually looking at, but we'll see.
I think Hank should have called the father. I mean, I think that statement that he made on TV is pretty damning.
There is a chance, though, if you call a parent, of pissing off the jury, isn't there?
Potentially.
Yeah, you could if they feel that you're badgering them.
But he said it.
So Deb says the evidence proving your guilt is overwhelming. And I think we all agree with that, Deb. But one of the things is we have to remember is this jury, if they were honest about when they got on the jury, they didn't know all this stuff. They knew little or none of it. So there's a lot of information to.
Oh, did your mic cut out there, Kevin? It might be the cable.
All right, I guess I'm back. Sorry, I don't have much. So one thing we have to process is that we've been processing all of this evidence for at least a year, and for many of us, like at least me and Matt, going back a couple of years. But the jury, if they were honest when they came onto this jury, most of this was new to them, maybe even all of it. So it's an awful lot of information to process. So it's easier for us to process it all down and say the evidence was overwhelming. It's tougher for people that are just learning this in 7 weeks. That's the only thing I would say, Deb. Other than that, I agree with you, Deb, when Deb was saying that there's a mountain of evidence here. We all agree with that. But it's just difficult for the jury. It's more of a challenge for them.
I mean, you can describe it as cope or whatever, but I'm not reserving myself to think either way on this. I mean, I know what the questions were. I heard it too. But I've been around for a few years, man. I've seen life do some weird stuff, and you never know. We don't know what the jury's thinking. We're assuming, what I mean? I'm just not gonna basically allow myself to emotionally be swayed in any direction right now. It's just the hard fact is we don't know, right? That's the hard fact. We know that we don't know, right? And that's as far as I'm going to absorb this right now. You know what I mean? It's nerve wracking, and I'm not saying like, oh, I'm just chill and you guys are all panicking for nothing. Don't get me wrong, definitely not putting that out there. But I think we all kind of need to take a step back and just kind of think about the fact that we really don't know what's going on. I mean, people are saying, I get it too. Why? The jury's tainted. Maybe they are. Maybe.
I mean,
we
that last question, though,
know, man.
like that's exactly what happened in trial 1. And that just makes me
Right.
think a juror knows. A juror watched the first trial and knows, and then wants to put it out there that part of it is, you know, they're agreeing on some of the charges. So it just makes me feel like this is a tainted jury. And
I just don't believe all 12 could be tainted. That's
not all
beyond
12,
all
but like
probability.
most people are followers. Like in
Right.
life, most people are followers. So if one of those 12 is foaming at the mouth, free Karen Reed person, they have all the answers, they have all the talking points, and you know, they can lead the rest of them down that path.
Yeah. But I do agree with Boomer. One thing that juries are known for is being surprising and even shocking.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So
I guess she's the next OJ. When is her book coming out? This is how I did it.
Oh, the If I Did It book? Yeah, right. That was crazy as hell, that was.
The Commonwealth
If
got
I
it
did
wrong.
it,
He
this
was
is
actually
how.
bending over to tie a shoe, and I nailed him right in the
Right.
head.
Right, yeah.
Imagine.
That was such a trip that he wrote that. I couldn't believe it. The proceeds of it had to go towards the family too.
Goldmans, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Daddy, that's not a smart question. Are you saying that FKR people are leaders? You mean in like some general sense? Come on, man.
No.
There's going to be different. Some people are more dominant personalities, and what he's saying is that there may be some free Karen Reed personalities on that jury that happen to be the more dominant ones. You know, we don't know it, but that he certainly wasn't saying that FKR people are more leaders in general or something like that. Come on, man.
Was adding OUI a mistake? Maybe. I think so. I don't think they should have put that on there. It's confusing because it's under a manslaughter charge too. So it's like, why is that even on the manslaughter slip at all? That has nothing to do with manslaughter.
Well,
I don't
the
know.
charge, my understanding is the charge for, if you're convicted of OUI manslaughter, you're looking at like 10 to 15 years, whereas manslaughter is much lower.
But there's also like an OUI by itself on that slip underneath manslaughter, which doesn't really make sense.
Right.
And that's probably why they had a question.
Oh, okay. You're talking about the one by itself. All right. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't
I
think
got
they
you.
should have put that on there because I think,
Right.
oh my God, imagine if that's what they come to.
Right.
Like so ridiculous.
Not for nothing, but okay, let's just say this doesn't turn out the way that, you know, we would prefer it to, right? I would say this. As soon as you can, as quickly as you can, if you feel any kind of outrage, try to convert that energy. Convert it and maybe show some love to the family, to the friends, to the witnesses who were harassed. Show them some support, show them some love, because that makes more of a difference than being angry that Karen didn't get the punishment you would have liked to see. You know what I mean? Like, I think that should be our focus, really, is just looking out for those people. They're good people, and they could definitely use some support, man.
I don't feel any anger. You know, I really don't care what happens to Karen. I don't think she's likely to go out and do this again. What I feel is the justice system not working very well, and that disturbs me. I feel that this has caused enormous destruction to the O'Keefes, to the victims, to the witnesses that are falsely accused, and to all the people that are now going to lionize these content creators that never gave a shit about the truth, and the people in that town that never gave a shit about that truth and are turning on their neighbors.
Oh, sure.
For maybe sometimes to cash in on their own little petty grievances.
Right.
You know, so that's what I care about. I'm not angry. I just don't want to see it I think it's just a shame to see it. And I'm more frustrated.
I agree.
But I'm definitely not feeling any anger. I really could, to me, I've said all along, if Karen Reed came out and made a deal that just said, yes, I did do this, everybody else is innocent, and they gave her no jail time, I'd be fine with that. I really don't care whether she does prison or not.
Julia Laliagulia asks, how do you do that, Boomer? Just a couple suggestions. If you're close to them, reach out and let them know that you're there. If you're not as close and you live in the same town, nothing hurts to a smiling look instead of a stare. You know what I mean? They get enough of that. Even just a smile, they'll feel less alone, I would imagine. If it's even as small as, let's say you vent most of what you vent, let's just pick Twitter, because it seems to be a popular place for people to vent. You'd be surprised, even a positive comment, a supportive comment out there, when it feels like everything's negative, you'd be surprised. Some people do catch that, and it can make a difference. It's small, but if enough people even make small gestures, trust me, it adds up. It really, really does. Don't underestimate even the small gestures. There's no perfect way. That's for sure.
Massachusetts is going down. I mean, I just don't, because I mean, even if you think about like Donald Trump was convicted, and he has a cult too. You know what I mean? And he was able to get, I mean, a fair trial. I mean, some people can argue it, but his whole thing was that it's corruption, blah, blah, blah. And he had a lot of people that will blindly support it with no information. But like, even in that circumstance, he was convicted. And so like, how did she amass this much influence, more than a former president, in, through social media, through all these people? And that's the real question. I don't know why everyone's like, oh, here goes mad about Donald Trump. I mean, this is just factual stuff that happened. I'm not saying
it's your example. It's your example.
It's a recent current example, and everyone.
But
these are people that are also in a cult. If they start,
but it actually brings
freaking out because I mentioned his name.
I am not in the Trump cult at all, and I believe I have no doubt he's guilty of many crimes in his life. But that was also a completely political charge of a nothing thing. For instance, they charged him with campaign finance because he paid off Stormy Daniels. That's absurd. And the feds were not going to charge him for that. The attorney general prior to the one that was elected, who ran saying she was going to find some crime on Trump, they wanted to charge him too, but they said no, that's not a crime. So that was a bullshit case all along, and yet they still charge us. So bullshit cases do happen in this country, and I have no problem.
I would be fired from my job and charged if I lied about where I was putting my money. So like, I don't think it's a bullshit charge. I work in accounting. A normal person
he wasn't charged with lying. Lying's not a crime. He was charged with campaign finance.
Well, accounting fraud, basically lying about where the money is.
It's politicians do that all the time. And
true, but should they be?
Well, I'm just saying, but that was clearly a political
that's
charge.
The Karen Reed argument. Everyone was drinking, so like everyone should just be charged with the same crime.
No, we shouldn't bring politics into it, because I have no problem with you saying that Trump is this or that, but that just was a disturbing thing to me that most people should be disturbed about, even if they're diehard liberal Democrats. That was a completely complete politicization of the Justice Department, and I've heard other Democrat lawyers say the same thing. So I mean, it's not really a good example, if you ask me.
Well, in general, like campaign finance, like I do not think, because they're untaxed funds that you can use them for your personal benefit. I don't think you should be moving money around. And if you are, that's like what forensic accounting is for. You're supposed to catch those people. And, because you're basically stealing taxpayer money or campaign funds.
They also charged him years outside the statute of limitations for the crime. So, I mean, there was all kinds of reasons that was a bullshit thing, and it was completely politicized. You had, diehard Democratic prosecutor, diehard Democratic judge in a diehard Democrat district to get that result. I mean, it just there's a lot of things I can't stand about Trump, and I have no problem going after him. Maybe even the case where he took the classified files. Maybe that might be a case that might be a real one. I don't know.
Right.
But charge him for real things. That was a made up thing.
Well, they were trying to like go after him for sure. Like they did target him. And I think that's a good argument to be made. Like we shouldn't be politicizing or like using the DOJ to attack people, but that's what they did to Hillary Clinton. Like with that whole thing. Like so
she wasn't charged with anything. She was never indicted.
They tried. And just like this case, the feds came out a few days before to kind of taint what happened with very little like information, not to really say anything was going on. But that's how the feds were used there, whether it was purposeful or not. I mean, it was the same kind of, they gave like a statement that was very vague.
Well, my bigger worry is that Trump will now do the same thing that was done to him. That's the worry, but that's once you politicize it, now you're giving license to your opponent to do the same thing. So that's my problem with that.
Yeah, I'm sure he's going to, try to.
And would you blame him since it was done to him? I'm not. It shouldn't be done. I'm not excusing it if he does it. I would be against it. But I'm just saying, this is why you have to have one standard and for everything, and for either party.
I'm not dragging any Trump animus into this at all. I'm just saying that laws are laws, no matter who you are, and that's what this case is. People think because they like Karen Read, law shouldn't apply to her, and it's the same thing for Trump. And I'm not saying. Because he was charged with a lot of things. I mean, hiding those files, specifically keeping them away from the feds. Like he was playing a game. I mean,
we have no evidence that the jury is saying laws don't apply to Karen Read. All we know, let's just say she's acquitted on most of the major charges. We don't know why at this point, but it very could well be that they just don't believe the charges were proved beyond a reasonable doubt. And that's not the same thing as jury nullification, which is what you'd be talking about. So, I mean, it's too early to say something like that. And I just, I have enough faith. I have more faith in the jury system, which has served this country well for a long time, that it doesn't always work. So this could be one, but I think that we know the evidence was there to convict Karen. There was certainly a mountain of evidence. There was last time too. It just wasn't put together properly. And so I'm more inclined to say that if you don't get the convictions, it's because it wasn't properly put together or presented in the right way. That's where I go with it. I'm not blaming a prosecutor because in me, it's more, I think it has to do with other things that went wrong here that were beyond the prosecutor's control. Once they hired Aperture, they didn't have any control about what the results would be for the reports they put out. So, I mean, you don't have control when you hire experts like that. They're just going to put, if you're on the level, and you're going to let them, they're going to put together their independent report, and they're going to present it, and both sides get it. So, I just don't have any reason to think the jury didn't do its job here, and that's not going to be my first place to go. My first place to go would be they did do their job, and they weren't presented with a good enough case,
But you think this case was better than the first one, right? Because I mean, last time it was 9 that were going to be guilty, right?
I don't know. We'll see.
That would be shocking to me because I do think it was a lot clearer this time. There was a lot of minutia that was cut out, so it would be very shocking to me if.
See the thing is both sides have the chance to improve their case. Now it's more of an advantage for the prosecution in this case because Karen did do it. So they get to sharpen their case and get more evidence. But the defense did get a chance to find more witnesses, and their witnesses got to fine-tune their cases. So Dr. Russell, for instance, in the first trial, she just got up and basically said, I looked at pictures in the Boston Globe and they looked like dog bites to me, and I'm qualified. Now she had a time to sharpen her argument, and she is, despite what people say, she's an intelligent woman. She's a doctor. She's a longtime emergency room doctor who also had was a forensics examiner, and also had a history of documented wounds, some of them dog wounds. So she had time with the help of Alessi to talk about fibers on the shirt and things like that. So she became a much better witness. And now we also found this Dr. Lalapalooza there, who came in, and she was a former state forensic examiner for Rhode Island. And now I think her testimony is suspicious. From what we know, she's a gun for hire, but that's difficult to prove to to show to a jury. And so that's not someone they had last time. She was definitely much better than Dr. Sheridan. So, there were ways that the state was able to prove their case. I mean, sorry, both sides were able to prove it, including the defense.
Yeah, that lady is trash. I mean, she's been in other cases. Amber Fry, I think it is. Her mother strangled her, and she came out and was like, "Those aren't strangulation marks. Those are from her restraining her," and like used a dummy and everything. And it's just such a joke. Like
you're absolutely right, but the jury doesn't know that.
Right?
You know that, but the jury doesn't know that. So that's the problem. The state, and certainly Hank Brennan knows that too. But that's not something he's allowed to present to the jury. So this is why sometimes the defense they have time to find people like that they can use. So they use their time well. So the prosecution improved some aspects of the case, but so did the defense.
I don't know. I don't know what the hell differently like you really could do. Because I think that it was pretty clean. Like he didn't bring Karen's phone into this, which I can see why, probably because I don't know, maybe there was some misinterpretation of the data or something, and they didn't want to bring that out. Who knows? But neither side really wanted it, it seemed like. Because, I mean, they brought up connecting to Wi-Fi at 1236, but like we didn't really see that in evidence, did we? I don't remember anyone testifying.
Yeah, so actually it was. No, it was. And actually it was improved too by the prosecution. So as I said for the last year, that all Trooper Garino said last time was around 1236. And so we needed to know exactly what that time was. If that time was 12:36:00, then that really helps the defense. Karen really didn't have time to get home in that time. But as we've tested, she could probably get home in about 4 minutes and 8 seconds if she was driving just at 35 miles an hour, which is a reasonable speed if you're driving just a little bit fast. So what I had said was if they could show that the time was that she got home, got home at 12:36 and 40 seconds, then that fits the timeline perfectly. Well, we learned in this trial that the time that her phone connected to John's Wi-Fi was 12:36 and 39 seconds. So it fits the timeline perfectly. But, the prosecution chose, I'm not saying this was a mistake, but Hank Brennan chose not to include that in his closing arguments. And I don't think he needed to. I think he went a good route on his own, but he could have, we can analyze that. He could have gone that route and show that it made perfect sense. There's a lot of different ways that we could have gone here. Like I said, you just do the Sherlock Holmes thing, close off every other possible explanation that the defense could offer. And did they do that? I think they came pretty damn close, but could they have done a little better in a couple of places? Maybe.
I mean, if this jury comes back with not guilty, I think they're going to be like, well, we didn't hear from anybody inside the house. We didn't know anything about Trooper Proctor. I mean, those could have been the problem.
We didn't hear about the canine DNA. We didn't hear about that. It chose not to.
Right.
It chose
Dr.
not to do a
Crosby.
rebuttal.
I don't know why he didn't bring Dr. Crosby. Because, I don't know. I just think that he was going to say, he already concluded they weren't dog bites. So, why not just say it? Maybe he didn't want to give more light to that. I don't know. Maybe it's not even an issue for the jury. Right. I just don't know what they're thinking.
Sorry. I think our understanding was, and we can't see the jury, and our understanding was that when Hank chose to not go with a rebuttal, it's because in his expert determination, the jury was frustrated and he already had them kind of in his hands. But if they don't vote his way, that clearly wasn't the case. And so maybe he should have brought the rebuttal case. Again, there's going to be, if you don't get a good result here, there's going to be a lot of Monday morning quarterbacking.
Oh my God. Of course. I mean, because hindsight is 2020, right? It's always going to be that way. It's always going to be that way. I think there was best effort put in. I even think with Lally, I think he did his very best. He was going uphill against a weird conspiracy. He chose to be more defensive off the rip. It might have backfired, but it also didn't result in an acquittal. I mean, real life is messy. It's messy, and we don't always get what we expect, and that's sort of where we're at. That's exactly where we're at.
Well, the problem with Lally is he only interviewed Trooper Proctor once. He only prepared with Trooper Proctor once, and Trooper Proctor was his main his main expert. He's their accident reconstructionist, and that's a huge blunder. But to me, the huge blunder is that they never correlated that data. It doesn't seem that they were aware of it. I know for a fact that Trooper Paul and Trooper Garino were not aware of it because they didn't have. So Trooper Paul never had the phone data, and Trooper Garino never had the vehicle data, and it's that key correlation. And Brennan is aware of it, and he keyed on it in the second trial. It's that key correlation that is bulletproof, and Lally didn't seem to know about it. But had the sharing of that data been allowed to happen, I think one of those guys would have figured it out.
Oh, there's a funny question from Dad there. I won't. I'm not calling you Daddy, Broham. But no, I won't answer that. But I will say this: at least you got term limits. Let's leave it at that. All right. Okay. All right. Let's just say that from the Canadian, the sad Canadian that's dealing with what he's got to deal with. Man, it is not cool up here. Leave it be. Shit.
So what's taking so long here? Are they possibly? Is this a sign they could be actually voting? If they were just coming in to answer the jury question, you wouldn't think it would take this to get the answer to that question. It wouldn't take this long.
I wonder if she even does she have to bring them in to answer that question? If she was just going to say, because she decided, like I was going to say, I can't answer that. Was she just going to send them a note back?
It sounded like they were just going to send a note back. It did something.
Oh, okay. All right. Good point. Good point. Yeah.
And I don't feel comfortable Monday morning quarterbacking their case. I think that under normal circumstances, they've proved their case beyond a reasonable doubt. But I do think that there's probably something to be said for just the overall jury contamination that could, come from this. Because, again, if there wasn't all this public scrutiny, this is a pretty cut and dry case with way more evidence than you have in most hit and runs. But, unfortunately, we're dealing with an apparatus here. It's just, sort of what we feared, which is that you can buy justice. And then in doing so, you're depriving the family of justice. It's like, I understand people getting all worked up, but personalizing it, I don't think is appropriate because this is O'Keefe's family's pain more than anything else. If they don't get if she's not held responsible for what she did, they have to live with that forever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, even looking at the court TV polls where it's like 80% think she's going to be not guilty, it's every juror on this case has family in that area, is hearing about the case. Their family knows they're on the jury. And so if they know everyone's free Karen Read, do you really want to come back and be like, well, guilty? They want to do what's popular, like most people. They want to be part of the mob. So I think that, it's definitely, there's some influence that, is causing this jury to act in a certain way.
Oh God, there's a question there. I'm just going to address the name M-Chip on another a different show. Yeah, I will answer that if asked again. But I have mercy on the chat, man, and I will not answering that here.
Yeah, I don't know how the OJ jurors felt afterwards. I don't know.
Yeah, no kidding.
I know you've got the concurrent legal suits, just like the lawsuits, just like in OJ, and would anticipate a different outcome, just like OJ, because but you never know. I wouldn't be surprised if she runs another campaign like this for the civil trial as well.
So different in the OJ situation because you had I know some of you guys may have been too young to even realize this, but you had a situation where you had just had the Rodney King stuff and then the riots only a couple years before. The racial tensions were extremely high. There was a lot of problems with the Los Angeles Police Department. And then O.J. Simpson was a celebrity. Everybody liked O.J. Simpson,
Right.
I've never heard of anybody that didn't like O.J. Simpson. And it was very hard for people, especially for minorities, to have to, it was a difficult thing for them to swallow. And so it was pretty well established that even during the trial, some of the OJ was having kind of friendly winks and nods and hand gestures with some of the jurors.
Mm-hmm. I would say, with that said, Kevin, I would say, because I do remember when that happened, I believe I was a teenager. The overlap where it kind of crosses into similar territory is that the defense is tapping into like popular opinion of law enforcement and the problems in society that again, like I'd mentioned before, like both wings of the same bird have their own gripe with. So I think tapping in with public outrage is also an effect here, but that's kind of where in my opinion, where the similarity stops. I agree that the tension and the energy over the Rodney King beating was like at a peak high, and it was very different. Very different.
I just find it like really odd, and like because Turtle Boy was on Vinny, and Vinny's like, "Oh, so you always like didn't like police officers?" He's like, "No, I always support them. I am so against Black Lives Matter." He's like, when basically saying that when they're shooting unarmed people, he's completely behind them. But like, you arrest a drunk white woman, not gonna happen. Not my town. And that's the sentiment of a lot of the Free Karen Read people. It's like it's weird. It's weird because it's like, police officers that aren't following rules, that's what they're so worried about, like a certain report, but they're not worried about police officers that are shooting unarmed people. And it's like, what world are we living in? Like, what is wrong with
very shattered public opinion kind of environment we live in?
No.
Very fractured.
Keep race out of it. I mean, okay.
Tyler Durden.
I mean, race is in it because if a police officer shoots an unarmed white man, there would be a lot of problems. But like the race is a part of it. I mean, that's what the anti-police movement is. Generally, it was like supporting that, right? It was supporting like Black Lives Matter or whatever. But those, and I think that she does have some of those people, right? But I think the majority, the core is Turtle Boy's people, which were against that. So I think it's just weird.
I think the unfortunate thing about that Black Lives Matter movement is that, and when I say unfortunate, on both sides, so what side you're on, that there were innocent Black people that were shot that shouldn't have been in. But there were also other situations where the police didn't do anything wrong. They shot someone that was a threat, that was aggressive. And so if you were, depending on what side of the fence you are, you tended to go one way or the other without just waiting for the evidence. There was even the one where the cops, in the middle of that, when the cops showed up to a situation where a very heavy, large Black woman was just about to thrust a butcher knife into the chest of another smaller, petite Black woman.
I know what you're talking about.
And the cop jumped out of his car and miraculously shot the woman a second before that she killed the other woman. And they still, on the BLM, can say, well, they should have shot her in the leg or something like that. It was crazy. That cop just saved that girl's life. And it's just, these cases were really case by case. Exactly.
You got to look at everything. And this is just my bloviating, but got to look at everything case by case, because yes, in some instances it is this way, and in some instances it is that way. Right. And that's why when you tribe up and you say, no, it's one way, or it's my way or the highway, like that, it's only the way I see it. No, man.
Right.
It's case by case. The world is a chaotic mess. We can't overgeneralize everything, or we'll never figure anything out.
Right.
But the problem is, like, even if you talk about things case by case, whatever your audience is, if you're on social media, like even right now, everyone's like, shut up, Matt, stop talking liberal talking points, because people are so embedded in one singular way of thinking. Like, I think a lot of people that are against Karen Reed probably never looked at the evidence. They automatically assumed like she's just guilty, right? Because they always support police. Like that. I'm not saying that's everybody, but that is probably a part of it. And I just think that it's like, but if I look at case by case, like in this case, like the cops, you know, made some mistakes, but like she's guilty, and like all of my like normal talking points, like it doesn't support, but it's like people
Well, I think what
can't
people
be like that
I
on
think-
social media.
I think
or
what
you
people
get
were
attacked.
upset about, I think what
I
people on the
get it.
Trump side were upset about is that you have a black guy brutally killed for no reason in the liberal state of Minnesota, and the response is to burn down a courthouse in the liberal state of Seattle. The response is to attack the White House and try to burn down a
Right.
church across the street. The response is to try to burn down and attack cops all across the country, and including in the state of Massachusetts, that had nothing to do with that case. And so what a lot of people were standing up and say the answer is not to try to destroy every police department based on some other
Right.
case. So I think that's where most Trump people were on that. You know?
Yeah, and I feel like that is agreeable, and most people should agree to that. But it is like if you see someone that's like blue line, or like they have something like that, it automatically makes you think. Or even in this case, when they started to make it out like support Back the Blue, I was like, oh God, like I don't like that connotation, because to me, or to a lot of people, that means, you know, it's about this other stuff.
Oh, I
right?
know what you mean. Yeah, I know
I do know
exactly what you're talking about, because people operate in generalizations, which saves time, and I don't fault people for doing that. I understand that. I often, you know, look at generalities too, but when it comes down to it, though, you know, it's just maybe for peace of mind, maybe it's naive, but the way I look at it is a much better world to live in when, again, it's case by case. Like I don't
Yes,
support
100%.
the police.
Right.
I support good police. That's
Right.
easy to
Right.
say. It's honest. I really believe that, you know.
And that's where it's
boils
coming
down to
with-
I
with-
support good people, right? So
Right.
No.
Agree 100%. And where a lot of FKR people have come out against me here and said, you just believe that police can't be corrupt. When did I say that? I never said. I never thought
Yeah,
that.
no
And-
kidding,
and
no
I know Matt didn't either, because we both were open to the idea at the beginning when Turtle Boy first started covering this, that there could have been a cover up. So we were
Sure.
open to the possibility of police corruption here. It just
Sure.
didn't match the evidence. So that's all I do is
Right.
go by the evidence, case by case, you know, as Boomer is saying.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that she did use a lot of these talking points to like round up certain groups of people. So there's like feminists. She brought them in with the Proctor stuff. But then those same feminists are liking comments about essaying Jen McCabe and her daughter. So like those are some real good feminists she has. And
Right.
then she brought in like, you know, people that already didn't like police. So that was easy. But then she also brought in all the conspiracy theorists who normally support police and hate the feds. But in this case, the feds are God and all the police are bad. And it's like, are you people
Right.
okay?
Right.
When I was out there in August for twice for the rallies, and I've talked to people on both sides, there were a lot of Trump support on both sides. It's really
Right.
not a political issue here. It's not a case where all the Trump people are on FKR. It's not like that. It's
No.
a lot of
yeah.
white middle class people are pro Trump, and there's really not a lot of black people protesting out there on either side.
Right. Yeah, I don't think it is a political. I mean, I think age-wise, it might be a little bit, because I think that, you know, people on both sides of the aisle in my family support Karen Reed, and I think it's because of the propaganda, because they probably, you know, this wasn't politicized, but I don't know. I think propaganda really works, especially on
Oh, of
social
course it
media.
does.
And
Of course it does. Yeah, because one of the most powerful elements that fuel any successful propaganda campaign is repetition. It's repetition, right? And one mouth can't say the same thing over and over again enough. But video clips, channels, all of that in concert, yes, absolutely, absolutely.
And then, like,
that's
the
why
word of
it
mouth.
should never be. Yeah, it should never be underestimated. The power of repetition alone. It starts to normalize thoughts and ideas. I mean, that's how simplistic we are as a species. right? We're all very, very vulnerable to being brainwashed. I hate to say it, but it's true. Critical thought is one of the sort of, I don't know, last lines of defense for society in general. It really is. It really, really is.
We really need more critical thinking in this world.
Big
And I think
time.
that social media prevents it. And it, because
I think it hurts it.
locks
Yep.
everyone into like their echo chambers. And
correct.
If I do start speaking on a different thing that's not what the group wants, then you
Yep.
know, I lose all those followers, and then
Yep.
maybe I'll get some new ones. But it definitely hurts you. Anytime I've said anything
Mm-hmm.
controversial, especially this case, like you lose so many people because they don't want to hear thoughts. They want
Well-
to hear their side, and they want the repetition. They don't want to have to think, and it's like it's disturbing because we live in
I mean, whether or not and this is just in general, right? This isn't targeted at any one point or thing you've said, Matt, but I don't need to agree with anything you say, but I prefer that you say it with conviction and you believe it in good faith. And then the conversation can go in any direction, right? But if you enter a conversation and you say what you say out of good faith and you believe in it, not out of hesitation for what this audience or that audience may say, is it's the only way to be. You know what I mean? I've said things with conviction before. It has nothing to do with this case, just in life, where I really believed the thing I believed. And thank God I did, because I entered into conversations where I ended up changing my opinion. But it wouldn't have been a real change of opinion if I hadn't believed my statement to begin with. So we all got to be honest. You know, whatever you think or believe, just say it, man. You know, there's nothing wrong with being wrong or finding out that you're right. You know, just stick to your guns and talk it out and be civil. Be civil. You know, we'll go.
Yeah.
I think
civil.
Human beings understand the world in terms of narrative. So just going at the basic sensory level, you're seeing something. Your eyes are looking at a crude image, and the way it works is they're matching it up to things on file inside your head. So you see something that looks kind of like an apple, and your brain starts matching up to known images of an apple, and then it shoots out apple.
Right.
Here's an apple.
Right.
And the brain is just a pattern recognition machine, and one of those patterns includes narratives. That's a higher level pattern. And so our view of politics often comes down to a narrative about how the world works that we bought into at one time or another. And just how we even understand, you know, some people, old timers will say, it's all about the money. It always comes down to money. That's a narrative that makes it easier for them to understand the world. It's not true. A lot of things come down to money, but a lot of things don't come down to money. They come down to sex, or they come down to religion, or they come down to something else that moves them. Not everything moves by money, but having that the more simple a narrative it is, the easier it is to buy into, and it feels like you've explained everything. In a trial case like this, the defense has successfully, you guys, propaganda, it's the right word, but what is it? It's a narrative. They put together a narrative that people can buy into, and there are just enough components there to almost make it believable, or at least make it sellable. And then it has to, in order to make it resonate, there has to be some part of it that finds purchase because people want to believe it, or they need to believe it.
Right.
Matt, actually, we were talking earlier, Matt, before you got here, so I'd like to hear your take on this. Why do you think this case resonates so deeply with people? Not just why does someone believe it, but why does it resonate to the point where they're willing to go out and sacrifice part of their lives by being out there in front of court all the time, even in bad weather, or donating a lot of money to it? What do you think about this resonates so deeply with people?
I mean, I think that it is the dislike for I think corruption in general, because I don't think it's necessarily people that don't like the plan. I mean, I think that's a part of it, but I think it is corruption about there's different standards for different people. And I think that that's what it's about. And people want to fight corruption, but like, is this really it? But I think that, you know, what it really comes down to, and the corruption, you know, this would be more obvious because it's police officers. Yes, they probably, if they got pulled over drinking and driving, they'd get away. Like they'd be let go. But like the real corruption is the people with the money in this country that run all of the upper level departments and schools, and those are the people that have the real power. And that's the corruption we should be fighting. But I think it's too complex for most people to understand. And so this is a very simple thing to get behind and say he was beat up and she was framed, even though it makes absolutely no sense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's their chance to fight the system, however they perceive the system and what the fight is. You know, they get to jump in and be part of the action. You know,
Mhm.
we're fighting corruption here. It's like, are you? But I believe they feel that they are. I think they feel that way. Yeah.
Right. The same way that what fighting witches in Salem.
Sure.
You know, the same way they were trying to make Germany better. I think
Right.
that you get people on board, you have a common villain. I think like uniting people in hatred or uniting people in a common enemy is easier than uniting people with goodwill and good wishes. And
I think that's because of a lack in culture, and that's not specific. It's very in the most general sense of the term, culture, the collective sort of value system at the population at large, really, right? If we're not valuing critical thought, we're not valuing decency, and we're not valuing goodwill, then it's a lot easier to sell hatred. And I think that's
Right.
where we're at. I think you're right. I think that the majority is easier swayed with the negative than the positive, and that I think boils down to ailing culture, really. You know,
Right. I mean, that's what sells. Like, if you want, it's crazy because it is like what people need is community, and I mean, so they're getting it from being united in hatred, and you know that's why we established like religions and schools and towns so that people would feel community and would feel connected. And I think a lot of that was lost during COVID, and now everything's different. And
definitely
now
took
we have
a hit.
echo chambers online,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
it's you know, I don't know. I think that this whole thing is like so toxic, but it is like
Oh yeah, man. Yeah, big time, buddy. Big time.
I don't know like where to go from here. Like I want to add good to the world. I don't want to be fighting this crap that there's
Right.
no winning really. Like winning would be that people get along and people treat each other right and people see each other as human beings. And I don't think that cases like this help that at all.
No, the imperative moving forward here is to continue to encourage and foster critical thought and probably take these things more seriously, right? Because they got
Yeah.
the narrative right in the beginning, and a lot of people either bought into it or ignored it, and then it becomes this monster, you know, that has real life consequences, especially to the people that are affected by this.
What was that question? Tiger Lily? No, I'm not. I'm not a middle child.
What do you mean? Good luck with
People-
that. You gotta have faith in that, you know.
Yeah, I mean, even as a society, I feel like we're trying to get rid of critical thinking. It seems like you know, the people in power, the people with money don't want the critical thinking. They want these like cattle
been a
to
long-
herd into certain places, you know.
Yeah. For some of us that are a little older, in my opinion, maybe a few of you out there would agree, maybe Kevin would agree, that the fight has been on to whittle away, like I said, culture, like which would include, you know, critical thought, all those elements. I think it's been under attack for a very long time. I don't think this is new. I know that the lockdowns really did it felt like it sped it up. It did a real number on us all. I would agree with that. I think it fast tracked a lot of things, but I believe it's been in effect for quite some time, generations. I mean, they've known forever, right? Like starve the people a little bit. You don't have to take all the food, but
Mhm.
just the quality, lower it down a little bit, make the books a little shorter. You know, of course, yeah, it's been in effect for quite a long time, in my opinion.
Yeah, and that's kind of like, and I think politics has taken that turn, and I think that that's really
Sure.
unfortunate because I think you can have two different opinions and you don't have to like launch an attack on the other person. Like there's a reason, and you should try to understand why they think that way and where's your common ground. And but now it's like they're both trying to like kill each other and paints people with a broad brush, like, oh, they're all a bunch of pedophiles, oh, these people are all like terrorists that want to like just shoot up the world. And it's like, nobody wants, I mean, I think some people do, but like the majority of people don't want that. But some people really are like, I hope we have a civil war soon. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah, what a weird thing to want.
Like,
you know what I mean?
It's like they're jonesing for like to be able to go out and kill people. It's crazy.
I just had a similar conversation. I don't know if it was earlier this morning or last night. It's all blurring together. But it was again, it's not to focus on politics, but I'm not a fan of who's in charge with the country I'm living in right now. But I don't hope they fail. You know what I mean? What I hope and wish for is that they wake up and they do things maybe closer to the way I'd like to see it. But I don't hope they fail, because if they fail, just so I could get them on a gotcha, everybody suffers. We all suffer. So it's crazy to think that way, that, oh, I hope this happens, or like a war. Come on, man. That's anybody. And I won't say I've never fought in a war, but I'm related to those who did, even the big WW2. And I think they would recoil in horror to hear somebody say that they hope for any kind of war. It's no, you don't want to think like that. They're easy to start and they're really hard to stop, to be overly simplify it.
Yeah, it would be nice if I don't know when it's going to change, but it does seem like we're on this like path that's not good.
Sure. Right.
And I don't know who's going to change. The Gen Z doesn't seem like they're interested in changing anything.
You never know. You never know. But I mean, like our conversation right now is putting it out there into the world. It may be small, might be a drop in an ocean, but I'm a firm believer that nothing will get you nowhere, and trying is at least trying, at least. And I did really like your comment there, but about finding common ground. That's got to be on my top list of the right move to make, especially when you're talking to somebody or meeting somebody you've never met before, or you have differences that you're already aware of. Just figure out how much you have in common. You'll be surprised. You'll be shocked at how similar most people are in most ways. We differ in usually a few, sometimes radically, but if you put bullet points, the list is shorter. Just the human experience, period. We just got a lot in common, man, whether some people want to see it that way or not. It just kind of seems to be the way,
Yeah, I think everyone wants the same things for the most part. And I think it's just who they're believing is helping them get there, I guess.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah. Yep. Big time. It is hard to think positive sometimes. Yeah, it really is.
I know. Well, especially with this goddamn case. That's why I can't wait till it's over. And I really hope it's not a mistrial, because I don't want to have a season 3.
No kidding.
I want to focus on more positive things, because I think that, I don't know, I just think that that's the best thing that you could put out into the world, because even us hating or fighting with them back, I don't think we're as vile as the other side, but I do give the same energy back sometimes, and I don't like that for myself.
Well, I got the line in the sand for me personally. It's like, leave it on the internet. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, you get into it with somebody, or you clash with ideas or whatever, leave it on the internet. I have no desire or want or need to track that person down and make them hurt. And I'm seeing people do that. It's not just being an apologist. I've yet to see, air quotes, people on this side do that. I haven't seen it, but I have seen some folks in the Free Karen Read camp pull some horrible moves in real life on people to spread some suffering. that's my line in the sand. Keep it at thoughts, keep it at discourse, and leave it there. Let the better ideas win. You don't need to do more than that.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's kind of what's happening now is like people on social media, through social media, especially, are learning how to appeal to the darkest side of humanity because that's the easiest part to win
Quick
over.
sell. Yeah.
Yeah. And to get like a following. And then it's like, but the wrong person's going to get that power. And there's no, right now, there's no like, on social media, at least, there's no like tests, or there's no like if you're a journalist, you have to like follow certain things or you can get sued. But like on social media, it's just a free for all.
Oh, sure.
And
yeah. Oh, I hear you. I hear that.
And people on the wrong side are the ones that get the most clout because it's the mob, it's the popular, it's how the algorithm works, and we're doomed if it continues.
No, I get you. I would stop short at we're doomed, and for one reason, if only one reason. I hope there's more, but the one that jumps to my brain is this: it's the gift of the youth is really what it is. So children are watching at all times. Their eyes are open. They're little sponges, right? Children grow up to be teenagers and young adults, and one thing that they almost have like a built-in switch to rebel, and what the adults might think is fantastic, the children are watching you and they're disgusted, and this is a generational thing, and I think it's a fail-safe, really, in my opinion. It's like a fail-safe, a social fail-safe, where children, young people just have an inkling, not all of them, of course, but to rebel. Hopefully they see this disgusting mess that's going on in social media and they're repulsed. Maybe their response will be less online. Who knows? We haven't seen it yet, so who knows? But I remember I was like that as a kid, a youth growing up. I was like, what the hell is everyone's problem? Because you're not seeing it from their vantage point. You're looking at like you're helpless, you're young, you can't do anything about it, but you're not liking it. And then you end up growing up to walk a different way. So
yeah, I can't even remember when I was young knowing too much about like these major political disagreements and stuff. But I think it is because, I don't know, people weren't the way they are now, so tribal about it. And I don't think that it was like you pick a side. I don't think it was always like that. I remember, I remember the presidential elections. I don't remember anyone being crazy about them. And like now it's like insane. Like it's like your enemy number one. Like I have like family members that don't talk to me from like, I don't even know, like that have blocked me for like certain, and I mean, maybe I was being crazy at the time. I probably was. And that's why I don't really talk about that stuff as much, but like, I don't know. It is so bizarre because it's not how it should be. We're a united country. We are the same.
Right.
And we should be considering everyone's point of view. Like just because I don't farm doesn't mean I don't understand why farmers don't need tax breaks. You know what I mean? Like, and to just call that overspending, and like they just try to oversimplify everything. But like the bottom line is like people in charge are working for money and they are getting donations, and those are the people whose best interest they're considering, not ours. And I mean, they need to be cut off from that, and I think that would fix everything. But I just don't see how that's going to happen. Like, unless there's like a major revolution or something, which
Julia Gulia agrees with you. She says, Matt, it was not like this. No, and I voted for Perot in '92 to get rid of these problems. Oh my God. I remember Perot, Ross Perot. I remember that guy. He was a character.
I think I was in 6th grade and we had a like mock debate, and there was Perot, I was Clinton, and somebody else was Bush. And I don't think I knew anything at the time. The only like thing that I had to keep defending is, I guess Clinton said like kids should go to school all year round, which obviously never came to fruition, but like that's why everyone was like against him at the time, I guess. But even at that time though, like Clinton's policies, like if you look at it, like were not that different from, you know, I think it was Ronald Reagan that like set the stage, and then they all kind of kept doing the same thing year after year after year, and you know, gradually taking away certain pieces that were a benefit to before, because like in the 70s people had like solariums and stuff in their high schools and all kinds of stuff, and then they started chipping away at that over time, and now we're here. And it's like
I'm saying, man, make the book shorter, right? Make the food a little
Nobody can afford
crappier, slow your
get
brain
rid of those
down.
pensions, you know,
Yeah.
on the job training. No, let's make everyone go to college, and we can charge them, you know, for 4 years of college and put them in debt immediately. Perfect. Perfect way to build the economy.
Yeah. Willie Wallace. No, I was not voting back in 92. I would have been in my early teen years. Yes. So no, I wasn't. I was not voting. Not quite yet. A few years off.
Oh God, I just feel like we're only gonna have celebrities running for president after this. Like that's like,
no kidding. I know. It not to be
Which-
lazy, but it
Mm.
is one of my favorite movies. Like Idiocracy, right? It's pretty much like that. Welcome to Walmart. I love you. It's one of my favorite movies on planet Earth. Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if it'll be that different, to be honest, because it is.
Yeah, I
kinda
mean,
like,
it feels like it's getting there. I kind of feel like that too. You know,
it's whoever's beneath them, as long as you believe in intelligent people and you know, put the right people in the cabinet that can guide you. I guess, you know, maybe Britney Spears could be president. Who knows?
Oh man.
She could just
Holy
keep
hell.
dancing around.
Oh dude, Jesus, man. I've seen those crazy knife dances and shit, dude. I don't know about that.
Nobody would be messing with
man.
us. Let me tell
Oh
you.
God, that's a horrifying idea. Artificial intelligence is our next jury. Oh my God, it's our
AI
new
is-
overlord. Yeah.
I mean, I think that AI within 4 years, you know, people that are doing the influencer thing, I think most of them are going to be gone, and the AI is going to be able to create someone just like them. That
It's more
modifies
marketable.
to what the
even.
audience wants,
Yeah,
right?
exactly. They can move as the audience wants it to move too, like in real time. As they're fickle, right? They can generate a new personality for them to follow. Oh yeah.
Yeah,
We are
Britney's
living in a
campaign could be, "You better work, bitch."
Oh
I'm
my
just
God.
like reading the comments.
What's your problem with AI?
God. Oh my God, Karen Reed for president. That
Oh,
could be a thing. I mean, she could run for governor at this
point
point and probably get elected in
Right.
Massachusetts and
Oh,
be insane.
it'd be beyond insane. You imagine like the speeches, that weird, just fried voice. Could you rally behind that? My God. Is Edmonton gonna win tonight? I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm a terrible Canadian, you see. I played a little bit of street hockey. I can't skate, so I'm a terrible Canadian, right? I I like guns, so that makes me kind of not popular here too. I don't play hockey all that much. I got into like boxing and kickboxing and all that. I was more into that when I was growing up. Less of the hockey guy. That and hockey's like insanely expensive, man, to get into. So damn expensive. So I haven't really been keeping up on what's going on with the hockey. Next, I'll say I'm not really big into Rush, and watch there'll be a Canadian in the chat. Get him. And now we know why you're paying attention to some rando trial in Massachusetts, right? Oh, hell yeah, Jeff.
Karen could be the first no-ass president. That is very true.
I mean, but to be fair, I don't know how many of us have been really like hawking presidential butt cheeks, right? Like, really, is that something people like?
Yeah, I don't usually
consider
pay
when
attention
they're
to that,
when they're
yeah.
voting. Like, is that a thing? I don't know.
I don't know.
I'm a
I mean, they
secessionist.
all
No.
have some weight on them. I think kids should be sent to summer school. I still agree with that.
My
I think-
son is actually a huge proponent, and he's in high school, but he's a huge proponent for year-round schooling.
I mean, I think
Jailbreak.
it's. I mean, I used to like run the streets in the summer because like I had a single mom, and like I think we had babies. I don't know how old, probably like 11 at that point. We were like old enough, and I had like a younger brother, a year younger, and we would just run the streets all summer. And like, you know, because school was our babysitter while she worked.
Yep.
But nowadays you'd be arrested for that. So
horror movies and Nintendo were our babysitters pretty much. Someone and Neil Peart, yeah, he ruled. He ruled. Whether I'm big into Rush or not, Neil Peart ruled. He was awesome.
Was it Alan Jackson that wanted the OUI on there, or was that like the state's decision?
I think it was the defense that wanted it on there.
Why did they allow that? I forget which country it was, but I was reading about some country where like you don't even have to have a body, so like to convict someone of murder. And so a lot of times wives would leave their husbands and just like go to like just disappear, and the husband will go to jail for like murder.
Oh shit.
I think it was
That
UK
sounds
or something.
horrible. Wow.
It was something like, and I was just like, what? And I guess it happens a lot. I'm like, what?
It happens a lot. You think they would address that? If wow.
It's yeah.
Oh man.
I was like,
Your
damn,
broad
that's
walks
a
out
real
on
way
you
to
and you
screw
go to
someone
jail?
over.
Yeah,
You
really.
know?
Really. All she has to do is go live in the woods or move somewhere else and you go to jail. The hell?
Right? Just save up some money. But why would they even want to do that? Well, I
don't
guess that would be like the best revenge.
I guess the dude would have to be like really have to inspire the woman to want to do that. I would think. I mean, unless she's just a nutter. Who knows?
Or she finds
Who
someone new and
knows?
just takes off with them.
Yeah, but knowing that dude's gonna go to jail, you gotta be a cold person, right? Wow. That's savage.
I mean, I hope that they're playing all those clips on replay in the deliberation room because I just cannot believe she said a lot of those things.
I don't know. It's again, I'm really trying not to speculate on what any of this means too. Like I mean, I'm in my brain, I'm doing the same thing, but it just ends up leading me into more anxiety. And for what? Like we don't know. We don't know nothing. But I'm doing the same thing, man. What does it mean if it's this long? And I've done that too. Like go online too. Like historically, is this a good thing? Is this a bad thing? What do the juries look like? Oh, right, it's fairly biased what we're hearing back, but I still want to know, and I just end up going in circles. I don't know if I'm better off after it. Probably not.
I just had a conversation with Margaret, and she was saying that on Canton Confidential last night, her and the other lawyers were discussing, and I didn't know this if it's true, and it sounds like it is that this is weird too. That fifth component of the manslaughter, the second charge there, the one that's just the OUI, that was actually added by the defense. That was what their motion was about adding.
Yeah.
Is that true, Kate?
Correct.
All right. So that's interesting because usually the charges are only added by the prosecution, right? It's kind of interesting that they added that, and pretty smart if they did, if they're going to get.
It doesn't even make sense. It's like beneath the manslaughter on the manslaughter slip. But what does that have to do with the manslaughter? Like they did it so that this would happen, so that the jury would select that.
That's why it's clever, right? So yeah.
How do they allow that? My God.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd be curious to see how often that is that a defense team actually adds a charge, because it's giving them the lesser option, giving that jury the lesser option, which avoids the much more serious options. So,
and that's why they had the question, because it's on the manslaughter slip. That's why they were like, well, does this mean that she's guilty of the main charge? Because like, why would that be on the slip? Every other one is about manslaughter, a form of manslaughter. That one's not. And that's why they had that stupid question, because it doesn't make sense to be there. And like, how is that allowed to be on there?
That talk to Auntie Bev.
I'm done with her.
Yeah, you're not a fan at all. Not even kind of, sort of. Like, no.
I mean, I think that she's doing what she believes is fair and just, and I think that she does look at the law. I just think that she's not someone that will challenge precedent or say, well, this is like kind of a different circumstance, like, and let anything go to the Supreme Court if it needs to. I think that she is just going to find precedent. She's going to do the safe thing every time. And that's just, I don't think that's a bad thing. I just think that's her approach.
I'm glad you said that, because I think it's not that she's free Karen Reed, as someone just said in chat. It's just when someone is, if any one of us was up for a murder charge, we'd want someone to kind of give us as much chance as we can, at least to be fair with giving us a fair chance to defend ourselves. Someone just put a question up there that moved. Let me see if I can catch up to it. It's moving. I can't catch it.
I saw one from Dad there.
Got it.
He says, apologies, anyone. Dad, you were never around. Now you show up in chat and you want me to apologize for what? For what? Come on now. Silly.
Donald, he just says, yes, you missed the defense slipped in. Yes, I didn't actually know what change they had in yesterday. And I just didn't, no, I don't remember. There are parts of the day now where I sleep inexplicably. I wouldn't say inexplicably, it's because of low blood counts, but it is. So sometimes I miss something that I shouldn't. So sorry, Donald, I did miss that. In fact, they put on Court TV on the email that's what we were going to discuss the new requests on the charging document, and I was like, I'm so glad that they didn't bring that up, because I didn't really know. I was going to have to play that off in some way and try to direct it to some different conversation piece. But that is really interesting. It's really clever if they did sneak that in there,
Someone's asking us to show the note. I don't think we have any of the jury notes, though. I think she just read them.
Right. She just read them out. Yep. We might be able to find them on Twitter. Take a look.
So the note, she took it as a hypothetical, basically saying, if we agree on not guilty on 2 charges, but we can't agree on the third, Does that
Right.
mean it's a mistrial or whatever? But I just think it's strikingly similar to what happened in the first trial. So I think that they're putting that out there to, because now that question needs to be asked, when they come to the mistrial point. Did you agree on any of the charges? But it's very weird. It seems like they have a plant, possibly, or someone that watched the first trial.
It's so strange to me to think like if we remove the idea of a plant, which would explain this, but if you remove that idea, right? Like how anybody could see this trial, right? Not even the first trial, just this one, and think there's no evidence and there's a lot of reasonable doubt. The no evidence is probably the most puzzling to me. I don't see reasonable doubt. I see unreasonable doubt, but the evidence, I mean, like I said, the debris field, the test example E, the fragments in his clothes. It's too much. And of course, the text stream data, his phone stopping. It's just too much to be like, oh yeah, there's clearly she didn't hit anything or him. What? That's too weird. That's too bizarre. I can't imagine anybody's thinking that.
So I got one question from Christina Rex. She says one of the questions was, if we find not guilty on 2 charges but can't agree on 1 charge, is it a hung jury on all 3 charges or just 1 charge? So that was the most recent question.
They think they can have a hung jury within I don't know, I don't understand. I don't even understand.
It's exactly what went to the Supreme Court. So I just think it's just too coincidental.
Right.
There are no coincidences. It's not a coincidence that Karen woke up thinking that he was dead, hit by a plow. It's not a coincidence that her taillight was broken.
Yeah.
It's not a coincidence that she called her dad and said, I hit something. Yeah, someone said that was not the most recent question. Keep up. Is there another question that came after that?
Yeah, please tell us. What is the question?
Yeah, tell us. Stedeka.
Maybe we missed a question.
I don't think so. We've had this on the whole time.
They had the 3 questions, and then they had the other question that came after lunch, right?
Yeah,
right.
That is all. As far as I'm aware, yeah, that was it.
That's 4. There's no 5. Oh, so Stedeka is saying that 4th question came before the previous 3 questions, which I did find it odd that immediately after they already had a question, they already knew about it. So was that a question that she put off to talk about them separately? But why would she do that? I was wondering the order of when that question came. It didn't make sense to me that it was immediately in her hands.
Well, it was the order that was presented to us anyways.
Yeah.
Right.
So, and we did hear today discussion that did I miss it? That there was no court on Friday, but yet I'm looking at Christina Rex says court is scheduled to be in session on Friday. So, maybe I don't know. Maybe they wouldn't cancel court on Friday since it's not like there could be a decision today or tomorrow. So, I don't know. I'm still confused as to whether there is court on Friday.
I'm just going to do a live stream where we ask the chat what their favorite AC/DC song is and just sit there for 8 hours. That's going to be my new thing. Right. Oh my God.
Can I just say all of them? No.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Done dirt.
Oh, that was one of the first AC/DC records I ever heard. That same buddy's sister that had the Twisted Sister album had that too. Bon Scott ruled.
There's a really good documentary on it that I think was on on YouTube, so it's free. But it was all about the evolution of their sound and how it was put together and stuff like that. It's pretty cool. I forget the name of it. Sorry.
I think it's great that they called Brian Johnson the new guy, and he came on board in 1981 or something.
Yeah, it was.
He's
It was.
still the
I was
new
like a
guy.
freshman year in high school when that album came out,
Yeah.
and it was just huge. You know.
Oh man, I bet. I was a little too young for when that came out, but AC/DC was still big, and I was blown away because I would, run up to a family member and go, "Have you ever heard of AC/DC?" And they look at me sideways like they've been around since the 70s. I didn't know. Everything's new to you when you're a kid. You don't know nothing. I didn't know.
And there's no YouTube back then. There's no internet.
No.
So
No.
what you knew about bands was, unless you bought like, I don't know, Rolling Stone magazine or something. What you knew about bands was just from what you heard on the radio and the album itself, And then by the 80s, by MTV, but
Steel Panther song. You know what? I'm not a giant Steel Panther fan. Oh God. They're funny. I just can't. I don't really know I don't know. You know what? Just because I don't know, I'm going to make sure I listen to some Steel Panther today. Just because I couldn't answer you.
Are they Australian? Or I've never heard of Steel Panther.
No, they're kind of like a novelty kind of band. As far as I know, maybe I'll outrage some people, but they're like a funny kind of tribute to hair metal and stuff like that.
Okay.
Yeah. Do I like Slayer, Jen? Yeah, yes. in my hometown, it was very common to see somebody driving down the road in like a Camaro or an IROC or whatever, and Firebirds, and they'd throw their horns out the window and they'd scream Slayer at each other. That was a greeting. That legitimately was a greeting. Oh yeah, Slayer! It'd be like, I don't even know that dude, but now we're friends. Yeah, Slayer, big time.
Damn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, people in my hood love Slayer, man. They really did. They really did. Yeah, lots of mullets. Lots of mullets.
I can remember the rise of MTV because I was like, we didn't have. So I was a junior in high school, maybe a senior, and went on. So this would have been like 83, and went over to a friend's house that lived in a different town and whose parents were willing to buy us beer. Hopefully,
yeah.
And what they would buy us was Stroh's, one of those cheap beers. But they had MTV on. Well, first of all, cable was still a relatively new thing then. It was a while before we talked, my dad into getting cable. And then when you got cable, you might not have had MTV, and that's why they started that song, I Want My MTV. They started that commercial.
Right, to get the kids to bug the parents to add it onto the bill.
Or to bug the cable company to get it.
Oh, right, that too, sure.
Yeah,
sure.
Yeah. And but I remember seeing that first time was, Matt's going to get upset here, but U2 was, they had this live at Red Rocks, and that was the first time I had seen them, Sunday Bloody Sunday and all that stuff. And that was the first MTV. That was the very early MTV. And by the time I was a freshman in college, pretty much everybody had cable then, and pretty much every cable had MTV. So it was spreading very rapidly.
We had much music. We had the Canadian version because our government has this really weird thing about Canadian content laws or whatever. So we had that. Dave Bowman. What about Pantera? I gotta say, man. Dimebag was massively influential, and one of the first big moments for me in my youth was when I could nail the Cowboys solo. That's when I went from thinking maybe I'll be okay on guitar to having some confidence, man. That was a big breakthrough.
Oh, that's cool.
I absolutely love Pantera. Yeah, Dimebag Darrell was patron saint.
People are saying the jury's on the way back, but I don't know if it's real. At 3:25.
Gotcha.
I don't know.
I'm
trying to find a legitimate person, but I can't find one that's saying that.
Yeah, Darrell was a real one, man.
Oh, let's just end this.
Right.
I mean, I feel bad for the O'Keefes because this even stresses me out, and I'm not even a family member.
That's what I think every time I get twisted up about this. The same thought floods into my head too. I feel if I'm feeling like this, and even good or bad, like when Brennan did his closing, I felt the vindication, and I had the same thought. Imagine what they feel, good or bad. It's it's
Right.
heightened for them.
Because
Yeah.
it's like 3 years of like the grief stage,
God,
and then
yeah.
it's like all this bullshit. And like, are you ever going to get justice? Is this lady smiling in your face? Is anything ever going to happen to her? And I'm sure they want it to be over too.
They're
It's
all
hell
going to be
if
doing the
if they-
victory tour, and she's going to be whatever that she's going to be doing. You know, she thinks she's going to be campaigning for victims of injustice and blah blah blah.
Oh my
Yeah.
god.
Yeah.
Even the people that made the documentary with her and spent all the time with her, they believe she's guilty now.
Right.
So I've tried to avoid saying that because I didn't want to, but yes, 100% they do. I hope they don't mind me saying it now. But it's
Well,
not-
yeah, anyone who gets close to her,
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
because she did it. Like that's just it. So
Right.
Yeah, even on Dateline and stuff, you could see it in their face. They're like, oh, okay. Like, oh, okay. Like you can tell that like nobody believes her. And it's so bizarre.
Marin says, I hate heavy metal. What's wrong with y'all lot over the pond? I don't know. I think there's a lot of crazier things about North America in general than heavy metal, I would say.
Country Western is really spread. That was not even a thing when I was a kid. You know, that was just on remote channels or something, but that's really spread.
My aunts and uncles and grandparents, they loved country. My
Yeah.
grandfather loved Hank Snow. He was real big in him. And I ended up liking like Merle Haggard and like, I guess, closer to the outlaw kind of dudes. And I still do. Like the Highwaymen, I think is still one of the coolest super groups on earth. I still rep that CD or
Right.
album, whatever. Yeah, oh God, it's great. I think every genre has something cool to it. It just, there might be more or less of it that speaks to you. You
Yeah.
know? Yeah. I always got the side eyes from my friends, right? Because back in like the 80s, in my area, it wasn't cool to like rap at all. Hip hop, not at all. No, it was Leonard Skinner or metal or whatever, maybe country. That changed obviously, but I remember my buddy was like, you remember the little cassette decks, right? You'd have cassette deck 1 and 2. Well, maybe
Mhm.
Slayer was in 1 and Ice-T was in 2. I couldn't play the Ice-T one in certain areas.
Yeah.
Don't play that, man.
I actually owned an 8-track player back in the day. That really dates me.
Hell yeah, dude. Winger.
Matt's
you
like,
take
what's that?
back."
What's an 8-track player, man?
Right,
These
no
anybody
doubt.
younger is like, what the hell is that shit?
I think I've seen
I-
one before.
I did not listen to Winger. That's psychotic. How dare you, Adam? How dare you? Oh, Winger. Nobody listened. Winger didn't even listen to Winger, dude. Come on.
I was the first bar in Worcester that was playing MP3s for the bar. So they had a
Oh, no
we
kidding.
put a couple of computers behind the bar and was playing MP3s.
Right on.
So I'm progressive a little bit.
Downloading
Rapid hip-hop.
music
What?
illegally from Napster.
That's
Oh,
exactly
hell yeah.
right. Yep, that's exactly right.
Do you remember LimeWire? That was the worst because you
Oh,
type in,
yeah.
I want Slayer Angel of Death, and you would get some random shit. Right?
Yeah.
Nothing was ever what it was labeled. It was horrible.
LimeWire was great though. Actually, generally works good. So what happened was like,
I had bad
I'm
luck.
running a bar where you had to be careful with viruses, but I'm running a bar
Yeah, that too.
where these younger kids and girls are listening to hip hop or the latest thing that I don't listen to, and I don't want to
Yeah.
listen to a lot of that music just to figure out what's popular. So they would come up and tell me what to get, and I could just download it right there. And I would tell them, I
Right.
said, I'm going to download it. I'm going to play it. If it sucks, and I got to tell, pretty much if it's something that's going to work with the crowd, even if not because it's my genre, because you can tell. And I'd say if it sucks, I'm going to get rid of it about 10 seconds into the song. Okay, just so you understand that. But if it's good, I'm going to buy you a drink in gratitude for you telling me about this good song. So
Oh, right
they would
on.
be coming up to me all night, giving me little song, and that's how I built my library, just stealing it on LimeWire.
And win MX. Frank Perry, rest in peace, DAC. I'm assuming DAC is David Allen Coe. Cynthia went to radio school and can edit reel to reel. That is a lost art. That is not easy. Much respect for that. It's very cool.
No, the attorneys do not find out the verdict before it is announced. The verdict is announced, and everybody sees it at the same time. I'm sure you can remember many famous scenes where you've seen that in court, and you watch the reaction of the defendant.
I can't wait to see her leap across the room at Judge Bev. They should have played that clip where she was like, I just want to scream at the judge and tell her to shut up.
Oh, man. Yeah. Yeah, right. That was smart. Oh, sorry, Frank. Okay, different DAC. Donald Atwater Cameron from Shiz. Okay. Okay. Rest in peace.
Just responding to somebody else's comment in chat, we'd be pretty happy with manslaughter, I would say, at this point.
I've always said I think that's the. I think that, you know, although it fits the statute, there's just too many variables really to hit comfortably on murder too. But I think that, you know, some of these questions I think are very pointed in a certain direction, and you just need to be realistic about it. I think that although I would not ever say there's a plant on the jury, I wouldn't go that far. It would seem that there's perhaps some influence because of the nature of the questions, particularly the concern about acquitting on 2 and hanging on 1.
And we're talking about this manslaughter, and there's the OUI manslaughter, the overall charge. You could be the lesser included where you just had the manslaughter without the OUI, which would make a huge difference.
Well, no, Master Valley, it's not a conspiracy. It's been repeatedly stated by numerous Karen Reed supporters over and over again. We're tainting the jury pool. We're trying to get to the jury pool. We want to get to the jury pool. So I think there's always an understanding that there was a possibility. Clearly, they're not comfortable with straight up acquittal at this point, which I think says something too. We also don't know the breakdown or where everything's swinging. I think it's interesting that they're still going right now. Yeah.
Back in March, when I think it was March, maybe it was early April. I think it was March, though, when we learned that the federal investigation was officially over, possibly even February. And on Court TV that night, Vinny asked Nick Rocco about that, and what he said was kind of revealing. He said, "I'm not quoting exactly here. I don't have it in front of me, but he said, in effect, we're not worried about it." Because no matter what, we feel like we've got our story out, and therefore you're not going to get 12 jurors to convict. That's another way of saying you've contaminated the jury pool. That's exactly what you're saying there. And as you see him walking into court with Karen's defense team today, he is part of that defense team. So he knows what they're talking about. So when he's saying that, he's expressing what they're believing. So they absolutely were admitting in that moment that jury contamination was the goal. Oh, so interesting. So Agent 99 says Attorney Matt Timpanek said he believes that it's a hung jury. And Agent says that she's just repeating what Matt said. Matt Timpanek.
Report outside the courthouse says people are expecting the defense to pull up any moment.
To pull up.
Yeah, they're pulling up, homie.
That could be the time of day too, because it's 3:30. But I'm gonna, now that you guys have been staring at the ceiling fan for a couple of hours, I'm gonna start planting suggestions into your heads.
Perfect.
So you wake up and start clucking like a chicken in the middle of the night, you know where it came from. Or maybe you do that anyways. I don't know.
Hey, man, don't judge, dude.
Younger people, yeah, I do think that it was a mistake. I mean, not a mistake, but I do think the younger jury, there's a specific set of problems with them that, you know, because they do believe everything on TikTok. Like, you remember that woman that was on the airplane that was like screaming? I forget what she was even saying. But like there was like a conspiracy that she was sitting next to a skinwalker, and I've literally had people that work with me tell me that she saw a skinwalker, and that's what that was all about. I'm like, what the fuck is a skinwalker? And what are you talking about? And they like believe it. They believe all the conspiracies on TikTok.
Yeah.
And that's
I
why
heard
I'm
it was
like,
a
oh my God.
reptilian. Yeah, and their makeup was running. You could see their V makeup running. You could see the lizard. Yeah.
So I do have confirmation that the defense has left the VFW post and is on, or something like that, and is on their way back.
Yeah, that's what I'm.
It could just be for the end of the day, though, right?
I think so. I think very much so. Yeah. No, not the VFW post. Defense's car. Yeah, from the could see the defense's cars from the VFW, but that doesn't make sense because it sounds like both the defense and the O'Keefe family were hanging out the VFW, and that would not be that would not be.
Maybe
the
they
case,
made
I don't
up
think so.
and they disagreed.
Yeah.
Just let her go.
Yeah.
She's fine.
Yeah, I think it's the time.
I mean, they could have a verdict, though. They could be looking at the time like, well, we don't want to come back yet tomorrow. Let's just do this.
Yeah. I guess Unetti's office is right across the street from the VFW. So maybe that's what it was. So the people, all right, that makes sense. So if the O'Keefe family is inside the VFW, they would be able to see the defense team leave. Well, you know, it is almost 4 o'clock, and if they don't have any booze at Unetti's office, it might be time for them to make a little pack. Maybe they make a little packy run, or
there you go. It's beer 30. Yeah, it's beer o'clock.
Maybe they're heading up to get some Mai Tais.
My tie. Why don't they go get your tie or something? I don't know.
Maybe they're putting Karen Reed on a one-way flight to Vietnam. Who knows?
Hey, there you go.
The pink mob looks worried. Up, there's one positive person.
So do you keep your eyes on the fan or on chat?
Well, now that I know about
Maurice.
the chicken clucking thing, yeah, I look at chat now. I don't trust the fan anymore. Home run, things and stuff. Oh, you got it. Home run. Thank you.
Marie Sweeney says that Vinny Politan is reporting that he thinks something's happening. But
He's trying to hype people up. He's trying to get ratings.
yeah.
I don't know.
It's the weather in Dedham. It looks a little showery right here, right now.
Someone also said more security is pulling up, which usually means there's a verdict, but I don't know.
Yeah, we heard that this morning, though, too, and it didn't really seem to pan out. But You want the court TV feed? Let me look at it and see what's going on that feed.
Respect things and stuff.
It's-
Hopefully, it's more A than O.
It's just,
but-
it's just a fan.
Oh, we just got more of the fan. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, wise and great fan.
The fan looks a little rattled. It's like swaying back and forth.
Looks agitated.
It's about to burst off.
Is he going to wipe out our crops? I don't know.
It's going to chase Alessi out the door.
Yeah, I'd be all right, my butt.
I try to put someone's question on and it just keeps moving. All right, there we go. That was a lot of work just to get me to click on that, Alba. Kevin, the jury said that they're hung. The jury hasn't said anything.
No.
The jury has just asked questions. That's all. Court TV just asked me to join them remote tomorrow. I'm like, let's see what happens tonight first. It's I have to admit, it is kind of, as much as I want to think I'm fully healthy again, it was tiring going there. So I got to think about it. There's other ill people in my house too. So
Yeah, says Boomer, all that Alessi torture you endured, the verdict needs to be killed. I mean, yeah, I would appreciate a guilty verdict despite the Alessi madness. That's for sure. That's for sure. But how weird was it that that guy just came out of nowhere and managed to hit on every note that drove me nuts?
we're going to get you an Alessi bobblehead.
Dude, yeah, right? I can't believe that guy's for real. I'm fascinated by him for, he is a real wild specimen. He fell right out of a cartoon. Yeah, Winston, I know that's what we're hoping doesn't happen, but if it does, we know where the proceeds are going to go. So there's that.
Yeah, if she wins, it's not about being angry, but it just bothers me that you can build up a narrative built on half truths and convince 80% of the public. That just does bother me.
Well, yeah, and most people don't really read past the headline anyway. Even if they read the full headline, you get half of it, maybe.
Right.
Oh God, Jeff. Yeah.
Rick Grundy, who's become more and more FKR as the months have gone by, and he's a nice guy, and I used to like his analysis, but I don't know if he's ingratiating himself. But the problem is like he has a job naturally, so he's not really following the trial. And he said last night how much he loves Nick Rocco, and that's fine. But the problem is he also said how people like Nick have learned so much about the trial process and the legal system through this. And this goes, this kind of is a bookend to Vinny's comment the night before, saying that 80% of the public believes in Karen's innocence, and the public knows a lot more than the jury. Bullshit. I famously have talked about the free Karen Read face. When you confront them with something that's a basic truth, something that came out in the first trial, for instance, what time the Lexus arrived at the Sallyport, or even the fact that the Sallyport that they took it there because it was a heated facility. You get this look on their face because you can tell it's the first time they've ever heard it, even though it came out in the first trial. And
hell, there's been things that I've referenced right out of the initial charging document that those folks were shocked to hear. What? It's like, well, of course your side isn't saying it because it's not beneficial.
Right. I mean, Nick's driving into court with the lawyers all the time. He's been with that team for a couple of years. And just 2 weeks ago, he's saying on court TV that it was Trooper Proctor that swabbed the clothing for the canine test.
Oh, yeah. I caught that.
I mean,
that was a little gnarly.
That's a pretty stupid and major thing to be saying. Don't try to pretend, Vinny, that these guys know more than the jury. That's crazy.
I'm always dubious of people, though, in general, who lust after notoriety. Like, I get it; it's a common thing, and a lot of people do that. But then I'm shocked all the time with it. I find it very strange that they want to propel themselves into some kind of limelight. I mean, I don't know if they know or not, but that limelight moves, and very few people can move with it. You know what I mean? Like, there's moments in your life that you'll be there, and then there's a lot of moments in your life that you won't be there. So trying to get there,
I'm not even sure if that's what he wants. Bizarre. It's hard to know. I
think he does.
Any other? I mean, he's not appearing like if that was what he wanted, wouldn't he be going? Wouldn't he be going on other shows?
He might have marching orders not to. Hard to say, but I do believe that he was trying to get a lot of attention a few years ago with his winnings. And he was on was it like Home and Garden television, and he was really scrounging at the bit to try to get as much attention as he can. And again, there's nothing wrong with getting attention or wanting attention, but it's that drive for it. Like you'll go up there and I guess the proof is if you'll lie for it, it's obviously very important to you. You know, you're willing to put your reputation on the line for it. You know, you don't care if those lies damage other people. Whatever. If it's getting you on the show, it's getting you on the show. And I just find that very bizarre. It's very weird.
Another example that I gave last night, and I've given many times on Court TV about the public not really knowing things. And this is something that I didn't know either, even though once you understand it, it makes such common sense. So you're like, of course, that's the way it is. But that's like a lot of things in life. If you don't know how the sausage is made, you don't know them. And then when you learn it, you're like, yeah, all right, that does make sense, you know. So we learned it's a fact that John's clothing and the other evidence did not enter into the state police evidence system, their system of tabulating the evidence, into their system, into the computer system, until 6 weeks after John's death.
Sure.
So John's clothing, for example, didn't enter the state police evidence system. So, and it wasn't logged into it, is I guess the way to put it. It wasn't logged into their system until 6 weeks after. And the defense has tried to.
Oh, you cut out there. And it looks like in the back chat there, I'll just take this moment. It appears that Matt is back. Just wanted to pass it along.
Hold on 1 second. I didn't even know Matt was gone. And yeah, my cable found out. Oh, Matt's back. All right. So Kate must
There we go.
Yeah, I got it. I'm sorry. I didn't realize I was muted.
So as I was saying, so the defense has tried to make hay of this in both trials. The fact that the evidence didn't show up and it wasn't logged into the state police system until 6 weeks. So where was it? Was it in Trooper Proctor's truck? No. As we learned in the first trial, and as makes perfect sense, if you've even just watched old episodes of Law and Order, the evidence is going to be nearest to the district attorney's office, where nearest to the prosecution. So inside the district attorney's office, we learned last year during the trial is what is called, strangely enough, the evidence room. And the evidence room, only 3 people had access to it. The two troopers that are designated as evidence room troopers, and Trooper Tully, or now will be someone else, but whoever was overseeing the detectives unit at the time. So what happened to the evidence after they got it that night? They brought it back, and put it in the evidence room. Now, John's clothing had to wait outside the evidence room because it was wet. So it waited outside for a couple of days. And then the evidence officers are the ones that took it in because they're the ones that had access. But it was not in Trooper Proctor's car or his truck for 6 weeks. And this is I would say there's almost nobody within the Free Karen Read public that even knows that. Even though it's not only the way it works, it's a very common sense way that it should work. No other way would make sense. Why was the Lexus taken to the Savvy Port? Because it was not only because it was a heater facility and it was covered in ice and snow, but it was also the closest facility to the district attorney's office. It was about a mile away. So it was near the prosecution. These things are just common sense. It's not a crime that people don't understand these things, but it's a crime that the media is not, or nobody. It's a crime that nobody in social media, the content creators, they don't know it because that's their job to be investigating this stuff and trying to get to the truth. But that's not what they're doing. So they don't know. And it's just on and on and on like this. There's so many aspects. We could go on and on all day about things that are just common sense or that were debunked and they don't know about. And it drives you crazy. When I was on last summer with Nurse Kim, and I would point these things out, she had the best Free Karen Read face ever. It was like every muscle in your body, in her face, would suddenly die for about a second and a half and just drop. And it was that's when I first, that's the Free Karen Read face. You just see it like when they're confronted with something that they just never knew, that really destroys the certain. And then they quickly wipe it out. They wipe it off. Like, oh, I have to put that to the memory hole. And they do. Just some unconscious part of their mind shovels it down to the memory hole and it's forgotten and they never think of it again. $346. Now they could deliberate till 5 though. And I believe they're expected to.
Not if Judge Bev's Stanley is empty. Then they go home at 4.
Right.
It all depends on what's left in that cup.
I think all of us, someone just posted most have expected she'd get off at 1 and 3. That's fine, as long as she gets the manslaughter charge, which at least establishes that she's the one that did it. That's what we need. We need 12 jurors to tell the public that she did it, that John never went in the house.
I just don't understand 3. Like, she was calling people saying he was hit by a plow that's leaving the scene of an accident. She knew exactly where he was. So like it's hard for me to understand that she backed up purposefully, hit him and left. Like I don't understand.
I totally see your point. I just think it's also part of it is a lot of people are going to be reluctant to send someone to prison for the rest of their lives. They're going to really want to be sure. They're going to really want to be sure there's some kind of malicious intent. And I think so. If you want to call that jury nullification, I think that's fair. I think there's people that would say, maybe factually this is the case, but I'm not sure I want to send this woman away for life. And that's a form of jury nullification because they're not doing their job. They're supposed to just be fact finders. And so I think there could be an element of that goes on there. It's, does that make sense at all, Matt? Where someone could be reluctant to do it even though they shouldn't?
Yeah, but I think it's hard to say that all of them would do that. I mean, what would the argument be? Like, we know that she left the scene of the accident, but she has nice hair. She doesn't belong in prison. Like, I don't know.
Right.
Well, they don't have to all do it. You only need one.
Yeah.
They'll do it. Where in theory, you could have, if they want to come to a unanimous verdict. So if you have one holdout on that, you could get a unanimous verdict on 2. And you could get the other jurors to go along with acquittal on 3. Just to be done with it. And to be sure, OUI manslaughter comes with a pretty hefty prison term.
Yeah.
Was that 10? Was that?
I think 10 to 15 years.
Yeah.
Kate, have you heard anything different on that?
Yeah, I think it's a minimum 5 up to 15. You know, the
Yeah,
prison,
something like
to me, it's like the prison time doesn't really matter. It's where she belongs for what she did, but how long she's in there, whatever.
Right.
The conviction isn't going to show, or an acquittal for that matter, show the public anything. You know, people have already made up their minds. The truth is the truth, and sometimes it's reflected in the courtroom, sometimes it's not. What a conviction does is give the family a sense of achieving some form of justice and some closure, right? That's the only thing that's important to me, really. You know, the rest of it is all just noise. Like, you know, innocent people sometimes get convicted and guilty people sometimes walk free. It's just the way that our system works, and I think everybody knows that, right? There's no amount of accountability baked into this trial anyway that fully reflects all the damage that she's done.
Right.
Right. Yeah.
So we're here in both families. Oh, here we go.
Oh.
Jury being brought in. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or maybe not. We didn't go all the way to the fan.
We're at the Eagle.
Maybe the camera ran out of gas.
Let me bring this comment off.
Put us back in session. You may be seated.
All right, jurors, I know you want to go home, so it's been
All right.
a long day for everybody. I have to give you those same cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Do not do any
No verdict.
independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. Be careful with your social media use. We know you've all been working really hard and we appreciate it. So please just clear your heads. Don't think about this case at all as best you can. We'll see you tomorrow morning when everybody's fresh to start again. Thank you.
All rise for the court, please. Jurors following.
All right. So this is interesting. Guys, go ahead. Anybody analysis on that? Where we're now, does that change anything from what we've been saying the last couple hours?
For me, possibly. Yeah.
I think so.
I mean, they didn't send a note saying they were hung, so.
Yeah. I figured if it was all going south today, we would get an OUI lesser charge, but
Jury's exit the courtroom.
Okay, Tori. All right, we'll see everybody tomorrow.
Thank you. Court is adjourned.
It certainly does seem like if they were just hung up on whether to only, if they could only charge OI, that they would have got it to a decision, and they didn't, right?
That's what I'm thinking. Yeah.
Other things that, yeah, they must be hung up on other things as well.
Yeah. Prior to this, I was thinking maybe we're leaning, like for worst case situation, I thought maybe we were leaning towards the OUI lesser charge, but now I'm not the panic, but yeah, I could see hung jury now becoming more of a possibility than OUI, but then that puts manslaughter on the table a little stronger also. So it's not to say that worst case scenario is what's going to turn out, but my thoughts on it shifted a little bit for worst case, best case.
Everything's shorted out. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Everything. I must have had too many things going on, too many video screens going. But yeah. So guys, if you could, I don't know where I bopped out there, but 10K, I'd like to hit it. So I need 41 more, and 10K feels like it would enable me to get slightly better guests. But
hey, I'm just kidding, man.
Ouch.
I know what you meant. I know. Yeah. What are you trying to say?
No, I'll never get a better panel. You guys are like
I'm
co-hosts
just
now.
busting your stones, Kevin. I'm just, just messing with you.
I'm talking about like someone that's out trying to pitch their book or something like that.
I know.
That hasn't heard of us. But also head
You say
over to
40?
Matt's channel and give him a subscription. That's Boundless Millennial. And I'm sure you've already subscribed to Kate's channel, Masshole Mafia, Breaking the Case with Jen Coffenaffer, and Boomer's brand new channel that has no content, but content coming soon.
Oh, no, it does. It does.
It does
I
now.
got my
Okay.
very-
What's
Yeah, I got my
tell.
very first little video. He's an internet character, an oddity. It's a very short one. I will be doing a little bit more on this guy, but he's kind of a bizarre figure on the internet here on YouTube. So there's a little short that I did spit out. So that's up there now.
Want me to play it now, right now, and show it to this audience? Or
Oh no, that's all right. I mean, you can't. I don't know, Kate, if it would fly over here, but you know,
What's
it's a
okay?
little
What's
weird.
up to you, man? It's up to you. We have nothing else to do. So
We like log house, you know, although I
Yeah.
feel like I am probably shifting the direction more of combating this disinformation because regardless of the outcome here, I don't want to see this perpetuate, and I can see this perpetuating.
It is a problem.
Too much pain. Too much pain caused by this.
yeah. Well, let's do a video series that really hones down this evidence. In a convincing way.
Well, regardless of the outcome, you know, there's going to be other situations like this. I'm remiss to even say cases because, unfortunately, this machine that has been created in support of Karen Reed can be used for many nefarious purposes. You know.
Right. We already saw Turtle Boy after Richard Allen was convicted in Delphi. A case that he knows nothing about, is never reported on, going out there and trying to say that Richard Allen was innocent. So yeah, they're already
right.
They're going to jump on that kind of bandwagon. And as Dan Drunken Turkey from Drunken Turkeys has often said, there's a lot of people that are convinced of Brian Kohlberger's innocence, and that trial's going to be coming up next soon. So what is the name of your channel again, Boomer? So if you don't want me to play it, we can at least tell people to go see it.
It's Boomer Live, and if you're looking it up with the @ symbol, it's @Boomer Live, and then just stick a number 7 on the end of it there. So it's @Boomer Live 7 for the search. If Boomer Live doesn't just come up.
Let me see if Boomer Live comes right up. I'll try that first, but it may not with much if you don't have much up there yet.
Right. Yeah. It's very new. I think I put it up like just over a week ago.
There's Gail Fay Boomer Live official.
I don't know what that is. No.
Yeah, so let me try it with the 7. So @7.
Yeah, if it's @Boomer Live and just stick a number 7 on the end of it, you should get it. And we're just gonna go talk about AC/DC for 30 hours straight. I don't know. I still haven't figured out what I'm doing, but
if you're playing clips of them, I'm in. I love AC/DC.
Right? Yeah, man.
Oh, I got it here. 303 subscribers, man. That's pretty good for.
Oh, nice. I think it was just under 3 when I last looked today. Appreciate it, guys. Thank you.
No, I see a trailer up there too. Well, we got to show the trailer, man. Come on.
I popped the trailer out like as quick as I could first, and then I just so there was something. And then I did I'm getting hip there, Matt. I'm learning the interwebs. I put a post up, a community post.
Everybody put up your
I found the
headphones so
tab
you can
for
get
that.
it sounds pretty cool, so you can get the full effect of the sound. Put on your headphones, or if you're in your car.
Oh
blast it.
yeah. Let's see if you
Here comes
the movie nerds out there, see if you can spot the audio clip for what movie I took it from.
And that's the closest you'll come to seeing the real Boomer. He's inside.
Yeah,
that
that's right.
Space outfit there.
Right. I got a face for radio, man. I'm telling you.
His face looks like a letter A.
Right. I dabbled with a little edit in there. If you did guess it, it was from Alien. The computer sounds there, because I'm a nerd for them old movies.
It had a feeling of Alien versus what was that? Oh man, there was a movie from the 80s, and then they did a remake of it where these people go into a computer, basically go into a computer. Shit. Help me out, Kate. It's kind of close to sci-fi.
It's like Tron or something.
Yeah,
Tron,
that looked
yes,
real
yes.
Tronish too. Yeah, I can see
Tron,
that.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, we got
Hopefully
the
other ones
professor there. I mean, yeah, it's a little weird. Oh, God.
Yeah, welcome back, bro. Oh, you're a f***ing... I swear to God. You know what, Joe? You f***ing fat... I hope all your choked to death by some f***ing mass murderer. I'm gonna curse the living f*** out of you. I'm gonna get my tarot cards out right now, Joe.
All right, guys. So give him a subscription. This is Boomer's channel, and he's just getting started. He's a pretty creative start, and he's gonna need to get to, I forget, like 1,200 subscribers to get monetized and X amount of total viewing hours. But let's just start with that first number. And he's already got 96 views though of this. That's a pretty good start. And
I'll keep putting clips out. I probably will do an Alessi cut. I'm sure I will. I've got clips of him being wild as hell. I don't know. It'll be a little random until I get the vibe right and we kind of figure it out from there. But yeah, I'll try to touch base in the posts and whatnot to keep up with what people are looking for sure.
Boomer Live at Boomer Live 7. So please check it out. Matt, do you put all of your TikTok videos also on YouTube, or do you have some that are just put to TikTok?
I've been starting to, now that like the shorts are longer on YouTube, but like some it's like not the full one, because TikTok you can have 10-minute videos. I think shorts you can have 3 minutes, but most of the time.
So if you don't use TikTok, now you have an excuse to use TikTok, to go over to check out Boundless Millennial on TikTok, to check out Matt's channel on there. TikTok drives me crazy if just for simple reasons of like, if you go, I go on to TikTok before I even go to anybody's site and it's automatically playing a video. It drives me crazy. I have to figure out how to stop it just so I can do what I wanted to go there for and go like search what I wanted to search for or something. I'm like, I hate that I'm already got a video with audio that's slamming into my stupid head before I can figure out what I'm really there to do. I did make a TikTok channel, and for some reason it got canceled.
Yeah, I'll check it out more. Matt's been convincing me that there's some interesting stuff over there. I think I missed. You know what I mean? I it's not like I had an avoidance for TikTok. I just didn't really know what was up with it. You know what I mean? Being at my advanced age and all. No, and I heard there's some pretty fun stuff going on there. So I'll definitely be taking a look.
Yeah, it's definitely evolving.
Right.
Everybody that I talk to under 30, that's where they go and spend all their time. That's where they so I don't know how much time they spend on YouTube, but they definitely love TikTok.
Yeah, there's lots of like chats like how we are now, but it's like just random people can come in there and it's all kind of crazy people. And then there's
which I like that. I think that's fun.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, it's draining, but it's interesting because you actually get to ask people questions and kind of put them to the test to see if they actually do know anything about this case or if they're just repeating nonsense. And for the most part, they're just repeating nonsense. And so, I mean, that's where we are as a society, I guess.
So for nonsense. So does it mean anything that the jury must have sent this note in around 3:30, possibly, unless the defense team just decided to leave because of the time, or did the judge send a note saying you're done for the day? I'm just wondering if we think the jury sent out a note that's saying we're done for the day, like we've had it. If they did send such a note, is that something that has to be read in court, like like the other kind of notes, or is that something they don't have? In fact, they may not even have to send a note. They can just tell a court officer we're done for the day. I think.
Yeah.
We can't hack it anymore.
I mean, I think it's a good sign that they didn't come back with anything after those notes.
I think so. Yeah.
Because at first I was like, they're just clarifying something and they're going to come back and acquit her or give her DUI. But now I kind of feel like those questions could have been just from one dumb juror that's torturing the rest of them.
Very well could be. Yeah, it could be.
They wanted to clarify it.
And was that sentiment, that question, was it asked today or was it on a card since yesterday and they didn't want to bother the judge until they got a few? I don't know what the rules are on. Is it, you know, if you have a question on that day, must it be put forward to the judge or do they wait till they have a few? I don't even know. I have no idea.
So just looking at chat, I want to reply to Thomas's reply to Joe. So Thomas, my old friend and moderator, he says he's married to a prof and she's only crazy half the time. I dispute that. She is never crazy. There's plenty of craziness in that couple without Allison. So you're looking for crazy. Tom will give you plenty of it on his own.
Oh, man.
Tom? He wouldn't dispute that.
Oh, yeah, no.
Actually, Thomas is he's partnering up with someone else to do a sports YouTube in August. So I'm sure you'll see crazy on that too.
Right.
No, in fact, I get a lot of questions over the last year. When is Matt updating his video or something? Like I'm supposed to know. And I'm like, I don't know. But no, people love videos. So everybody's like, when's it? Do you know where his video is? Do you know when his next show is? I'm like, go to his channel. I don't know, man.
Yeah.
But they're in demand.
That's good.
In demand. HL Florida, it's happy hour, Kevin. Come on. All right. Is that why they stopped at 4? Well, that would be true of the dismissed juror last year. She would have been stopping at 4, and she still would have been out after midnight, at last call even. That's just a fact. All right. Anybody else have anything else on their minds they want to go into? Otherwise, we can pack up shop and get ready for.
No, I just want to impress upon people, number one, that ruminating and trying to read the tea leaves too much is never healthy. And number two, just like, I mean, I just feel like to a certain extent it gets treated like a sports game. And this is not, this is not about any of us. This is about the family first and foremost. They're the ones that have to live through this nightmare, and we're all just spectators. So I really think that should be the focus, is the victim and the family as we're waiting here. And, questions definitely concerning, not having a verdict today, a little bit encouraging. And, we don't know who's asking those questions. Is it the whole jury? Is it representative of just a few? Like, what are they doing? Yeah.
I can only say that the questions that we ask or the speculations that we're making are the very same questions that the family and the friends of the family are making.
Right,
because
right.
I know I'm getting texts on it. So I haven't found any of them to be upset by what we're doing. They're here watching us. So I don't think they're upset by it. I think they're doing the same thing. I think what they're feeling is frustration, and they feel a sense of community with the other people here that are asking those questions.
Right.
But they know we're here supporting them. So,
right.
In every way that we can. So
yeah, this is not a spectator sport, just to double down on that. It is not. This is not in any way.
Certainly none of us are enjoying it. So I don't think that's why I don't think that we treat it like a spectator sport.
That's right.
We're frustrated because there's not a decision that we know will give the relief that they deserve.
Right. No, I don't think we do either. Yeah.
Right. Well, it's a complicated thing.
Albert says it's not just about the family; it's about justice and buying freedom. Yeah, there's definitely bigger issues at play, but it's like,
there's a lot.
There's a little bit more soul searching into what happened here and what we need to do differently in the future. And that's for another day.
Trying to hit somebody's. All right, I think I finally got it. All right, girl with an eagle eye says Kevin Mahoney tweeted, if jury was considering only an OUI charge, they would have returned a verdict today. It appears they are split on serious charges. I think we all agree with that.
That's how I'm feeling about it as well. Yeah.
That doesn't mean they'll come out the way we hope on those charges, but yes,
No.
they're definitely hung up on them at this point. All right, so hopefully, well, let's show some gratitude to the jurors too. They have a very difficult thing that they're going through here.
Mm-hmm.
So They got a lot of weight on their shoulders, a lot of pressure on them. And even if, so like you guys have been talking about how the family, they have family and friends that may have strong feelings about this case that may put some pressure on them. And it may be contrary to what they feel based on seeing the evidence. And so that can be a very difficult position to be in. So we're not in a position to thank them for their work, but we can say publicly just that we are grateful for their work. You know, they've had to give up a lot to be on this jury. And
yeah,
other than
it can't be easy being on this jury either. I mean, it can't be. The amount of intense emotions that are flying around, I'm sure they're aware. They can't not be aware, you know. So I don't envy that.
So what's your prediction? I think we're going to get a hung jury note tomorrow. That's typically the timeline.
I think worst case scenario went from OUI on its own to hung jury, but I still believe that manslaughter is the more likely outcome, in my opinion. I think that's where we're headed.
I hope so.
Yeah. I'm going to skip the prediction at this particular time, not because for any reason I'm against those kind of speculations. I'm not. I've done them before and I will do them again. This is really so up in the air right now that it's really, I don't disagree with what you guys are saying at all. And I guess if push come to shove, I'd have to say I agree with it, but this is just so much up in the
bottom
air.
line, anything could happen. Right?
Anything could happen. Yeah.
Anything could happen.
Yeah.
Maybe that fan will just fall on Karen and kill her, and then we don't have to wait for a verdict. I mean, that
it
could
might,
happen.
Matt.
It wants to be
solve all of our problems.
Yeah.
It's trying. You can see it trying to get off today.
Yeah, it's trying, no doubt. Yeah. Trying to wheel it.
All right, guys. Well, I will make the link and send it out to you hopefully sometime this evening. But if not, sometimes if I get tied up or take one of my lengthy naps, I send it in the morning. But definitely we'll go out and we'll be back on tomorrow. Thank you guys for being here.
All right. Thank you.
All right, guys. Take